Chapter 1. A billion years of idleness. Oh my goodness. The Ye family has actually chosen a useless person as the head of the family. The new head of the Ye family collapsed from stress during the ceremony and has been in a coma ever since. What a colossal joke in the history of Yunshao City. The sky was as dark as ink. Ye Suifeng awoke from the chaos, his mind shrouded in confusion. Have I finally succeeded? With each faint breath, he sensed the pulse of the real world. At that moment, Ye Suifeng felt tears welling up inside him. He had once been a vibrant young man on the blue planet, striving hard for his dreams. Yet one day, he was bound to an entity known as the most powerful idling system, which soon whisked him into the realms unknown. Little did he know that during the process of his transmigration, some incomprehensible forces intervened, leaving him lost in the chaos. His consciousness began to blur, and he could not tell how long had passed until he finally breathed in the fresh air he had missed. Another memory, a different life, was tumultuously crashing within his soul. Eventually, he calmed down enough to understand his present situation. His previous identity was that of the newly appointed head of the Ye family in Yunshao City. However, this head of the family faced a tragic fate. Due to his own lack of strength, he endured endless ridicule from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, a deadly rival gifted him a large box of blood energy pills as a so-called gift. Blood energy pills, being the most basic type of cultivation elixir, were only suitable for those in the early stages of qi refinement. This was a blatant mockery directed at Ye Suifeng. The previous owner of this body had also proven incapable of withstanding such provocations, collapsing under the pressure and passing away from the shock. Why must a useless person be made the head of the family? Ye Suifeng pondered, bewildered. He quickly rummaged through his predecessor's memories and discovered that the Ye family differed significantly from conventional clans. This family was extraordinarily united. They would not treat him differently due to his lack of cultivation strength, nor would there be any melodramatic incidents of servants rising against their masters. On the contrary, as the inheritor of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to the role of family head. It was unfortunate, however, that the man's psychological resilience proved woefully inadequate. Interesting. Having sorted through the tangled memories, Ye Suifeng opened his eyes. Before him stood a quaint, ancient house. The soft bed emitted a delicate fragrance, as if it were infused with medicinal herbs meant for nurturing the body. Beside him, a young girl sat engrossed in her reading. Upon sensing movement nearby, she turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, sharing about 70% of his likeness. "Father, you're awake." She was Ye Suifeng's only daughter, named Ye Huang, and she was 14 years old. Ye Suifeng chuckled bitterly. How could he have such a grown daughter when he hadn't even been married? Moreover, his wife had tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to be single forever? Ye Suifeng smiled, shrugging it off. As long as he lived life fully, nothing else mattered. However, his smile nearly left Ye Huang in shock. "Father, you actually smiled." "Ah?" Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, before realizing his predecessor had worn a perpetually sorrowful expression ever since losing his wife. Laughter had vanished from his vocabulary. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Life was filled with challenges, and many endured far worse fates than his. The key was to keep smiling and moving forward. Ding! Today's idling task has been completed. Please collect your rewards promptly. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in Ye Suifeng's mind. The idling system is still operational? Ye Suifeng froze. This system was something he had acquired before his transmigration. Its functions were quite simple, comprising only two main tasks: idling for mining, harvesting resources daily from supermine veins; idling for cultivation, earning 1 day's worth of cultivation progress each day. During his transmigration, he had activated both tasks. He hadn't anticipated that unforeseen circumstances would thrust him into chaos. In this void of time, had lost all sense of duration and had no idea how long he had been idling. Ye Suifeng opened the system panel, eager to check his rewards. In an instant, he was blown away. "Xiao Huang, could you step outside for a moment?" Ye Huang looked puzzled. "Father, is something wrong? Just go." Ye Suifeng's tone turned stern. Confused but obedient, Ye Huang left the room. Once his daughter was gone, Ye Suifeng took a deep breath, assuming a dignified posture. He returned to the system interface. 1, 2, 3. 13 digits. I'm not great at math. How much is this? Staring at the incomprehensible figures, he struggled to collect himself. After a long time, he finally managed to tally them up. Low-grade spirit stones. 10 million harvested daily, currently possessing 356 trillion. Mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 harvested daily, currently possessing 36.5 trillion. High-grade spirit stones. 100 harvested daily, currently possessing 3.65 trillion. Spirit crystals. 1 harvested daily, currently possessing 365 billion. Immortal stones. 10 harvested daily, currently possessing 36.5 billion. Immortal crystals. 1 harvested daily, currently possessing 3.65 billion. These figures represented all his gains from idling and mining. He omitted the decimal since otherwise he'd face complaints about word count. Heavens above! Such wealth his pockets could not contain it. Ye Suifeng felt elated. From now on, he would never worry about money again. Next, he turned to the rewards from idling for cultivation. This part was straightforward, had accumulated an astronomical total of 10 trillion years worth of cultivation, currently in a stage awaiting extraction. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before mentally stating, "Extract 1 year's worth of cultivation." Immediately, a surge of immense power coursed through his body. The energy was incredibly pure, free from any impurities, wildly rampaging within him. Originally at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he broke through to the 8th layer in one go. All from just 1 year of cultivation. Ye Suifeng pressed on, continuously extracting more. His strength soared as if riding a rocket into the heavens. Qi refinement, qi transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine transformation, integration, tribulation. In the brief span of an incense stick, Ye Suifeng reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. When he attempted to extract cultivation once more, overwhelming spiritual energy registered a change in the atmosphere. Storm clouds gathered ominously above, torrents of thunderous energy converging. He was about to undergo a tribulation. It wasn't wise to face tribulation at home. Ye Suifeng swiftly interrupted the extraction process, causing the brewing thunderstorm to dissipate. Interesting. He tried extracting his cultivation again, and the clouds began to deepen, with faint roars of thunder rumbling overhead. Every time he stopped, the tribulation faded away. Ye Suifeng suddenly felt playful, alternating between extracting and halting the process repeatedly, playing with the tribulation. How delightful to toy with fatigue, was enjoying the storm. After some time, he eventually ceased his provocations. Seeing his cultivation reserves had only diminished by about 5,000 years, he realized he still had plenty left. Reflecting on this, Ye Suifeng decided to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage that should suffice. After all, as he recalled, the strongest individuals in Yunshao City were merely at the golden core stage. This was a complete dimensional crushing. After concluding his preparations, Ye Suifeng chuckled to himself. Ye family, give a warm welcome to your new head of the family. It was now late at night. The deep autumn air in Yunshao City had turned quite cold. Yi Huang sat outside the door, an expression of deep melancholy on her face. Her mother had passed away while giving birth to her, leaving only her father as the one true family she had to grow up with. Although her father had been elected as the next head of the family, she felt genuinely happy for him. Yet who would have guessed that this would become the final straw that crushed him? If time could be rewound, she would insist her father relinquish the position, for the burdens it contained were far too heavy. Her father simply could not bear it. It's all my fault. If I were only a bit more admirable, I could surely lighten father's worries. Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, she heard a creak as the door swung open, revealing Ye Suifeng's tall figure appearing behind her. Father! Yi Huang immediately stood up. Ye Suifeng looked puzzled. What are you still doing here? Why aren't you sleeping? I was just a bit worried about your health, Yi Huang murmured softly. But upon glancing at him, she saw her father radiating vitality. Full of vigor, he seemed healthier than ever. What had happened? Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. No need to fret, him in excellent shape, feeling great. Ye Huang stared in astonishment at her father's radiant demeanor. Seeing her confusion, Ye Suifeng explained, "This incident has made me understand certain things. Rest easy, similar misfortunes will not occur again." He chuckled, playfully ruffling his daughter's hair. Ye Huang was momentarily stunned, but nodded nonetheless. "Go sleep now. If I'm not mistaken, you have alchemy classes tomorrow. Don't procrastinate." It was already late into the night. However, Ye Huang's expression darkened. "Father, you don't know. Today, the family's alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters all left." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such an event. The Ye family was substantial, with hundreds from both direct and collateral lines among the younger generation, thus employing many masters from various professions as teachers. The idea of a collective departure was shocking. It was unmistakable that upon hearing Ye Suifeng had become the head of the family, they felt there was no future for the Ye family and decided to leave. Some people just missed the opportunity for historical advancement. "Father, what do you mean?" Ye Suifeng smiled. "I mean their departure is their own loss. Go rest now. Tomorrow, I will resolve this issue." Chapter 2: Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council hall, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll of text on the wall that contained an ancient decree. The 3 ironclad rules of the Ye family. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who disrupt family unity shall be executed. Those who oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 tenets serve as the core principles that have upheld the Ye family's solidarity and external unity. Such a family instilled a sense of admiration in Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and 4 imposing middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Ye Suifeng turned and took his seat. They followed suit, seating themselves in an orderly fashion. They were all key figures within the family, direct blood relatives of Ye Suifeng. His cousins to his left were Ye Suiyun and Ye Siyu, the 2 from his second uncle's household, primarily overseeing the family's internal and external enterprises, managing finances and resource distribution. To his right sat Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, the 2 from his third uncle's household, chiefly responsible for the family's martial strength and the acquisition and protection of external resources. Ye Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still quite young and not yet qualified to take on family responsibilities. His second, third, and 4th uncles had all retreated into the background. Revered as family elders, emerging only for exceptionally critical decisions. Indeed, it was a large family that Ye Suifeng cleared his throat and declared, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting." Beside him, Ye Suiyun voiced his concern. "Elder brother, are you feeling all right?" "I am fine, and moreover, I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities." Ye Suifeng surveyed the room, stating, "Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenge. If you have any issues, bring them forth, so we may address them together." At this declaration, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Seihu and inquired, "I have heard that several of our family's instructors departed yesterday." Ye Suihu nodded, gruffly responding, "Indeed, those ingrates, we have never mistreated them, yet they all fled. From now on, I shall strike them whenever I see them." Ye Suiyun sighed, adding, "This incident is instigated by the Li family. They lured away our masters with more generous compensation." The Li family was the Yi family's sworn enemy. Among the 3 great families of Yinshao City, Yi, Li, and Tang, the Tang family was the most powerful, often aloof from worldly matters. The conflicts between the Yi and Li families had escalated into a near-death rivalry. The recent poaching of their instructors was akin to kicking them while they were down. "What are your plans?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suibao replied, "For now, it would be prudent to find other masters to replace them as quickly as possible, or else the growth of the younger generation will be adversely affected. The strength of the youth directly correlates to the strength of the family. It is quite challenging," Ye Suiyu interjected. "In the days since your ascension, many rumors have circulated in the city that I have attempted to reach out to masters of similar standing, yet they all remain non-committal. Even if we were to raise our hiring prices, it would be of no avail." Once again, the council hall fell into silence. The group furrowed their brows, realizing how difficult the situation had become. "If all else fails, we may have to lower our standards for instructors," suggested Ye Suifeng. There will always be someone willing to come. It was a last resort measure. However, Ye Suifeng was determined not to let such a scenario unfold. If I recall correctly, the 3 masters who left were all of the 5th rank, correct? The ranks of alchemists are divided into 9 levels, with 5th rank being considered among the elite in Yunshao City. What were their hiring fees? Ye Suifeng asked. They were all quite similar, around 10,000 spirit stones per month. Ye Suifeng replied, specifically referring to low-grade spirit stones. Yet, even 10,000 low-grade spirit stones constituted a considerable remuneration, sufficient to support daily cultivation and a comfortable lifestyle in Yunshao City. Dabo Ye Suifeng glanced at his own purse, which contained a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice. Have you made contact with anyone above the 5th rank? Ye Suifeng inquired next. The others were taken aback. Elder brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yunshao City. They are aloof and will not accept any employment. Even if they were to agree, the exorbitant fees would be beyond our means. Ye Suifeng added. Why? Ye Suifeng chuckled. As long as there is a price, there is a solution. Rest assured, I shall present them with an offer they cannot refuse. The cousins exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to trust their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Ye Suifeng asked. Indeed, responded Ye Suifeng, who primarily managed resource allocation for the family and appeared troubled. Elder brother, concerning the cultivation resources for the younger generation, it may be. You mean to say there will be further reductions? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is the reason for this? Ye Suifeng sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have not fared well, and the Li family continues to meddle, leaving our financial situation insufficient to support internal expenditures. The Ye family's enterprises comprise 2 sectors, the resource lands outside the city and the shops. In recent years, the yields from the external resource lands had been poor, frequently disrupted by the Li family's harassment, drastically reducing profits. Relying solely on the shop for income was far from adequate. What is the current distribution of resources for the younger generation? And what are the monthly expenditures? Ye Suifeng inquired. Why? Ye Suifeng pondered and replied, taking the Qi refinement stage as an example. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 Qi refinement pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills per month. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 Qi refinement pills, and 5 bone strengthening pills monthly. Considering rewards and other factors, their total monthly expenditure surpasses 100,000 spirit stones, the resources required for alchemy. Weapon forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even greater. Additionally, there are the costs for martial arts, spiritual artifacts, and cultivation venues. In total, the monthly expenditure for nurturing just the younger generation is around 1 million spirit stones, a staggering figure. Such is the reality of a large family. Their immense strength is built upon a foundation of accumulated resources. However, for Ye Suifeng, financial concerns were of little consequence. All right, let us proceed in this manner. The family head's voice commanded immediate attention from the others. The younger generation is the future of our family. Only by ensuring their robust growth can we further elevate our family's status. Thus, starting today, all fixed resources for every member shall be doubled. Moreover, we shall invest more in cultivation conditions, such as the materials for alchemy and weapon forging, to ensure an unlimited supply. What say you? Upon concluding his statement, Ye Suifeng left the others in a state of bewilderment. What had they just heard? They had prepared for budget cuts, yet he had drastically increased the benefits. Was this an act of self-sabotage? Elder brother, Ye Suifeng's expression was one of despair. Feeling as though Ye Suifeng was merely jesting, that if his standards were to be adhered to, the monthly expenditure would increase by at least 5-fold. That would amount to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the family's wealthiest, they had never spent such a sum that he yearned to convey to his elder brother how absurd this notion was. However, Ye Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage pouch from his robes, tossing it to Ye Suifeng beside him. Do not worry. I have 1 million spirit stones here for you to use. Should you require more, simply ask me. Ye Suifeng similet yet Ye Suifeng remainet disartenet. Saying, Elder brother, did you not hear me? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it will not suffice. Before he could finish, a robust hand grasped his arm, trembling with excitement. That IT was Ye Suifeng, who, with a flushed face, unsteadily presented the storage pouch to Ye Suifeng, slowly opening it. Instantly, a brilliant light illuminated their faces. That IT was not 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Rather, it was 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, converted, that equated to a staggering 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The two stood in stunned silence. Even in their roles managing the family finances, they had never encountered such a sum in one go. As I mentioned, I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Ye Suifeng remarquait nonchalantly, tapping the table. Remember this. From today onward, the Ye family shall not fear anyone. Chapter 3. He gave too much. After the meeting concluded, Ye Suifeng and the others stumbled out of the council hall in a daze. They had anticipated that following this meeting, family resources would undoubtedly be reduced, compelling everyone to tighten their belts. Yet, who could have imagined that not only would there be no cuts, but resources would be increased several-fold? Ye Suifeng's generosity was truly overwhelming. It was simply extravagant. Could it be that he underestimated the amount? Ye Suifeng pondered by the window. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones was hardly even a fraction of what he had. However, after some contemplation, he decided to leave it at that for now. Every situation has its process, and the transition from frugality to luxury is no different. Providing too much at once may not be beneficial. Once they became accustomed to the improved conditions, it would be easy to adjust further. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng perused the information sheet in his hand. These three individuals were among the few sixth-rank masters in Yunshao City. Each possessed remarkable strength and maintained an air of aloof superiority, even towards the three great families, exuding haughty indifference. I hope you do not fail to recognize the opportunity before you. Ye Suifeng crumpled the information sheet and tossed it aside. Today, he was prepared to pay visits one by one, and after a brief moment of respite, he departed from the Ye residence. The Ye family was situated in the heart of Yunshao City. Just a short walk away lay the bustling commercial district. Yunshao City itself was a vast metropolis, boasting a permanent population of nearly 1,000,000, but the streets were teeming with people, vibrant and lively. Ye Suifeng, seated in an opulent carriage, moved slowly along the thoroughfare. Through the window, the rich aroma of street food enveloped him, transporting him back to a previous life. If time permits, I must savor the culinary delights of this world, he mused after roughly half an hour. The carriage came to a halt before a lavish pavilion. Ye Suifeng alighted from the carriage. Danfeng Pavilion. Why does that name sound akin to a brothel? He remarked. This was the residence of the sixth-tier alchemist, Zhang Ziming, that he had resided in Yunshao City for over a decade, maintaining an air of detachment. Various factions sought to cultivate goodwill with this sixth-tier alchemist, hoping to procure some exquisite elixirs from him. No one would dare to offend him lightly. Ye Suifeng strode inside. The first floor of the pavilion was dedicated to the sale of ordinary elixirs, bustling with activity and throngs of people. Ye Suifeng held little interest in those potions and directly approached the floor manager, stating, "Inform Zhang Ziming that Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family, has come to see him." He spoke with nonchalance. After all, a sixth-tier alchemist was hardly worthy of posturing before him. However, this demeanor incited the displeasure of the floor manager. In all his years at Danfeng Pavilion, every visitor had approached the master with utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family had been courteous. What was the Ye family head to him? The manager cast a sidelong glance at Ye Suifeng and replied, "Our master is currently refining elixirs. I suggest you take your leave." Ye Suifeng was not surprised by this attitude. Those who linger in high positions often develop peculiar habits. Instantly, an immense mental presence enveloped the entire pavilion, and Ye Suifeng quickly discerned an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated on the highest floor, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall give you one more chance. Take me to see Zhang Ziming, or do not blame me for my rudeness," Ye Suifeng declared. The manager's expression turned frosty. He waved his hand, summoning a group of burly men at the golden body stage to encircle him. Ye Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are merely a waste at the qi refining stage. Let us see what you can do," he retorted defiantly. his tone brimming with arrogance. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly. Then watch closely. With that, he reached out and grasped the manager by the collar. Observing this, the golden body cultivators swiftly moved in to subdue Ye Suifeng. Begone! Ye Suifeng belohet. Unleashing a colossal force. The group of golden body practitioners felt as if they had been struck by an ancient wild bull, hurtling backward and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. The crowd in the hall erupted into chaos, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at Ye Suifeng. Is someone truly daring to cause a ruckus in Danfeng Pavilion? That individual possesses immense strength. Even golden body experts are no match for him. I recall now, that is Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. The onlookers were rife with uncertainty. The manager was equally dumbfounded. Was it not said that Ye Suifeng was a qi refining waste? How could he possess such formidable power? Yet Ye Suifeng remained unfazed. Now, do you see clearly? Then let us proceed together. With that, Ye Suifeng hoisted the manager and ascended the pavilion. Danfeng Pavilion spanned 5 stories, each floor selling elixirs of varying grades. As Ye Suifeng ascended, numerous individuals attempted to impede his progress. Yet how could they hope to contend with him? Merely the aura he exuded sent them spiraling backward, spitting blood. Soon, they reached the top floor. Ye Suifeng pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion, but was not merely a 6th-tier alchemist. He was a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage in Yinshao City. He feared no one. You are being rather presumptuous. Zhang Ziming's countenance darkened. Ye Suifeng casually discarded the manager and stepped inside. Your subordinates are too arrogant. I am merely here to provide some education. Arrogant? Zhang Ziming shouted in anger. Do you truly believe you can bully me? With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing them at Ye Suifeng. The sound of a sword resonated as a flying sword, glowing with golden light, pierced through the air, carrying with it a violent energy, aimed directly at Ye Suifeng. That was Zhang Ziming's life-bound treasure. He intended to obliterate Ye Suifeng in a single strike. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the face of the incoming sword, Ye Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from his fingertip, rippling outward. The powerful life-bound treasure of the late Golden Core stage, upon encountering this wave, abruptly veered off course, swiftly piercing toward Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before his brow. It hovered in midair. Instantly, everything in the room, save for the tables and chairs by the window, was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened, paralyzed with fear. The strength of the person before him far exceeded his imagination. Senior, let us speak amicably, he stammered. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, stepping forward to sit opposite Zhang Ziming. The life-bound sword gradually descended, resting upon the table. For Ye Suifeng, a golden core treasure could be destroyed with a mere thought. Yet he refrained from doing so. His intention today was to recruit Zhang Ziming as a mentor for his family, and if he destroyed the life-bound treasure, he would also suffer a backlash. Requiring a significant time to recover, it was unnecessary. Observing the perspiring, tense Zhang Ziming, Ye Suifeng remarked, Now, can we converse properly? Zhang Ziming nodded fervently. Senior, please speak. I shall do my utmost. He was genuinely terrified. The methods Ye Suifeng had just displayed were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even his master at the out-of-body stage could scarcely achieve such feats. Who was this person? Zhang Ziming's heart raced with fear. Ye Suifeng plucked a grape, savoring its icy sweetness. Indeed, the fruits of the cultivation world possessed an extraordinary flavor. It is nothing of great consequence. My family currently lacks an alchemist to instruct the young members. Hence I wish for you to take on the role of a mentor, Ye Suifeng stated. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, then felt a rush of cold sweat. He had anticipated a more pressing matter. It turned out he was being invited to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Ziming replied, That sounds splendid. To serve under a senior such as yourself is a privilege. When shall I commence my duties? Ye Suifeng inquired with a hint of amusement. So readily agreeable. Should we not first discuss remuneration? Zhang Ziming chuckled awkwardly. Ah, senior, you flatter me. This opportunity is a boon. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters? He inwardly grumbled, considering that Ye Suifeng had just thoroughly bested him. How could he dare to demand compensation? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no brigand. I do not engage in acts of oppression. This time, I am hiring you as a guest elder of the Ye family. Propose your price. Zhang Ziming hesitated, scrutinizing Ye Suifeng for a considerable time, attempting to discern whether he was intentionally setting a trap. Yet alas, Ye Suifeng remained composed, offering no clues. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziming extended his trembling hand. Senior, although my strength is modest, I am still a 6th-tier alchemist. Under normal circumstances, a monthly remuneration of at least 500,000 spirit stones would be required. However, in your presence, this price can be negotiated. A monthly remuneration of 500,000 spirit stones was not entirely beyond the means of the families in Yunshao City, but it was deemed unnecessary given their numerous financial obligations that Ye Suifeng nodded. I shall pay you 1,000,000 spirit stones per month. However, you must devote yourself earnestly to the education of the young members of the Ye family. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated Ye Suifeng would attempt to negotiate downward, yet instead, he had doubled the offer. Senior, are you not jesting? Zhang Ziming inquired, still incredulous. I do not jest, Ye Suifeng declared, placing a storage bag on the table before rising. This is your remuneration for 3 years. After 3 years, should you wish to depart from the Ye family, you may do so at any time. I shall not detain you. Remember, you must give your utmost effort. Otherwise, you know the consequences. If there are no further issues, you should report to the Ye family today, seeking out Ye Suifeng. With that, Ye Suifeng tossed a note and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, staring at the vast quantity of spirit stones within the storage bag, lost in thought. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to join the Ye family, he was instantly shocked. Master, did you not refuse invitations from families? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a long time. The offer he presented is simply too generous. Chapter 4. All matters resolved. Ye Suifeng employed Zhang Ziming for 3 years. In truth, it was not just Zhang Ziming. He had similar plans for 2 others as well. With their presence, the Ye family would undoubtedly flourish over the next 3 years. Moreover, he would become acquainted with the political landscape of this continent. By then, even if the trio chose not to remain, he would be able to find even more exceptional candidates. Master Craftsman Hu Chuang and Formation Master Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng considered their respective locations and decided to first seek out Dong Tianji, who resided on the outskirts of Yunshao City. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ye Suifeng arrived at his destination in a horse-drawn carriage. This place was starkly different from the bustling Danfeng Pavilion. It resembled the abode of an ordinary resident. Albeit on a larger scale, Ye Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Ye family is not welcome. We cannot accommodate you. A faint voice resonated. I have come today to extend an invitation for you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng replied. My fee is beyond your means. Depart. The voice from within was exceedingly cold. What sum do you desire? We can negotiate, Ye Suifeng stated. Leave. Yet his politeness was met with unyielding hostility. Ye Suifeng sighed. He had not intended to take a hard stance. But the arrogance of these people was insufferable. He forcefully pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Behind the door lay a desolate expanse, saturated with malevolent energy. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked earth, roaring as they charged toward Ye Suifeng. It was akin to a hellish nightmare. A formation, is it? Ye Suifeng discerned effortlessly. This was a deadly array. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would likely find no advantage in recklessly entering. Had the original Ye Suifeng been present, he would have sustained irreversible injuries within mere breaths. A flicker of anger ignited within Ye Suifeng. Since you have treated me thus, do not blame me for my response. He took a step forward, unleashing a profound aura that caused the entire blood-red expanse to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground fractured, and the sky, akin to shattered glass, appeared riddled with cracks. Subsequently, it exploded. The world shifted, and Ye Suifeng reappeared within the house. Before him lay a broad passageway, extending into the ruins. At the end of the passage stood a middle-aged man, an expression of disbelief on his face. Collapsed upon the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, that Ye Suifeng advanced toward Dong Tianji. "You, how is this possible?" Dong Tianji exclaimed in panic, overwhelmed by Ye Suifeng's formidable presence, which left him devoid of any inclination to resist. "I prefer to reason with others." Ye Suifeng casually pulled up a chair and seated himself before Dong Tianji. "Now, shall we discuss your remuneration?" If it were not necessary, he truly did not wish to exert his strength over the weak, that it would have been much more pleasant for everyone to coexist amicably, rather than engage in pretense before him. Meanwhile, Dong Tianji's mind was in turmoil. How could Ye Suifeng be so powerful? Hadn't the Li family labeled him a wastrel? He wanted to curse, which so-called wastrel could shatter his own deadly array with a single kick, only to breach multiple defensive formations and injure himself. Damn the Li family for spreading falsehoods. "Senior, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope." Ye Suifeng waved his hand to interrupt him. He had no desire to engage in pleasantries with someone of such character. "I stated that I am here to invite you to be a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your remuneration." Dong Tianji's mouth twitched, and after a lengthy pause, he cautiously replied, "Senior, my teaching methods consume a significant amount of array materials, which can be quite costly, so I require at least 500,000 spirit stones each month." Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng tossed a storage bag onto the table. "You need not worry about the materials. The family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones includes 3 years' worth of compensation, during which I expect you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to instructing the Yi family's youth. Prepare yourself. Report to the Yi family today and seek out Ye Suifeng." After speaking, Ye Suifeng also tossed a note and turned to leave. He was not concerned about Dong Tianji absconding in Yunyao City. No one could slip away from under his watchful, not even a master of formations. Once Ye Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji remained stunned for a considerable time before gradually regaining his senses. The encounter had felt surreal, as if he had been dreaming. Well, it is what it is. 500,000 spirit stones a month, without having to provide materials, is comparable to the remuneration offered by those large families. Moreover, the strength of the head of the Yi family is utterly terrifying. Working under such a person does not diminish my own standing. He began to organize his belongings at this moment. Ye Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. Stepping down from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant that a lesson was necessary. Otherwise, even if he managed to recruit them, they might not perform their duties diligently. That he wondered if this Hu Chuang was the same. Ye Suifeng entered. This was a blacksmith shop. Numerous young men, bare-chested, were fervently hammering iron amidst the blazing coals, the air thick with the scent of charcoal and sweat that Ye Suifeng pondered. This craftsman appeared more like a blacksmith. "Hello. How may I assist you?" A young man, dressed modestly, approached to inquire. "Ah, I am the head of the Yi family, seeking Hu Chuang," Ye Suifeng replied. The young man cupped his hands in greeting. "Please hold on a moment. I will inform the master." Ye Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter someone relatively composed. After a brief interval, the young man returned. "Heji, the master is in the back. Please follow me." "Very well." Subsequently, Ye Suifeng followed the young man to the backyard of the blacksmith shop. There, 3 massive iron furnaces were stationed, with several older youths diligently adding materials. Behind them stood a middle-aged man, attired simply, observing and offering guidance. Indeed, this resembled a true place for crafting. "Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived," the young man announced to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. It appeared that he was Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang respectfully gestured to Ye Suifeng. "This way, please." They proceeded to the parlor, where attendants had prepared fragrant tea for them. "Are you Hu Chuang?" Ye Suifeng inquired. He looked rather unassuming and gaunt, making it hard to believe he was the only 6th-grade crafting master in Yunyao City. "Indeed, that is I." Hu Chuang's voice was cultured as he spoke. "You must be Ye Suifeng." the newly appointed head of the Ye family. What brings you here today? Ye Suifeng nodded. I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family, to impart knowledge of crafting to the younger generation. What say you? As Hu Chuang was also a reasonable individual, Ye Suifeng maintained a polite demeanor. However, upon hearing Ye Suifeng's proposition, Hu Chuang could not help but smile wryly. I appreciate your goodwill. However, I simply cannot abandon these young rascals. The rejection was anticipated. Ye Suifeng inquired, What do you mean by that? Hu Chuang gestured towards a group of young men outside and explained, You must have noticed them upon your arrival. My blacksmith shop is quite populous, primarily filled with apprentices. Their sustenance relies entirely on me. Should I depart, they would all be left to fend for themselves. Ha! Ye Suifeng was puzzled. Why is that? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses? Education in this world was exceedingly costly, particularly for a master like Hu Chuang. Becoming his disciple without ample financial resources was utterly impossible. Hu Chuang took a sip of tea, chuckling. These lads are all impoverished children I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent, yet lack the opportunity to grace this grand stage. Thus, I provided them with this chance. Ye Suifeng understood now. No wonder Hu Chuang felt so attached to them. Crafting was indeed an expensive endeavor. Without Hu Chuang, these young individuals would likely revert to their former lives. Gifted yet unfulfilled, Ye Suifeng cupped his hands in respect. Your character commands my utmost admiration. Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Thus, I shall decline your invitation to be a guest elder. Haha. Ye Suifeng shook his head with a smile. No, if that is the case, I believe you should indeed accompany me. Hu Chuang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Ye Suifeng replied, I ask you. With such a large group of young apprentices to support, what are your monthly expenses? That, Hu Chuang had not expected Ye Suifeng to persist. After pondering, he replied, including all the materials consumed for crafting. This large group requires at least 2 million spirit stones each month. Crafting was, indeed, a costly trade that Ye Suifeng held up 5 fingers. If you become a guest elder of the Ye family, I can provide you with 5 million spirit stones each month. Furthermore, if you desire, the entire blacksmith shop can be relocated to the Ye family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices will remain yours. I will grant you complete autonomy. You merely need to teach the Ye family's youth on the side. Additionally, all crafting materials will be fully supplied by the Ye family. Simply inform me of your needs. Ye Suifeng laid out his terms. That Hu Chuang was rendered speechless, that he doubted his own hearing. 5 million spirit stones each month, with all crafting materials provided. Was he planning to forego living altogether? Even the southern aristocratic families could scarcely sustain such expenditure. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he was granted complete autonomy. This generosity was beyond description. Why are you doing this? With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more advanced crafting master, couldn't you? Hu Chuang asked, bewildered. That Ye Suifeng chuckled. There are many crafting masters, but those like you are exceedingly rare. I deeply appreciate your magnanimity and shall support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell into silence. When he first arrived in Yinxiao City, the 3 prominent families sought to invite him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that Hu Chuang intended to care for a multitude of impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew, for family interests took precedence above all else. Yet, Ye Suifeng was the first to express his willingness to support him and even offered an extraordinary remuneration. Is this truly how you feel? Hu Chuang inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively. Very well, Hu Chuang declared. As you suggested, I shall relocate my blacksmith shop to the Ye family. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those unruly youths. Moreover, 5 million is excessive. I only require sufficient funds for daily expenses. 50,000 will suffice. That is not too much, Ye Suifeng replied. You too must cultivate, and I hope you will take in more gifted, impoverished youths. That truly is an excessive amount. Then let it be 499,000. This. Enough. Ye Suifeng rose from his seat. Money, when allocated wisely, can yield its utmost value. Do tidy up. It would be best to head to the Ye family today, that I will ensure everything is arranged with the family steward. With that, Ye Suifeng produced a letter and, with a courteous bow, took his leave. De Chu Chuang remained, his heart aflame with excitement, unable to find peace for a long while. Chapter 5. The Disarray of Ye Su. How am I to spend such a wealth of spirit stones? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing blankly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had bestowed upon him a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and subsequently, the family's financial steward, Suiyun, allocated him 5,000, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, designated for this month's cultivation expenses to by the heavens. Previously, he had only 1 million, and now it had suddenly multiplied 50-fold. He was at a loss as to how to distribute them. First, for the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's disciples, as my elder brother suggested, let the spirit stones be doubled, and likewise for the chi refining pills and blood-boosting pills. But this still won't exhaust the funds. Then let us procure medium-grade chi refining pills and medium-grade blood-boosting pills. Heh, these unruly youths are truly fortunate. Moreover, regarding other resources required for cultivation, my elder brother stated that they should be supplied without limit. Let me see. For alchemical materials, the low-grade spiritual herbs have always been insufficient. Let's increase the procurement tenfold. That should suffice. As for materials for weapon forging, formations, and talismans, let us also increase those by tenfold. Our provisions should also see an upgrade, incorporating higher-grade ingredients, as this will aid in everyone's cultivation enhancement. Ye Suifeng calculated for a considerable time, ultimately expending 20 million spirit stones. Yet there remained another 30 million. What to do? For the first time, he found himself troubled by having too much money to spend. Then let us purchase high-grade cultivation resources. Ye Suifeng steeled himself, his brush dancing once more. Cleansing marrow pills, body refining liquids, yellow-grade cultivation techniques, yellow-grade spiritual weapons, chi refining pills. After a lengthy period of writing, his mind grew dizzy before he finally expended the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Ye Suifeng slumped in his chair, exhaling a long breath, but he had at last completed the expenditure plan for the month. Gazing at the lengthy list of purchases, Ye Suifeng felt somewhat dazed with such financial investment. How could the Ye family not flourish? What of the Li family or the Tang family? Sooner or later, they would all be supplanted by the Ye family. As he pondered, a sudden knock sounded at the study door. Come in. A middle-aged man clad in steward attire entered. Steward Wu. Is there something amiss? Ye Suifeng, idiot. Third master, someone requests an audience. Steward Wu replied. De Ye Su, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully addressed as third master within the clan. Who is it? Ye Suifeng asked. After a brief pause, Steward Wu stated, he claims his name is Zhang Ziming and that he comes at the behest of the family head to serve as the clan's master of alchemy. Oh! Ye Suifeng nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance to the Ye family, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, lingered at the door. After receiving the payment, he did not dare to delay, swiftly packing his belongings, entrusting the Danfeng pavilion to his eldest disciple, and bringing along his 2 most favored disciples to report to the Ye family that he moved quickly, fearful of incurring Ye Suifeng's displeasure. Zhang Ziming. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to see Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade formation master of Yinshao City, S equals in rank. They were well acquainted. What brings you here? They both inquired simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, with a glimmer in his eye, smiled. I was invited by the head of the Ye family for a visit. What about you? Dong Tianji snorted. Spare me the pretense. You 2 have come to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family. Haven to you? Their mutual understanding allowed them to discern each other's circumstances at a glance. Likewise, Zhang Ziming chuckled. It seems, my brother, you may have offended Elder Yi, haven't you? His keen gaze noted the flush of qi and blood in Dong Tianji's face, indicating that he had recently incurred internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's character, it was evident he had spoken disrespectfully before Ye Suifeng and had thus faced repercussions. Zhang Ziming felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that Ye Suifeng had spared him. With a dark expression, Dong Tianji retorted, That was merely Elder Yi assessing my formation skills. He even offered me some guidance, something you could only envy. He would not concede in verbal sparring to Zhang Zimi. The two harbored their own thoughts, subtly at odds with one another. That moment, Ye Suifeng emerged from within. Master Zhang, I apologize for not greeting you earlier. It is truly a grave oversight. Ye Suifeng clasped his fists in greeting, suddenly noticing Dong Tianji beside him, and was momentarily taken aback, quickly adding, Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here as well. He felt a twinge of weakness in his legs. To have two masters visit simultaneously. Could they both have been summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you truly are remarkable. Zhang Ziming, wearing a smile, said, No harm done. I am here at the behest of the Yi family head. Indeed, Dong Tianji chimed in. The Yi family head is highly esteemed. To be invited as a guest elder is a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Ye Suifeng looked at the two ordinarily haughty masters, momentarily at a loss for words. What has come over them? Why the sudden display of such humility? He was puzzled but still warmly invited both men inside. That I in the living room. Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a letter and presented it to Ye Suifeng. These were tokens left by Ye Suifeng, and both men were respectful enough not to open them. That why Ye Suifeng reached out with his spirit sense to glean the contents within. Suifeng, this is the instructor I have procured. The remuneration has been settled, and the contract is for 3 years. You shall make the arrangements. They are merely hired hands. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Ye Suifeng was taken aback and raised his head to glance at the two imposing masters. Unable to associate the term hired hands with them, that he wondered why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, and I will ensure that information about the clan's young disciples and the teaching schedule reaches you swiftly. Ye Suifeng naturally did not regard them as mere hired hands and spoke cordially. Well said, Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. The disciples of the Yi family are undoubtedly exceptional. You may rest assured. I will impart all my knowledge. Indeed, I possess unique insights in teaching that will surely surpass certain individuals, Dong Tianji added. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the two masters suddenly at odds, Ye Suifeng scratched his head in confusion. What had become of this world that he could not comprehend? After a lengthy endeavor, Ye Suifeng finally arranged suitable accommodations for the two masters, with the issues concerning the alchemist and formation master resolved. He pondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements regarding the weaponsmith. Just as he was deep in thought, Steward Wu hurriedly approached once more. Third Master, a considerable number of individuals have arrived outside, claiming to come in accordance with the family head's agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Before Ye Suifeng could settle into his seat, he sprang up once more. Another 6th-grade master. Furthermore, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunshao City far surpassed that of the previous two. He rushed to the entrance and was immediately taken aback. Indeed, there was a veritable throng, a minimum of 100. Have you brought your blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master. Hu Chuang bowed respectfully. You are too kind. Ye Suifeng quickly returned the gesture and ushered the crowd inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang likewise produced a letter. Suifeng, this is the master of weapon forging I have engaged. The 3-year remuneration has already been settled. You are to provide them with a dedicated space to serve as the new blacksmith shop, and no one is to interfere with its normal operations. It is imperative that Hu Chuang's requests are met promptly. This letter, in stark contrast to the previous two, clearly indicated that his elder brother held this 6th-grade weaponsmith in very high regard. Master Hu, I will arrange your accommodations forthwith, and I will provide you with a teaching plan. If you have any other requests, please feel free to voice them. Ye Suifeng spoke with utmost respect. Hu Chuang smiled. Third Master is far too courteous. I have no other demands. Simply keep those unruly youths together. I appreciate your assistance. Ye Suifeng quickly replied, It is no trouble. This is my duty. Then please, follow me. Soon, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were all adequately settled. The resources and facilities for cultivation were being meticulously prepared. The vacancies left by the 3 masters of the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all. After exiting Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Ye Suifeng did not rush home, that he wandered through the bustling streets of Cloud City, immersing himself in the local customs and culture of this world. Naturally, indulging in the culinary delights was a must, from tofu dragonfish to green bamboo phoenix floss, and the northern feast, whether at humble street stalls or the city's most prestigious restaurant. Ye Suifeng dined wherever the wind took him. His astonishing appetite left even the carriage drivers in wide-eyed astonishment. After a long exploration, he arrived at a grand pavilion called the Treasure Pavilion. As its name suggests, it was a place for the sale of various treasures that it was said to be an immensely powerful entity with establishments scattered across the continent, boasting extraordinary strength and remarkable scale. I need to acquire some cultivation techniques to understand the training system of this world, Ye Suifeng mused. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage and possessed an astonishingly powerful soul, he still lacked a systematic understanding of specific techniques. However, this was of little concern. With his unfathomable spiritual consciousness, he could swiftly grasp the operational principles of any technique. After some contemplation, he stepped into the treasure pavilion that he explored the first floor and found a plethora of items. Techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and cultivation materials were all available. However, most of these items were below the yellow grade, the lowest tier in the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Naturally, Ye Suifeng looked down upon them, approaching the counter. He located the floor manager and opened a storage bag before him. I wish to speak with your pavilion master. Tell them a significant business opportunity has arrived. Ye Suifeng stated succinctly. The manager's eyes widened at the sight of the filled storage bag, realizing it contained at least 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Indeed, this was a major business opportunity. Without delay, he ushered Ye Suifeng into a private room, offering fine tea and water, before hastily seeking out the pavilion master. Moments later, an enchanting woman entered. She appeared youthful and voluptuous, her every smile and frown captivating. Ah, it is the esteemed head of the Ye family. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Please forgive me, she greeted, her voice melodious and endearing. Are you the master of the treasure pavilion? Ye Suifeng inquired. The woman took a seat opposite him, smiling. Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the head of the treasure pavilion in Cloud City. You may address me as such. Master Gu, Ye Suifeng clasped his fists in greeting. I have come today to procure some treasures, and I trust that with the strength of the treasure pavilion, I will not be disappointed. He wasted no time and dove straight into the matter. You are quite forthright, Master Yi, Gu Wanxin replied. Her cheeks tinged with a charming blush as she retrieved a jade slip from her robe, placing it on the table. You wouldn't be interested in yellow grade items, would you? Here is a list of our Xian grade treasures. Do take a look and see if anything catches your eye. Xian grade items. Even the lowest tier spiritual herb were valued at over 10,000 spiritual stones. That Gu Wanxin clearly regarded Ye Suifeng as a wealthy patron, and she was correct. He truly was a man of considerable means. Ye Suifeng picked up the jade slip, extending a thread of his consciousness. Instantly, a multitude of names and descriptions of treasures appeared before him. Similar to the first floor, the selection was diverse, showcasing the true reputation of the treasure pavilion. Ye Suifeng focused particularly on the techniques, martial skills, and cultivation manuals, sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement techniques, alchemy, artifact forging formations. Everything that should be included was present, perfectly suited for Ye Suifeng to familiarize himself with this world. However, upon reviewing the list, Ye Suifeng discovered that only Xian grade lower tier techniques were available. Are there no higher tier items? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Xian grade middle tier was already considered high-end in Cloud City. Yet he seemed unsatisfied. Master Yi, items above Xian grade upper tier are exceedingly rare. I do not mean to offend, but their value is immense. Money is not an issue. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Bring forth any high-grade items you possess. Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Had she not heard that the Yi family was on the verge of decline? Why did this new patriarch seem so extravagant? Yet, with business at hand, she could not afford to turn him away. Retrieving a glowing jade slip from her robes, she placed it before Ye Suifeng. This contains our Xian grade upper-tier treasures. Please see if any are to your liking, Gu Wanxin said. Ye Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual energy once more. This time, the list was notably shorter. After all, Xin-grade upper-tier items were not common fare, that he quickly scanned the contents, noting the exceptional quality of the items. Including a superb Xin-grade spiritual sword, exquisitely designed and potent, perfect for his daughter, Yi Huangti resolved to ask her what she liked upon his return, as his previous obstinacy had caused her distress over the years. Are there no even higher-tier items? Ye Suifeng set down the jade slip. More advanced, Gu Wanxin was bewildered. What was with Ye Suifeng's insatiable appetite? Even Xian-grade premium treasures could not satisfy him. Beyond that lay the earth-grade treasures, the true gems of the treasure pavilion. Did he truly possess such financial capability? Gu Wanxin could not help but doubt whether this Ye family patriarch was merely jesting. Yet, observing his composed demeanor, he did not seem the type to engage in frivolity. The Ji Wanxin shook her head inwardly. No one dared to offend the treasure pavilion lightly, and showing him the higher-tier items would pose no harm. Once more, she withdrew a golden jade slip and handed it to Ye Suifeng. Master Yi, this is our prized possession. Should you still find it lacking, I am afraid I cannot assist further. Gu Wanxin said with feigned gravity. Oh, very well. Was the highest tier merely earth-grade treasures? He decided to proceed with this that Ye Suifeng's expression showed a hint of disappointment. While Gu Wanxin felt increasingly confused, being attuned to the nuances of human expression. She clearly perceived Ye Suifeng's discontent. Could he truly be dissatisfied with earth-grade items? Heaven help her. What kind of tycoon had she encountered? At that moment, Ye Suifeng probed into the contents of the prized possession. Naturally, such treasures were limited in number. There were only 5 items in total. 2 techniques, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. Kanglin technique. Earth-grade lower-tier technique. Divine slaying 9 swords. Earth-grade middle-tier martial skill. An earth-grade lower-tier jade talisman capable of erecting a sturdy protective barrier, and an earth-grade middle-tier alchemy furnace, which could generate its own alchemical fire, aiding the alchemist in their craft. The highest quality item was that stone. Calm Heart Stone. Earth-grade upper-tier treasure, soothes the soul and enhances cultivation efficiency, assisting in the comprehension of techniques. The Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. These were indeed remarkable items. Are there truly no higher-grade treasures? Ye Suifeng invited. Gu Wanxin blushed with embarrassment. Truly, there are none. Our branch pavilion is relatively small, and these 5 items are all we have in terms of prized possessions. Very well. Ye Suifeng ceased to press further and asked, Shall we discuss the prices now? Gu Wanxin's eyes brightened. At last, they were discussing prices. It seemed this Ye family patriarch was genuinely interested in making a purchase. Which item piques your interest? Gu Wanxin asked. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Let us hear about them all. As you wish. Gu Wanxin pondered briefly before continuing. You must know that earth-grade treasures are exceedingly rare. Even in Su City. Kanglin technique is priced at 2 billion spiritual stones. Divine slaying 9 swords, 100 billion. Fortune jade pendant, 10 billion. Ancient alchemy furnace, 50 billion. And the calm heart stone is 500 billion spiritual stones. What terrifying prices! In the past, the expenditures of the Yi family, encompassing the daily needs, cultivation resources, shop investments, and resource maintenance, totaled around 10 billion spiritual stones per year. Their annual income was roughly comparable. They could not even afford the cheapest fortune jade pendant. In all of Cloud City, perhaps only the most powerful Tang family could purchase a single inexpensive prized possession from the treasure pavilion. However, if the Tang family were to make such a purchase, their members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which item do you wish to acquire? Gu Wanxin's face radiated anticipation. These 5 prized possessions had sat unsold since her arrival. If she could sell even one, it would yield a significant commission. More importantly, it would garner her considerable honor in the main pavilion of Su City. The Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Bring them all to me. I shall take them all. Gu Wanxin was momentarily speechless. She doubted her ears. In her estimation, Ye Suifeng would likely purchase the Kanglin technique due to its relative affordability and significant benefit to his family. Yet, she never anticipated he would want them all. Is that true? Gu Wanxin felt compelled to confirm. Ye Suifeng smiled. Of course it is true, but you must provide me with some larger storage bags. Otherwise, I shall not have sufficient space for all these spiritual stones. Ye Suifeng intended to spend some of the lower-tier spiritual stones. As their accumulation was becoming cumbersome and unsightly, Ji Yuanxin felt dizzy. Having reached this point, she no longer feared that Ye Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, she returned with a stack of storage bags, then handed him a beautiful ring. The 5 prized possessions are contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from now on, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Treasure Pavilion in Cloud City. Gu Wanxin expressed with deep respect. For to her, Ye Suifeng was not just a wealthy benefactor, but also a means for her to ascend to greater heights. Reflecting on the expressions of those in the main hall upon discovering her considerable sales brought a delightful sense of satisfaction to his heart. Very well. Ye Suifeng accepted the ring and inspected its contents, confirming that the 5 items were indeed present. Without any issues, that he then took the storage bag and commenced filling it with spirit stones. The storage bags brought by Gu Wanxin were quite spacious, each capable of accommodating 50 billion spirit stones. After completing the task, Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Still insufficient. Gu Wanxin, puzzled, replied, have you miscalculated? There are a total of 14 storage bags, which can hold 700 billion spirit stones, while those items total 680 billion. A warm smile graced Ye Suifeng's face. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted everything, I did not refer solely to the treasures of the store. I also wish to acquire the 2 jade slips that detail the profound level treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in surprise. This, in Chapter 7, Yi Huang's thoughts. No one in Yunshao City was aware that the Wanbage had suddenly become impoverished, reduced to mere finances. All profound level treasures have been swept away, transformed into 10 storage rings, all adorning Ye Suifeng's fingers. When he departed, Gu Wanxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from Wanbage to ensure his safe return to his family. Ye Suifeng politely declined. No one could seize anything from him. He leisurely indulged in 2 exquisite meals before making his way home. The sky nearly darkening by then, Ye Suifeng first visited Sui Yun, discarding 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study amidst the disarray. Subsequently, he returned to his courtyard and, before entering, heard the sound of bang, bang. Upon entering, he discovered his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches, wrapping her hands in layers of cloth. She faced a black force-testing stone, which possessed remarkable resilience, quickly recovering even after sustaining a dent. Making it ideal for training, Yi Huang struck the stone with unwavering focus, beads of sweat dampening her bangs, twisting them into clumps against her face. What a diligent young lady. Ye Suifeng thought with pride in his memories. This daughter had always been exceptionally sensible, never causing him worry, even shouldering many of his burdens. Truly, a child from a humble background learns responsibility early. Xiao Huang, Ye Suifeng called out. Father, you're back. Yi Huang lifted her head, her fists never ceasing their rhythmic strikes. Have you eaten dinner? Ye Suifeng inhuited. I've already dined. Take a moment to rest. Come inside. And I have matters to discuss. Yi Huang shook her head. Just a moment more. If I complete 200 more punches, I will have reached 1,000, which is my post-meal training routine. Such a stubborn girl. Ye Suifeng did not press further, standing by as he observed his daughter fulfill her goals. Each punch she delivered was fueled with all her might, aiming to break through her limits. However, in Ye Suifeng's eyes, her technique was lacking. A slight adjustment could yield far superior results that he resolved to provide guidance to his beloved daughter in the future. Upon completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang exhaled deeply and smiled at Ye Suifeng. Come inside. The two entered the room. Once seated, Ye Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's cultivation, but suddenly realized he did not even know her current level of mastery. What a neglectful father he was. Xiao Huang, to what stage have you cultivated? Yi Huang's expression showed shock. For years, her father had never inquired about her cultivation level. What was happening today? I just broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement a few days ago. Ye Huang confessed, somewhat embarrassed. There are 12 layers in Qi refinement. And at 14 years of age, reaching the 7th layer in a place like Yunshao City merely signified passing the threshold. However, within the Ye family, several peers of her age had already surpassed the Qi refinement stage and entered the transformation stage. Compared to them, Ye Huang's strength appeared woefully inadequate, particularly as the daughter of the family head, which must bear considerable pressure. Do not be disheartened. From today onward, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will catch up swiftly, Ye Suifeng assured her. Thank you, Father. Ye Huang beamed with joy. She had little expectation for guidance. The most crucial aspect was that her father finally cared about her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. Well, I brought back some gifts for you from my outing today. Why don't you tell me what you like or what your greatest wish is? Ye Suifeng asked. He had acquired an abundance of items. It would not be wise to overwhelm her with everything. Listening to her preferences first seemed prudent, that why Ye Huang paused, contemplating. My wish is to diligently cultivate and become a powerful individual, so that I can, as she spoke, her voice trailed off, lowering her head. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had long been concealed in her heart, not easily articulated. So that you can? Ye Suifeng prompted. So that I can participate in the upcoming Yunshao City battle. Ye Huang fibbed slightly. The Yunshao City battle? Ye Suifeng beating kit. Then recollected the event. Indeed, there was such a matter that in Yunshao City, the three major families would inevitably clash in various aspects. To avoid widespread bloodshed, they had deliberated and proposed the Yunshao City battle. This competition was held every 2 years, with each family sending 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to engage in combat. The victors would claim the shops or resource territories of the defeated. The Ye family had lost several recent battles, resulting in significant losses of family assets. Thus, their financial situation had become strained. The next Yunshao City battle was merely half a year away. To think that his daughter harbored such aspirations. Wishing to shine for the family. What a wonderful child, the Ye Suifeng nodded. Cultivation was an essential path, and even if she did not mention it, he would assist her in advancing on her cultivation journey. Aside from cultivation, what else do you enjoy? Ye Huang pondered before responding. Beyond cultivation, I enjoy alchemy. Why do you like alchemy? Ye Suifeng asked, curious. Because, if one masters the art of alchemy, it can be incredibly profitable, Ye Huang chuckled. Scratching her head, Ye Suifeng realized his daughter had become wary of poverty. Before becoming the family head, although Ye Suifeng enjoyed the family's allowances, they were meager due to his lack of contributions. Barely sustaining daily life, and no wonder his daughter was so concerned about finances. Very well, I support you. Ye Suifeng declared that it was a rare thing for young people to harbor dreams, and he would certainly lend his full support. He then retrieved the earth-level alchemy furnace he had purchased that day from the storage ring. I just bought this. It's superior to your current furnace. Take it. Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with delight as she received the furnace. She was unaware that this item was the prized possession of Wanbage. Nevertheless, anything gifted by her father delighted her immensely. Our family has recently employed a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend classes. From today onward, I will personally guide your alchemical practices. Oh, very well. Ye Huang blinked in surprise. When did her father learn alchemy? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before inquiring. By the way, do you like swords? Yes. Quite a bit. However, since our family excels in martial arts, I chose to practice fist techniques, Ye Huang replied. Now, we have sword techniques as well, Ye Suifeng stated, producing a top-grade profound sword from the storage ring and offering it to Ye Huang. Since you like swords, you should begin practicing with this. The elegant blade radiated a faint purple glow, and Ye Huang's eyes instantly sparkled with wonder. It was simply beautiful, though she was uncertain of its grade. I'll give you the techniques tomorrow. Oh, and there's also this. Ye Suifeng then presented the Tranquility Stone he had acquired. The high-grade Tranquility Stone greatly aids in cultivation and is coveted by all practitioners. Ye Huang stared in awe as she accepted the Tranquility Stone, still unaware of its significance. All right, you should return to your room and rest early. With cultivation, One must also pay heed to the balance between work and rest. It is not merely about relentless practice to achieve success, Ye Suifeng advised. Ye Huang nodded, her heart racing with excitement as she stood to leave at Ye Suifeng's side. He knew his daughter would likely continue cultivating late into the night. But it was no great concern. Young people should indeed strive diligently. After freshening up, Ye Suifeng lay in bed, taking out the 2 earth-grade techniques he had purchased that day. Each of these techniques, if revealed, would undoubtedly cause a sensation in Yunshao City due to their high grades. Yet, Ye Suifeng found himself unsatisfied that he intended to improve them further. This section is clearly flawed. The flow of spirit energy should be directed this way. The pathways are incorrect too. 2 better ones should be substituted. With countless years of cultivation, Ye Suifeng's spirit had grown so formidable that it was beyond measure, capable of perceiving the essence. For Earth-level techniques, it was trivial to identify flaws and make improvements. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless regarding his daughter's cultivation. It was not until the late hours of the night that Ye Suifeng finally completed the revisions for both techniques. Now, Kangling Gong has transformed from a low-grade martial art into a rare and exquisite technique of the Earth level. Meanwhile, Shishin Jian has ascended to the mid-tier of the heavenly level, and upon reaching mastery, it possesses the capability to slay true gods. Never mind. Let us proceed as such for now. Let us make do with these 2 books for the time being. For the sake of little Huang, in due course, I shall delve into some celestial arts or Taoist techniques to further her learning. Chapter 8. The family in turmoil. Today marks the day when the disciples of the Ye family receive their monthly stipends. Young men and women, in small groups or solitary, make their way towards the family's administration hall that a young man clad in white, with a commanding presence, strides along the path, a golden spear slung across his back. "Brother Long, wait for me." Suddenly, a bright and cheerful voice calls from behind. He turns to see 2 young individuals of similar height, dressed in green, sprinting towards him. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Long greets the girl, smiling broadly, approaches him and inquires, "When did you emerge from seclusion?" "Brother Long, 3 days ago." Yi Long nods at the 2, and they continue on together. "How was your experience during this seclusion?" Ye Vin asks. "It was quite rewarding," Yi Long replies. "I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi transformation and successfully cultivated the Dragon Slayer Spear technique to the minor completion stage." Yi Qian's eyes instantly sparkle with admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle at Yunshao City in 6 months, we must teach those detestable members of the Li family a lesson," she exclaims, shaking her small fists in indignation. Yi Long purses his lips. His strength ranks among the strongest of the younger generation in the Yi family. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is certain to secure a spot in the battle at Yunshao City. However, he harbors no substantial confidence in overcoming the Li family. According to reliable sources, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has already advanced to the 5th layer of Qi transformation and has mastered the art of hidden weapons to an extraordinary degree. Should he face him now, defeat seems almost inevitable. Yi Long clenches his fists. "Rest assured, I shall strive diligently." "Yes, I believe in you." Yi Qian cheers him on. "You both must also put forth your best efforts. The Yi family cannot falter in our generation," Yi Long asserts earnestly. The other 2 nod in agreement. "Brother Long, I received news from Father a few days ago that our stipends are to be reduced again," Yi Qian suddenly remarks, breaking the silence. All 3 of them are children of Ye Suifeng, with Yi Long being the eldest at 15 years of age, while the twins, Yi Qian and Yi Qian, are 14, slightly younger than Yi Huang. Ye Suifeng oversees the family's resources, thus they were privy to some information ahead of time. "I am aware," Yi Long sighs softly. "The family is currently facing difficulties, so we must exert ourselves in our cultivation, uniting our efforts to help the family weather this storm." Yi Qian pouts, saying, "Though that may be the case, with the reduction in stipends, won't it become even more challenging for us to cultivate? Moreover, now that Uncle has become the head of the family, I fear our days ahead may not be so bright." While she speaks, Yi Long suddenly halts. Smack! A resounding slap lands on Yi Qian's face. quickly leaving a red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Ye Long's expression darkens as he glares at Yi Qian, then casts a stern look at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, startled, trembles slightly and hastily interjects. Brother, we were wrong. You know how straightforward my sister can be. Straightforward? Eventually, words will bring calamity. Yi Long scoffs coldly. Regardless of our uncle's character, he is now our family head, the highest authority in the Yi family. To speak recklessly about him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 cardinal rules of the family? The 2 chastised siblings lower their heads in silence. In this household, parents hold the utmost authority, followed closely by the elder brother. Brother, I was in the wrong, Yi Qian murmurs softly, covering her face. The Yi Long glances at her and then addresses Yi Qian. In my absence, you must take good care of her. Do not allow her to act willfully every day. Yi Qian quickly agrees. After receiving their reprimand, the siblings fall silent. Moments later, the 3 arrive at the administration hall. Young masters, here are your stipends and cultivation resources for this month. Take good care of them and cultivate diligently, the steward of the hall says with a warm smile. The trio feels a bit puzzled. Wasn't the stipend supposed to be reduced? Why does the steward seem so cheerful? Nevertheless, they brush aside their thoughts, collect their storage bags, and turn to leave. Do you all have classes today? Yi Long inquires. Yes, Yi Qian replies. Our previous 3 instructors have left. And I heard the family head has recruited 3 new ones yesterday. That alone speaks to the head's capabilities, Yi Long comments. Thus, let us dismiss any unnecessary thoughts and focus on diligent cultivation. As they walk, they suddenly notice Yi Qian standing still, motionless. What's wrong? Yi Long asks. Yi Qian lifts her head, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. She holds her storage bag, which is now open. It seems my stipend was given incorrectly. Yi Long furrows his brow. Did we not hear that this month's stipend would be reduced? What is so surprising about that? No, that's not it. Yi Qian opens her storage bag wider. My stipend has indeed decreased. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? Yi Long and Yi Qian rush forward to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in disbelief that A.'s direct descendants. They originally received 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi nourishing pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills for their daily cultivation. However, the quantities in their sister's storage bag are clearly amiss. After careful counting, they discover there are a total of 100 spirit stones, and both the qi nourishing pills and bone strengthening pills have doubled. Moreover, there are 2 additional items. One bottle contains a red elixir, labeled body tempering pill. The other is a round porcelain pill marked as a marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, especially the marrow cleansing pill, are high-grade elixirs. How could they have ended up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Yi Qian asserts. With such abundant resources, it certainly does not appear to be meant for them. Let us check our own, Yi Long suddenly suggests. The 2 then open their storage bags, only to find themselves frozen in astonishment. Identical? What is happening? Were all of them misallocated? The 3 exchange glances, each seeing the same expression of confusion reflected back. After a moment of silence, Yi Long closes his storage bag and states solemnly, "It must be a mistake. These items are certainly meant for someone else. We cannot keep them." The other 2 nod in agreement. Not wishing to benefit from items not rightfully theirs, they return to the administration hall and hand back the storage bags to the steward. Steward Liao, it seems these items were not meant for us, Yi Long says. Oh, were they misallocated? Steward Liao takes the storage bags, examines them closely, and then hands them back. Young masters, you truly have a sense of humor. The contents are correct. They are indeed for you. The 3 are left speechless once more. But the quantities? Steward Liao waves his hand dismissively, smiling. Did you not see the family head's decree inside? Huh? Yi Long looks puzzled and then opens his storage bag, discovering a distinct item within .it is a small decree. And upon opening it, a line of bold characters unfurls before them. Resources are abundant. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9. guidance and cultivation. The Ye family is abuzz with excitement, and one anticipated that this month's stipends would increase to such an extent. Heavens! The chi-nourishing pills this time are actually mid-grade, and the bone-strengthening pills are the same. After consuming the pills, some were immediately awestruck by the immense spiritual energy within, compared to low-grade chi-nourishing pills. The cultivation efficiency of mid-grade pills is more than 5 times greater. My goodness, the new alchemy instructor is actually Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Someone in the alchemy class recognized Master Zhang Ziming. He could hardly believe that the family managed to invite him as an instructor, that I end the classes on weapon forging and formations. Others also recognized the 2 6th-grade masters, leaving them in a state of shock. The family has truly invested heavily this time. Coupled with the family head's conveyed decree, cultivate diligently. Resources are plentiful. The Ye family has officially embarked on its first era of collective cultivation. Such news quickly spread, reaching the ears of the other 2 prominent families. Resources doubled, 6th-grade masters. It seems the Ye family is betting everything on the upcoming battle at Yunshao City in 6 months. I said it before, the newly appointed head of the Ye family is a fool. Such actions are merely depleting their own foundation, that I wonder how the elders of the Ye family allow him to act so recklessly. Who knows? Perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Ye family truly won't go far. They are destined to be defeated by Ye Suifeng now. Members of the Li family scoff at Ye Suifeng's actions, mocking him for what they perceive as a reckless depletion of the family's foundation, leading to their self-destruction. The Ye family possesses such wealth. Have they tapped into their family reserves? That seems improbable. It's hard to say. I've seen Ye Suifeng before. He doesn't seem particularly capable. Perhaps he made such an absurd decision out of sheer folly. However, there is a question. Those 6th-grade masters are not easily summoned back to the family, and one wonders what immense cost the Ye family has truly paid. Regardless, in the Battle of Yuntian City 6 months hence, our Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other 2 families. The members of the Tang family were also puzzled, uncertain of what Ye Suifeng's actions truly signified. The entire Yuntian City had experienced a significant tremor due to the Ye family's sudden and vigorous investment in cultivation resources. Yet, as the instigator of this event, Ye Suifeng sat beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, perusing a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Ye Huang, diligently practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Ye Suifeng had gifted her 2 revised martial arts manuals. However, due to her inadequate foundation, he decided it best for her to first solidify her swordsmanship basics. Naturally, Ye Suifeng had his own unique methods that he had sifted through numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, ultimately crafting an entirely new sword technique called Basic Sword Technique, Huang. Despite its seemingly frivolous name, this technique was profoundly more sophisticated than those ordinary introductory sword manuals that IT could maximally assist a complete novice in swordsmanship while effectively honing their sword posture and even enhancing their physical constitution and coordination. Most importantly, it was tailor-made for Ye Huang based on her physique. After merely an hour of practice, Ye Huang had already begun to exhibit a commendable form, far removed from her earlier clumsiness with the sword. Once her training was on track, Ye Suifeng resumed his study of the martial arts text he had purchased the previous day. The book in his hands was titled Thundersound Body Refinement Technique, a superior grade body refinement technique of the profound level. This technique is quite good, Ye Suifeng nodded, popping a crystal-clear apple into his mouth. Having resolved to cultivate Ye Huang, he was determined not to be negligent. Martial arts, sword techniques, body refinement, and magical treasures, while not necessarily the best, they at least had to be of acceptable quality. Relying solely on her own efforts was simply unrealistic. Firstly, Ye Huang was not an extraordinary genius, merely a cultivator with barely passable aptitude. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be considerably limited. Secondly, what good is wealth if not utilized? Why are secluded families, super sects, and descendants of sacred lands so formidable? Is it all due to their own efforts? Nonsense. They have all ascended through an abundance of resources. In comparison, his investment in Ye Huang was still far from sufficient. However, Ye Suifeng was not in a rush. he preferred a methodical approach, taking things slowly. After finishing the thunder sound body refinement technique, he poured himself a cup of tea and savored it thoughtfully. The technique is commendable. After modifications, it has become a heavenly grade body refinement technique. But Ye Suifeng glanced at his daughter, who was earnestly training, and shook his head slightly. Simultaneously cultivating multiple top-tier techniques may not necessarily yield favorable results. Never mind, I shall devise an effective body tempering elixir based on this technique. That would be more straightforward. With this thought, Ye Suifeng's vast consciousness began to engage in calculations, and within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he devised a formulation for the body tempering elixir. This elixir may not be the strongest, but the available materials were sufficient, sparing him the trouble of seeking out rare treasures. I just need one more ingredient. Ye Suifeng raised his gaze to the sky. The essence of the thunder sound body refinement technique lay in thunder. The elixir derived from it required thunder as its primary ingredient. What could possibly be more potent than the tribulation thunder from the pinnacle of the tribulation? Indeed, Ye Suifeng had set his sights on the heavenly Dao he had teased a few days prior. Just a small borrowing, and he assumed it would not mind too much. It's rather conspicuous to undergo tribulation here. I should find a more secluded location. Ye Suifeng contemplated, rising to his feet. Xiao Huang. It's time to stop. He observed his daughter, glistening with sweat, and said, "It's all right, father. I can keep going." Ye Huang, panting and flushed, grit her teeth and continued to wield her sword according to her father's teachings. Ye Suifeng's expression darkened slightly as he insisted, "Do as I say. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. I instructed you to stop so you could sit and practice the Kanglan technique. This is the perfect opportunity." Upon hearing her father's words, Ye Huang quickly gathered her posture, calmed her breathing, and seated herself on the ground, preparing to channel the Kanglan technique. Before beginning, she stole a glance at Ye Suifeng. Father has become so authoritative lately. In the past, he never commented on my training. Yet, this stern demeanor provides a sense of reassurance. With these thoughts, she closed her eyes and began earnestly cultivating that. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly, instructing, "Remember, for every hour spent practicing the basic sword technique, meditate for an hour afterward, summarizing your progress and identifying areas for improvement. Every 3 hours constitutes a cycle. Complete 2 cycles daily, and do not exceed that. The remaining time is yours to allocate as you wish," he meticulously advised. "All right, take your time. I shall step out for a while and return by evening." With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10. Tribulation. The Qinggu jailing stands as a formidable chasm in the northern expanse of Yantian City. Beyond it lies the northern snowfield. Legends speak of the northern snowfield as a desolate land, where resources are scarce and people live in extreme hardship, akin to primitive tribes, clad in animal skins and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. In summary, it is a region devoid of culture. However, this is merely conjecture from the Lingnan people, as few have crossed the Qinggu jailing to witness the northern snowfield splendor. The Qinggu jailing halts nearly all who venture near. Its mountainous terrain is dense with ancient, untraversed areas. Countless formidable beasts lurk within the depths of the highlands, and to tread carelessly could result in losing one's life in an instant. Yet this perilous environment beckons many cultivators seeking to hone their skills. The treasures possessed by these beasts are abundant, and should one stumble upon a spirit herb of earthly grade or higher, it could lead to sudden wealth and a life free from worry. At this moment, several young cultivators tread cautiously around the periphery of the highlands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing them to freeze in place. One long-haired youth immediately dropped to the ground. Straining to listen, his expression shifted dramatically. "Run! A horde of ferocious beasts is charging toward us," he shouted in alarm, only to find his companions frozen in place, mouths agape, staring at the sky. The long-haired youth followed their gaze and was left speechless. The sky was engulfed in dark clouds, obscuring much of the heavens. That it formed a swirling vortex, pulsating with azure and violet light, the oppressive aura making his chest tighten, as if his heart might leap from his chest. "What is that?" They trembled, feeling their legs weaken. This spectacle felt like an omen of impending doom. Just then, the roaring intensified, and they witnessed flocks of birds erupting from the nearby forest in a panic. "It's a beast tide. We must flee." The long-haired youth reacted first, shouting frantically, and then turned to escape. The others snapped back to reality, hastily following in his wake, racing toward the mountain's edge and on a peak deep within the highlands. Ye Suifeng observed the burgeoning tribulation clouds above with a furrowed brow. "The commotion is quite considerable. Had I known, I would have ventured further in." He had chosen this location to draw out the tribulation lightning specifically to avoid alarming ordinary cultivators. Yet he had not anticipated the cloud's expansive reach, nearly spilling over the mountain's borders. "Come on, hurry it up, stop dawdling," Ye Suifeng grumbled, gazing upward. The tribulation lightning he awaited was the most formidable, the 99 heavenly tribulation. Comprising 81 bolts, each exponentially more powerful than the last, that of course, the quality also increased correspondingly, that why Ye Suifeng sought to harness the final bolt of lightning, which was why he had remained patient for so long. As if sensing Ye Suifeng's provocation, the tribulation clouds began to whirl faster. Boom! A bolt of azure-violet lightning descended from the heavens, laden with boundless celestial might, crashing down upon Ye Suifeng's head. Yet with a mere flick of his hand, the seemingly invincible lightning was shattered into fragments, cascading like blossoms upon the surrounding peaks. Instantly, the earth trembled and several small hills crumbled under the onslaught. "Now, that's more like it. Hurry up." Ye Suifeng showed no signs of damage. The lightning continued to descend in waves, yet before Ye Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, easily dispatched. Finally, the 99 heavenly tribulation reached its last bolt. The tribulation clouds above began to contract. But the violent energy contained within surged to unprecedented levels. The clouds shrank to a minuscule point. Boom! A bolt of resplendent purple lightning erupted forth. "I've been waiting for you." Ye Suifeng soared into the air, charging directly toward the obliterating bolt of lightning. His right hand shifted, myriad profound energies coalescing within his left hand. He produced a white jade bottle in an instant. Ye Suifeng collided with the lightning. But the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. Instead, it abruptly ceased, akin to the final note of a pipa, transitioning into a serene expanse of clear skies. The silhouette of Ye Suifeng gently descended. As a swirling orb of violet energy erupted in his grasp, rampaging restlessly. "Behave yourself," he commanded, his fingers curling slightly, causing the violet energy to contract steadily until it transformed into a diminutive liquid, suspended delicately above his palm. This violet liquid was subsequently contained within a jade bottle of mutton fat. "Ah, finally accomplished," Ye Suifeng sighed as he raised his gaze to the heavens, where a majestic heavenly gate materialized in the void. Flickering in and out of sight, the gate gradually opened. A radiant golden light enveloped Ye Suifeng, and ethereal melodies emanated from within. He had transcended the 99 heavenly tribulations and was on the verge of attaining immortality. "Heh! There's no rush. You should return for now." Ye Suifeng dissipated his celestial aura, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. This realm could not accommodate immortals. To ascend, one must transcend to the higher realms. Ye Suifeng was reluctant to ascend just yet, having only recently arrived and yearning to fully experience the culture and nuances of this world. Moreover, he had a lovely daughter awaiting his return home. Once he had dispelled his immortal aura, the celestial gate in the void appeared to lose its target, lingering momentarily before gradually fading away. Well then, mission accomplished. Ye Suifeng stored the jade bottle back into his spatial pouch. The primary medicinal ingredient was ready. And when the opportune moment arose, he could concoct the body-tempering liquid for Yi Huang. The final bolt of the 99 heavenly tribulations harbored both destruction and creation, and even Ye Suifeng himself was uncertain of the tremendous effects that the body-tempering liquid crafted from it would yield. Standing atop the mountain, aside from the peak beneath his feet, the surroundings lay in utter disarray, having been ravaged by the thunderous tribulations, which had sheared off several dozen meters. The terror of the heavenly tribulation was plainly evident. He gazed towards the north, where a formidable consciousness reached out over a distance of thousands of miles, arriving at a vast, snow-laden plateau. There lay the fabled northern snowy expanse, appearing desolate indeed. Ye Suifeng's consciousness meandered aimlessly. Suddenly, another immense consciousness surged forth from the depths of the plateau, racing towards him. This presence seemed to meld seamlessly with the entire northern expanse, rivaling the infinitesimal fraction of consciousness Ye Suifeng had projected. It was extraordinarily powerful. Is there such a level of cultivator in this world? Upon sensing that formidable consciousness approach, Ye Suifeng quickly retracted his own, preferring not to engage with the pinnacle powers of the world just yet. Perhaps another time, he shrugged, as the sun began its descent, realizing that the 99 heavenly tribulations had consumed far too much of his time, that it was time to return home. In the extreme north, a pair of icy eyes suddenly snapped open, peering into the divine realm. Are they friend or foe? Another strand of fate lies hidden within the mists. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11. Saving a life, a figure flashed across the sky. Beneath, the majestic mountains stretched endlessly, rapidly retreating. That Ye Suifeng could have teleported back instantly, but he wished to behold the scenery of this world. Thus refraining from doing, so that as he journeyed, he could distinctly perceive that many areas of the mountains had been ravaged by beasts, with some timid demonic creatures still exhibiting signs of panic. Evidently affected by his tribulation, suddenly he sensed a tumultuous struggle nearby, indicating the presence of humans. After a moment's consideration, he altered his course and flew towards the commotion. Hovering in midair, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, engaged in a fierce battle with a single-horned azure bull. The azure bull, a second-tier demonic beast, was equivalent to a human at the late stage of chi transformation. In contrast, the 4 were merely cultivators at the late stage of chi refinement, revealing a stark disparity in strength. It was unclear how long the battle had raged, but 2 of the 4 were already injured, moving sluggishly. Only a long-haired youth and the female continued to fight fiercely. Suddenly, the long-haired youth was hurled away by the bull. Yet he quickly recovered, resolutely confronting the beast head-on. Gritting his teeth, he felt the surge of blood from the previous blow, indicating internal injury. "Attack its lower body," he bellowed. Upon hearing this, the other 3 immediately soared upward, their swords drawn, striking towards the azure bull. However, the bull was evidently no easy foe. As they approached, it erupted into a frenzy, kicking out with its hooves and easily countering their assault. 1 individual, already injured, was struck by the bull's iron hoof, sent sprawling through a thicket, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. "Ma Fong!" the long-haired youth roared, his eyes filled with rage. Clutching a metal rod, he swung it towards the bull's head. Yet, that was the bull's most fortified area, and his strike bore little consequence, causing him to stagger back and be tossed aside once more. Roar! The azure bull repelled all 4, letting out a deafening roar, as if it were an invincible ancient demon. The bull's iron hooves shook the earth with a thunderous sound. Then it turned its gaze towards the bloodied Ma Fong, a flash of crimson gleaming in its eyes as it charged. It was already sentient, aware that eliminating one of the human's vital forces first would lead to an easier victory over the rest. The bull's speed was astonishing, its indomitable horn poised to collide with Ma Fong. "No!" the long-haired youth cried out in despair. Was his companion, whom he had shared countless days with, to perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lay on the ground, eyes shut, bracing for death. Suddenly, a small sapling stood upright from the thicket before Ma Fong. As everyone overlooked it, it waved its tiny branches, striking the azure bull's head. Boom! A ressounding explosion érupted. Amidst a cloud of dust and debris, a colossal figure was sent flying from the epicenter, showering the air with hot blood, crashing to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly saw that the one sent flying was none other than the formidable azure bull, whose once indomitable horn was now shattered. A significant portion of its skull caved in, blood gushing forth. That it was dead beyond salvation. What had transpired? At that moment, a towering figure descended from the sky. Indeed, it was Ye Suifeng who had intervened. That a human. He could not stand idly by while his kind faced demise. Moreover, It was evident that the azure bull had emerged from the mountains, frightened by his tribulation. Thus he bore some responsibility for the current predicament. The young individuals had suffered an unwarranted calamity that he could not simply watch them perish. "What is your name?" Ye Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. "Feng. Feng Ji," he stammered, still dazed by the overwhelming presence of this individual, who had effortlessly slain the second-tier azure bull. Could he possibly be a foundational stage expert? "Quickly, go check on your companion," Ye Suifeng urged. Feng Ji snapped back to reality, hastily scrambling to Ma Feng's side. That moment, Ma Feng was bewilderedly examining a small sapling before him. "Ma Feng, how are you?" Feng Ji called out that Feng looked up briefly, then struggled to rise, grimacing. "I'm in deep trouble. It'll take at least half a month of recuperation to recover." Feng Ji sighed with relief at the sight of his friend alive. However, he soon furrowed his brow, asking, "Ma Feng, what's with the sapling? Why do you keep staring at it?" Ma Feng's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "Feng Gu, you might not believe me. It was just now that it suddenly stood up and slapped the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Feng Gu, we've struck gold." Observing the overly excited Ma Feng, Feng Ji's expression darkened. "Brother, don't be foolish. It was that senior who saved us." He then carefully assisted Ma Feng to his feet. The other two companions also gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris from their clothes before approaching Ye Suifeng, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we will do our utmost." Feng Ji declared earnestly to Ye Suifeng played with the broken horn of the azure bull, waving his hand dismissively. It was a minor matter, no need to dwell on it. This incident had originated from him, and he did not possess the audacity to demand any recompense. However, to Feng Ji and the others, this was a different story. This formidable senior was not only powerful, but also strikingly handsome. And his demeanor was so gentle. They felt incredibly fortunate today. "By the way, are you all locals?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Feng Ji nodded. "Yes, Senior. The four of us hail from a place called Yinggu Town, just outside Qinggu Jailing." "Yinggu Town?" "Indeed, it's a small town within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City." Feng Ji explained to Ye Suifeng's eyes brightened. Yunshao City was not merely an ordinary city. It had its own sphere of influence. He vaguely recalled that Yunshao City governed approximately 80,000 square kilometers, akin to the size of Chongqing in his previous life. That a small city could command such an extensive territory, which was indeed remarkable. However, based on Ye Suifeng's understanding, this was still relatively small compared to other cities of comparable rank. "What a coincidence," Ye Suifeng smiled. "I am the head of the Yi family in Yunshao City." He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, for there was no need to do so. "We have met the Yi family head." Several individuals lowered their heads even further, perceiving Yunshao City as majestic as the imperial capital. The figure before them was evidently a dignitary from the imperial palace. "There is no need for formalities," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. "It seems fate has brought us together. Should you have the opportunity to visit Yunshao City, do come directly to the Yi residence to seek me out, and I shall provide you with an excellent stage," he continued, eliciting immediate delight among the group. The promise from a clan leader was indeed a treasure beyond measure. "All right. It's getting late, and there are still many other beasts here. You should return quickly to tend to your injuries," Ye Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as his figure vanished, leaving Feng Ji and his companions in a state of disbelief at the surreal circumstances they had encountered that day. It is worth mentioning that before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Ye Suifeng's plans, dark clouds obliterating the world. A surge of beasts from the high ridge. In the study of the clan leader, Ye Suifeng sat opposite Ye Suiyun, listening to him report on the situation at the borders of Yunshao City. "Indeed, brother," Ye Suiyun replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Yesterday, numerous cultivators witnessed the black clouds nearly shrouding the entire sky, accompanied by ominous rumbling sounds. Subsequently, a beast tide ensued. A multitude of demonic beasts suddenly surged towards the outskirts of the high ridge. injuring many daring cultivators to varying degrees. They have now broken through the high ridge and are heading toward the human settlements at the borders. Ye Suifeng absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and remarked, "Even so, can this truly be deemed an omen of apocalypse? Brother, you cannot fathom. Ye Suifeng. Those black clouds are unnaturally sinister, seemingly manifesting only outside our Yunshao city. Some have posited that either a great demon has emerged or evil has descended. Now, there are those preparing to flee to other cities, and panic reigns." Ye Suifeng's expression turned peculiar. He genuinely did not know how to explain that it was merely a tribulation he had undergone. Yet it had sparked such a tremendous chain reaction. It truly echoed the ancient adage, the lower one's cultivation, the more bizarre phenomena one encounters. The Li and Tang families have already begun mobilizing personnel to the borders, Ye Suifeng continued. They plan to provide support at the borders? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Indeed, Ye Suifeng affirmed. If we remain indifferent, the region managed by the Ye family, along with those resource sites, is likely to encounter significant issues. The governance of Yunshao City is quite unique. Its territories are collectively managed by the three major families. Each family oversees its designated area. The Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Ye family in the northwest. They interlace, balance each other, and yet cooperate. The majority of the Ye family's income, including resource sites, is derived from their own sphere of influence. Any issues arising could greatly impact the Ye family. How many are they planning to send? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't be too many." In previous similar situations, a portion of the family's intermediate forces would be dispatched to maintain order, and generally, that would suffice. I see. Ye Suifeng contemplated briefly before stating, "Then we should also send people. However, this time, we should not only dispatch our intermediate forces, but also send that group of unruly youngsters from our family." Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. Why so? The beasts are ferocious, and they are still too young. Mishaps are inevitable. Precisely because they are young, they must venture out to gain experience. Ye Suifeng asserted. A fledgling that has not weathered storms will never soar to great heights. Moreover, you must instruct them well. Once they arrive, they should not exhibit any airs of a grand family, but rather strive to build good relations with the cultivators from the border cities. Additionally, bring along ample resources. If anyone sustains injuries, we shall provide them with free medical assistance. Ye Suifeng's series of directives left Ye Suifeng utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Although those places were crucial to the family, it hardly warranted such an extensive effort, making such a grand commotion, fostering relationships, and providing free medical care. Brother, while we are indeed wealthy now, such expenditures are unwarranted. Observing Ye Suifeng's perplexed expression, Ye Suifeng waved his hand and said, "Suifeng, let me ask you, what is the most important factor for a great power?" "Wealth," Ye Suifeng answered without hesitation. Indeed, wealth is crucial, but when it comes to expanding influence, talent is what is most scarce. Thus, for this reinforcement, we must not only exert ourselves, but also establish good rapport with them. Only in this way will our future expansions proceed more smoothly. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng's strategy was aimed at future prospects. While lacking wealth is untenable, wealth alone is not omnipotent. Undoubtedly, with Ye Suifeng's strength and resources, he could annihilate the Li and Tang families with a mere breath and attract a multitude of talented individuals. But what then? Excluding Ye Suifeng, the Ye family's members would be left significantly weakened, akin to infants in swaddling clothes, utterly impotent. The Ye family is a clan, and a clan is a complex collective. If Ye Suifeng were to single-handedly protect the entire family, the Ye family would indeed face ruin that he sought to establish a truly formidable power. I have encountered several young cultivators at the borders whose potential is not inferior to that of certain members of our families. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain. They merely lack resources. They are all potential forces that our family can utilize, Ye Suifeng stated. By the way, what is the current cultivation level of you and the others following who? Ye Suifeng responded, "We are all at the golden core stage, and have been for many years. Since assuming responsibility within the family, we have had little time to advance our cultivation, and our talents are rather average." Ye Suifeng shook his head. "I mentioned to you a few days ago that the entire clan should engage in cultivation, and it does not solely pertain to the youth. From now on, you must also enhance your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of this small Yunshao city." Ye Suifeng nodded gravely. If he could make further strides in cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study thus reached a conclusion that Ye Suifeng's directives were swiftly issued and implemented in the span of a day. The Ye family mobilized almost all its members, equipped with abundant resources, to support the boarders. This astonishing display left the other two major families in Yunshao City taken aback. "Insane! They truly are insane!" someone exclaimed. "The new clan leader of the Ye family has a style that is truly eye-opening." Failing to award him the Yunshao City Sage Award would be an affront to his efforts. What use is a rustic barbarian? Is such an elaborate endeavor really necessary? Some scoffed at the Ye family's actions, believing Ye Suifeng was merely indulging in a bout of misguided benevolence, leading to such folly. Yet, various rumors could not impede the Ye family's resolve. They held absolute loyalty to their clan leader. At this moment, Ye Suifeng had returned to the courtyard, preparing body-tempering elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of heavenly thunder from the ninth heavenly tribulation possessed an immense force, harboring the powers of destruction and rebirth. Administering it to Yi Huang, who was still at the qi refining stage, would not only be wasteful, but also perilous, as her body could hardly withstand it. Even the slightest contact could lead to her immediate demise. It requires neutralization. Ye Suifeng extracted a drop of thunder tribulation liquid and repeatedly cast spells. The tempestuous thunder gradually calmed under his soothing touch, ultimately transforming into a pure energy mass. Producing a variety of prepared materials, Ye Suifeng conjured an alchemical furnace from thin air and added all the materials. After a brief moment, all the materials had transformed into a golden liquid. We can proceed with the body tempering now," Ye Suifeng nodded. Suddenly, his door was forcefully pushed open from the outside, that a figure rushed in with great energy. "Father, why am I not on the list of those going out to train?" Yi Huang demanded, indignantly. Chapter 13. Body Tempering. "All my brothers and sisters have set off. Why am I not allowed to go? I too wish to contribute to the family's development. I refuse to accept this." At that moment, Yi Huang resembled an enraged little lion, throwing a tantrum in the room. Ye Suifeng found it amusing. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to stand up for her rights, which was a positive development. However, when it was time to correct her, he still needed to do so. Ye Suifeng regarded her with indifference, assuming a stern expression as he inquired, "You wish to go to the borders?" "Absolutely," Yi Huang affirmed with evident conviction. "Humph. Then let me ask you, do you know what cultivation level Yi Long is at now?" Yi Huang hesitated, responding, "He is at the 3rd level of qi transformation, but now let me ask you, what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels?" "They are at the peak of qi refining." "Good. Let me inquire further. What are the cultivation levels of your 2 cousins from your 3rd uncle's family? And what about the 2 brothers from your 4th uncle's family and the 2 sisters from your 5th uncle's family?" Yi Huang fell silent. Among her direct siblings of the same age in the family, the lowest cultivation level was at the 10th level of qi refinement, with her cousin Yi Long and a cousin from the 5th uncle's family having already broken through to the qi transformation realm. She was, indeed, the weakest among them. You, a mere 7th-tier qi refinement practitioner, possess such meager strength. What purpose does your journey to the border serve, other than courting death and tarnishing my reputation?" Ye Suifeng's words struck without mercy. Yi Huang lowered her head, her hands twisting her garments, lips pressed together in silence. Strength was the greatest ache in her heart, as the daughter of the family head, the eldest of her clan. She found herself overshadowed by even some of the collateral descendants. Though no one had voiced it to her face, it lingered in her thoughts, a constant weight. Observing his daughter, Ye Suifeng recognized the harshness of his words. He had expected her to burst into tears. Yet she bore it stoically. "It seems your mental fortitude is commendable." Thus, you should obediently remain at home to cultivate. Only when you are no longer inferior to them should you consider contributing to the family, Ye Suifeng scoffed. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly shaken by his words. Yet suddenly, she lifted her gaze and murmured, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Ye Suifeng paused, taken aback as this was her concern. With all the clan's descendants dispatched, leaving only his daughter behind, she must have worried that others would perceive this as favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed astute. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and beckoned to Yi Huang. "Little Huang, I understand your sentiments. However, no achievement comes without effort. If you truly wish to bring glory to me and contribute to the clan, you must focus on your cultivation and enhance your strength." Ye Suifeng advised, while Yi Huang nodded, though it was evident that a flicker of defiance still resided within her. Ye Suifeng shook his head. "I promise you, if you can master the sword technique I gifted you to the minor completion stage, I shall allow you to venture to the border and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You wouldn't deceive me?" Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. "Of course not. The 9 techniques of god-slaying. If Yi Huang could cultivate it to a minor completion stage, then there would be no need for further hesitation. For by that time, her combat prowess would surpass that of the younger generation of the Yi family. Even Yi Long would struggle to withstand her full might. But what if, by the time I succeed, they have already returned?" Yi Huang queried, puzzled. "They will not," Ye Suifeng replied. "This expedition will last at least 4 months. Do you lack confidence in mastering it within 4 months?" "I do not," Yi Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of its principles. Perhaps within 2 months, she could perfect the technique. The mere thought of fighting alongside her siblings filled her with exhilaration. "I shall start at once," Yi Huang declared, ready to commence her training. "Wait," Ye Suifeng intervened helplessly. "Do not be so hasty. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 techniques of god-slaying." Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Ye Suifeng's chamber. Any connoisseur present would surely gasp in astonishment, for this unassuming vat was crafted from source stones, an exquisite material of mid-grade mystic quality, a rare resource for array formations. With a single small piece fetching hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, this massive vat was worth at least 100 million. It was a sheer waste. "Enter," Ye Suifeng commanded, while Yi Huang obediently shed her garments and stepped into the vat. Hiss! The deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, engulfing her in a searing heat as immense energy surged from all directions. Yi Huang furrowed her brows, aware of the nature of tempering liquid, that it was a precious elixir, refined with various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade, the more profound the energy it contained. She swiftly shut her eyes, circulating her cultivation method to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a rare substance must have cost her father a fortune. She could not afford to waste it. Smack! A sharp slap landed on the back of her head. "What now?" Yi Huang rubbed her head, bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Absorbing the tempering liquid? I haven't even released the tempering liquid yet. Are you trying to absorb air?" Yi Huang grew even more confused, pointing at the red liquid in the vat. "Wasn't this the tempering liquid?" Ye Suifeng shook his head. His daughter was becoming increasingly naive. "This is merely some auxiliary medicine, designed to enhance the absorption of the tempering liquid. What on earth are you thinking?" He then produced a vial of golden liquid. "Listen, the energy in this tempering liquid might be overwhelming for you. Next, you must guard your heart, circulate the Kanglan technique, and remain undistracted, no matter what occurs externally. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded solemnly, though she was still curious how powerful the actual tempering liquid was. "All right. Close your eyes and maintain your focus," Ye Suifeng instructed, then uncorked the vial of tempering liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon burst forth from the vial, soaring through the air. "Go!" Ye Suifeng pointed, and the golden dragon spiraled before diving into the vat. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within began to swirl rapidly around Yi Huang, forming a spiraling vortex of layered energy, a golden light darting within. "Channel your energy," Ye Suifeng commanded, and Ye Huang promptly activated the Kanglan technique. At that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an unusual aura and dove into her body. Ye Huang let out a muffled grunt as a torrent of violent energy erupted within her, crashing against her limbs and nearly disrupting her cultivation. Yet she gritted her teeth and held on to Ye Suifeng nodded, altering his hand seals, and the golden dragon emerged once more, though its radiant glow had dimmed slightly. The next part is simple. After Ye Huang fully absorbed the previous energy, the golden dragon once again entered her body. Repeating the process, an entire hour passed, and the golden dragon had transformed into a mere phantom, while the liquid within the vat had nearly become transparent. Once it all vanished, Ye Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame dancing within them. Chapter 14. Unfair. How do you feel? Ye Suifeng inquired after the tempering was complete. Ye Huang's eyes were glazed over, as if still reeling from the tempering process. I think I'm invincible. She struck the vat with her fist, unleashing a tremendous force that sent a splash of water cascading over Ye Suifeng. I'm sorry. Ye Huang stifled a laugh behind her hand. Ye Suifeng wiped the water from his face. Come out. His daughter was increasingly embodying the spirit of a whimsical young lady, after ensuring her attire was in order. Ye Suifeng meticulously assessed Ye Huang's tempering results, discovering them to be even better than he had anticipated. Both her strength and physical resilience exhibited a remarkable leap, over 3 times that of her state prior to the tempering. Moreover, the energy from the tempering liquid had not yet been fully absorbed by Ye Huang, that a significant portion still lay dormant within her limbs, gradually nurturing her body as she continued her training. Once that energy had been fully expended, they could consider a second tempering. Given Ye Huang's frail constitution, he dared not employ drastic measures, opting instead for a gradual approach. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Ye Suifeng instructed. Ye Huang nodded with enthusiasm and darted outside. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the sound of slicing winds from her sword practice. Ye Suifeng leisurely approached the desk by the window, where he sat down to observe his daughter's swordsmanship while perusing a thick stack of books. These tomes contained various cultivation methods, alchemy and artifact forging techniques, along with insights about this continent. It is time to understand this world. 1,000 miles away from Yunshao City, a vast plain stretched out, at the heart of which a colossal city rose majestically, reaching for the heavens. Its scale surpassed that of Yunshao City by multiples, adorned with towering pavilions and opulent splendor. The city walls loomed dozens of meters high, their deep red hue indicative of the special materials employed in their construction. The city gate. People lined up in orderly fashion, forming queues stretching hundreds of meters as they entered the city. Above the entrance, 2 bold, imposing characters loomed, instilling a sense of awe. Su City. Gu Wanxin sat within her carriage, leisurely making her way through the city gates. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, taking in the bustling scene outside, and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Since being assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the last 3 years, that time due to her poor performance in business. She had been mercilessly ridiculed by her colleagues. Since then, she had not returned to Su City for the annual Pavilion Masters meeting, sending her deputy instead as her representative. The sting of that humiliation was still fresh. However, this time was different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags within her carriage. Today, she would wash away the disgrace of 4 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Pavilion Master, should we rest before reporting to the main pavilion?" Gu Wanxin raised her head. This middle-aged man was none other than her deputy, Mo Chiu, a formidable practitioner at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Including the coachman, all the servants in the caravan were skilled members of Wanbao Pavilion, each at the Golden Core stage. She had taken such precautions because the wealth being transported this time was simply too vast. Utmost caution was essential. No need. We shall proceed directly to the main pavilion, Gu Wanxin stated. With trepidation coursing through her, she finally arrived safely at Su City. She hoped nothing untoward would occur at the last moment. While at the Golden Core stage, she was a prominent figure in Yunshao City. In Su City, she was merely considered a high-end force. After approximately half an hour, The carriage halted before a grand pavilion. The structure stood 9 stories tall, enveloped in the aura of formations. Standing at its base, one could scarcely discern the features of the pinnacle. Ye Suifeng disembarked from the carriage and inhaled deeply. "Gather your belongings. We shall enter." Moments later, Ye Suifeng found herself in a spacious room. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man, meticulously perusing a ledger in his hands. At the side, a youthful man with refined features leisurely sipped his tea. "Greetings, Lord Luo," Ye Suifeng respectfully addressed him. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Su City. However, within the pavilion he held a specific title, Chief Envoy. The Wanbao Pavilion was vast, sprawling across the continent, with various roles delineated within, including Steward, Chief Envoy, Deputy Envoy, and Pavilion Master. Strictly speaking, among the higher-ranked positions, the Pavilion Master held the least authority. The Chief Envoy of Su City, Luo Qing, oversaw several cities, including Yunshao City. Luo Qing set down the ledger and looked up. "Ah. It is Pavilion Master Jiyu. That it has been many years since we last met." Ye Suifeng cupped her hands in greeting. "My duties have kept me occupied. I hope for your understanding, Lord Luo." Huh? Suddenly, a burst of laughter emanated from the side. "If you lack the courage to show up, just say so. What pressing affairs could one have in a backwater like Yunshao City?" The speaker was none other than the young man, Song Shuang, who sat with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Ye Suifeng with an air of nonchalance. Ye Suifeng's expression darkened. This young man was the one who had insulted her most grievously in the past. "This does not concern you, Pavilion Master Song," Ye Suifeng retorted. Song Shuang chuckled frivolously. "Suifeng, I fear you shall soon address me as Deputy Envoy Song." Ye Suifeng remained silent, glancing at Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled and remarked, "Indeed, over the years, Song Shuang has brought considerable profit to the Wanbao Pavilion. I intend to promote him to Deputy Envoy. He will manage Yunshao City in my stead." Ye Suifeng's eyes widened in shock. To have Song Shuang oversee Yunshao City. Given their history, should this come to pass, her days would surely be fraught with difficulties. "Lord Chief Envoy, this may not be appropriate," Ye Suifeng exclaimed anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, his tone indifferent. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Ye Suifeng hesitated briefly before hastily responding. No. The Wanbao Pavilion has always valued merit. How could I dare question your choices? I merely believe that Yunshao City can operate independently without the need for a deputy envoy." "Nonsense!" Song Shuang interjected with a smirk. "You, Ye Suifeng, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years, and your annual profits have been meager, even inferior to those of second-tier cities. Then on what grounds do you claim independence?" Ye Suifeng began to protest, but was interrupted by Luo Qing. "Pavilion Master Gu, though Yunshao City may not be prosperous, it is still a small lord city. Your recent performance has been quite lacking. Meanwhile, the Ye City where Pavilion Master Song resides generates nearly 100 billion spirit stones annually. Having him manage Yunshao City would also serve as a valuable learning opportunity for you," Luo Qing stated coolly. Ye Suifeng's heart sank further. It was evident that these two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her performance in recent years had been subpar, but everyone understood that it was largely due to geographical limitations. Yunshao City was inherently not affluent. Without unforeseen circumstances, its annual income was limited, and no amount of effort could change that. In contrast, Ye City was a major city, second only to Su City, surrounded by numerous noble families and sects, with frequent conflicts that naturally generated a high demand for resources. Truth be told, she could achieve 100 billion in profits as well if placed in such conditions. Now, comparing Yunshao City to Ye City was a blatant display of bias. If Luo Qing had no ulterior motives, then she would not believe it for a moment. However, if Luo Qing had indeed conspired with Song Shuang, how could he have permitted him to become the master of Ye City's Wanbao Pavilion? Clearly, they had set their sights on her. Yet, Ye Suifeng was not one to back down easily. "Lord Chief Envoy, if my performance truly pales in comparison to Song Shuang's, I would not contest your arrangement. However," Ye Suifeng gestured to Mo Chiu, who understood the signal and presented a storage bag and a jade slip. "Just recently, I sold goods worth 1,438 billion spirit stones, netting a profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanxin declared emphatically. The two men opposite her were momentarily stunned. Luo Qing furrowed his brow as he picked up the jade slip for examination, subsequently scrutinizing the contents of the storage bag filled with spirit stones. His expression grew increasingly grave. "This is impossible," Song Shuang exclaimed, leaping to his feet. 1,400 billion. Unless you sold half of the Wanbao Pavilion's inventory. Such a figure is utterly unattainable. Gu Wanxin smirked derisively. Not half, Pavilion Master Song. I sold every treasure of the highest grade and above, including 5 treasured items. Do not presume that every branch pavilion is as prosperous as your Huangye city. You, Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. Silence. Luo Qing intervened to prevent further conflict. His brow was furrowed in deep thought. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanxin could sell such a staggering volume of goods. Yet with the spirit stones before him and the detailed accounts, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Pavilion Master Gu, might you share how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired kindly that Ji Wanxin felt a twinge of caution and replied, Lord Chief Envoy, our Wanbao Pavilion does not have such protocols. If it became known that Yunxiao City housed a merchant like Ye Suifeng, she feared she would soon find herself inexplicably usurped by others. However, he underestimated human greed. After a moment of silence, Luo Qing's face broke into a smile. Pavilion Master Gu, you have indeed made a significant contribution to the Wanbao Pavilion. I shall report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, the matter of Song Shuang becoming deputy envoy is already settled. You will henceforth serve under him. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened completely. She had not anticipated that even with her achievements, she would remain at their mercy, that a surge of anger welled within her. This is unfair, she shouted vehemently. Luo Qing's gaze remained indifferent. Abundant resources are best managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits. Pavilion Master Gu, do not throw a tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanxin, Luo Qing's voice deepened. Considering your contributions, I have allowed you to remain until now. Should you dare question my authority again, I will have you reassigned to a secondary city for further training. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth, knowing she had no better recourse. I will report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanxin declared. Do as you wish, Luo Qing replied without a hint of concern. Ji Wanxin chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, Uncle, what if she truly reports this? Or perhaps we could. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. How many times must I remind you not to resort to violence for every issue? Gu Wanxin is at least a pavilion master. If she encounters trouble, the higher-ups will surely investigate, and that would complicate matters further. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Just focus on being deputy envoy for now. With me around, she won't be able to stir up much trouble. Luo Qing snorted. To those above, over 1 billion is not a significant concern. A person without any backing is merely a plaything for us. You will accompany him to Yunxiao City this time to take over the branch pavilion there. Ensure you find out exactly how she managed to sell so many items in such a short time. Then, keep that knowledge firmly in your grasp. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? A month had elapsed since Ye Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he had managed to gain a preliminary understanding of the situation on the continent and the overall cultivation methods. This was an immensely vast land, spanning countless miles, and an ordinary cultivator could hardly hope to traverse the entire continent in a lifetime. Yunxiao City was situated in the central northern region of the continent, slightly towards the north. This area, known as the Central Northern Region, was governed by a superorganization called the Nine-City Alliance. Su City was one of the 9 cities, overseeing 5 major cities, including Yunxiao City, as well as numerous smaller cities. Every 3 years, Yunxiao City was required to pay a substantial tribute of resources to Su City for protection. Essentially, it was a form of protection fee. Without these tributes, other cities would freely attack Yunxiao City, and even Su City might intervene out of boredom. In such scenarios, Yunshao City would face immediate annihilation. Reasonable. To enjoy the conveniences afforded by an organization, one must be willing to pay a price. Ye Suifeng held no qualms about this protection fee. In fact, he preferred order and rules, for they added structure to life. Otherwise, it would devolve into a bloody struggle for survival, akin to a primitive era. The scene before him was devoid of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it bore a striking resemblance to his imagination. The 12 levels of qi refinement. Foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, exit of the mind, transformation of spirit, fusion, and tribulation, all comprised 9 tiers. The tribulation stage represented the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there were rumors of some grotesque beings who had evaded the heavenly tribulation, concealing their formidable strength beyond the tribulation stage while manipulating the world from the shadows. These were mere folk tales, yet Ye Suifeng knew the truth. For one, he himself was such an anomaly. Furthermore, during his last tribulation, the immense divine sense emanating from the northern snowfields had unmistakably surpassed the tribulation stage. One day, I shall encounter them, Ye Suifeng mused, unperturbed. His current objective was to elevate the entire Ye family into a leading force on the continent. Today marked the family's regular meeting, Ye Suifeng, along with several family executives, convened in the conference hall to discuss the state of the family this month. The beast tide at the northern border has intensified, and many of our resource sites have been compromised. However, thanks to the substantial investment of manpower and resources, the situation has improved considerably. Our shops have managed to stabilize for now, and we can begin contemplating expansion. With the influx of resources, many among the younger generation of the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month nearly rival those of the previous 3 months combined. The members of the conference, including Ye Suifeng, engaged in an animated discussion, reveling in the comfort afforded by Ye Suifeng's 100 billion spirit stones that encapsulate their fortune in 4 words. It was a period of flourishing prosperity. After their deliberations, Suifeng handed the financial ledger for the month to Ye Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investments, this month's expenditures have skyrocketed. Please take a look, he said somewhat sheepishly. No matter, money is meant to be spent, Ye Suifeng replied as he accepted the ledger and perused it meticulously. Instantly, a surge of anger welled up within him that he slammed the ledger onto the table and glared at Suifeng. You spent 15 billion spirit stones last month? The room fell silent. Suifeng broke into a sweat and stammered, Elder brother, this is my first time managing such a fortune, so there were some minor miscalculations in planning. Rest assured, I will allocate resources meticulously going forward. Next month's expenses will surely be kept under 10 billion. Indeed, Elder brother, Suihu chimed in, we have procured in excess of resources this month, and even with enhanced benefits, we have utilized only a fraction of what we acquired. Things will undoubtedly improve. The other 2 nodded in agreement, affirming that future expenditures would not be so burdensome. Ye Suifeng regarded their reactions with a deep sigh. He understood that they had clearly misunderstood him. It wasn't that he was upset about spending too much. Rather, he was frustrated by their frugality. Having endowed them with 100 billion spirit stones, they had only managed to expend 15 billion. Ye Suifeng glanced at his wallet, which contained 20 digits of low-grade spirit stones. With over 80 million in loose change alone, how long would it take to exhaust that loose change? Truly a band of fools. Ye Suifeng rapped his fingers on the table. Suifeng, let me ask you, how long do you think I intended for you to stretch that 100 billion spirit stones? Suifeng blinked. Isn't it for a year? Certainly not. Ye Suifeng slammed his palm onto the table. I provided you with 100 billion to be spent within a month, and you only managed to spend 15 billion. What were you doing? Faced with the patriarch's ire, the executives were rendered speechless. Did they hear him correctly? That was merely a month's budget. Suifeng was utterly bewildered, having never before been chastised for spending too little. Elder brother, are you serious? Ye Suifeng glowered. Do I look like I'm joking? The others exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Elder brother, are you not being excessively extravagant? Only Suifeng, with a troubled expression, murmured, Elder brother, spending that much in a month is, in fact, quite a challenging endeavor. What makes it challenging? Ye Suifeng arched an eyebrow. Sui Yin replied, the supply of resources in the family is limited. We are essentially at saturation point. Additional resources would be of little use. He felt profoundly embarrassed, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over the inability to spend money. Ye Suifeng shook his head. You are merely constraining yourself. You have yet to break free from your previous mindset. Let me ask you, is it only the younger generation that requires resources? What about the family executives? What about you? And the elders, do they not need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the demand for resources. Don't tell me you can't spend 100 billion. Even those instructors and offerings could be compensated to ensure they exert themselves diligently. If all else fails, we can recruit those talented individuals from the common folk. They lack nothing but resources. Honestly, you don't even know how to spend money. Why should I have you manage the finances? Under Ye Suifeng's scolding, Sui Yin instinctively shrank his neck. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, as he had never approached them that way before. Previously, funds were so scarce that they would stretch a single spirit stone to its limits, unlike the current abundance. Even if you truly don't know how to allocate it, surely you can buy and buy. The Wanbao Pavilion is right there, brimming with treasures. 100 billion wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps, Ye Suifeng asserted. Sui Yin scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, have you forgotten? The Wanbao Pavilion was already cleared out by you last time. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Haven't they restocked? It had been a month, and they had yet to replenish their inventory. Their efficiency was indeed lacking. No, Sui Yin stated. Perhaps they are also encountering this situation for the first time and require time to prepare. Very well, Ye Suifeng said. Let's set that aside for now. I shall investigate the matter later. By the way, are the younger generation returning from the border soon? Ye Suifeng inquired. Sui nodded. Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again until the beast tide is entirely quelled. Ye Suifeng continued. That's perfect. You can adjust resources based on their accomplishments during this journey. Anyone who makes outstanding contributions must be duly rewarded. Additionally, the numerous techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from the Wanbao Pavilion should be made available without reservation. There is no point in having good techniques lying around to gather dust. Furthermore, encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk. It would be best to recruit them under our banner to enhance the family's combat strength. A series of commands were issued, and the executives hurriedly took notes. Finally, Ye Suifeng tossed another storage bag filled with spirit stones onto the table. This is 100 billion, combined with the remaining spirit stones from last month. If you still can't spend it all, I will find someone more adept in this area to manage the family finances. With that, Ye Suifeng rose to leave, leaving Sui Yin staring at the two large bags of gleaming spirit stones. His head spinning. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had been in Yinshao City for over 10 days that in pursuit of uncovering the identity of the enigmatic wealthy patron. He had visited numerous influential figures in the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed considerable economic strength, particularly the Tang family, which had long established roots in Yinshao City, amassing a vast fortune. However, based on his analysis, neither of these families was the mysterious patron. The Li family, though capable, lacked the financial resources to procure such a substantial amount of spirit stones in one go. As for the Tang family, they had no compelling reason to do so. His investigation had hit a roadblock. Deputy Envoy, perhaps we should pay a visit to the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggested to Song Shuang. Song Shuang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our information, the Yi family has only recently risen to prominence over the past century. They have managed to ascend to the ranks of the three great families through unity and a considerable degree of tenacity. But their foundation remains quite shallow. It is utterly impossible for them to be the ones behind this. Moreover, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is evident that they hold the Yi family in disdain, claiming that the new head of the Yi family is nothing more than a fool. We have no need to waste time there. The middle-aged man nodded, lacking any doubts about Song Shuang's assessment. They understood well that for any faction, foundational strength was a significant criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many once glorious families and sects had faded, but only those that could endure were the truly formidable entities. Then we shall have to focus on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man remarked. Song Shuang nodded, snorting. That wretched woman is excessively wary. Since her return from Sioux City, she has not made a single move. Even the replenished stock has only seen a small portion put on the shelves, clearly indicating her intent to guard against us discovering her clientele. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can't we use force? After all, her actions have already disrupted the normal operations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance, stating, Of course not. Though I serve as the deputy envoy, the person in charge of this branch is still Gu Wanxin, and no matter how she conducts herself, I cannot directly intervene. I can only report and await higher authorities to act. The rules of the Wanbao Pavilion were strict and intolerant of provocation. This was also to protect those without power or influence. Fine, then. Song Shuang let out a sigh and remarked, Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can remain hidden indefinitely. Should new goods not grace the shelves within a month, I shall devise my own methods to deal with her. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a guard rushed in with urgency. Deputy Envoy, it is dire news. Gu Wanxin has suddenly disappeared. Drunken Dream Pavilion, the most opulent tavern in Cloud Sky City, that I in a private room on the top floor. Ye Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanxin. Guild Master Gu, why must this transaction take place here? Ye Suifeng inhuited. After the meeting concluded yesterday, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to question Gu Wanxin about the delay in goods. However, before he could disembark from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at Drunken Dream Pavilion, and then led him here. With a smile gracing her face, Gu Wanxin said, As the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, Guild Master Yi, it is only natural that I provide you with the finest hospitality. With that, she clapped her hands, and a group of graceful maidens appeared, bearing the best food and wine of Drunken Dream Pavilion, setting a lavish banquet before them. Ye Suifeng regarded Gu Wanxin, aware that matters were not as simple as she portrayed. There must be some hidden intricacies. Nevertheless, he feigned disinterest, having come solely to procure goods. Your efforts are appreciated, Guild Master Gu. However, I am here today merely to inquire whether there are any new treasures available. Ye Suifeng stated plainly. You remain as forthright as ever. Guild Master Yi. Gu Wanxin replied with a smile, retrieving a jade tablet from her bosom and presenting it to Ye Suifeng. I've already brought back the new goods. Please have a look. Ye Suifeng accepted the jade tablet and skimmed through its contents. The items listed were largely similar to his previous purchases, predominantly of the mid-grade Xian level or below, with only a scant 4 treasures of the earth level or above. This was even fewer than last time, leaving Ye Suifeng somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is? He queried. Seemingly sensing Ye Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, Please forgive me, Guild Master Yi. The supply of goods from the branch pavilions is determined by the main pavilion. Although you were quite extravagant in your last purchase, acquiring nearly all the goods, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, hence they were reluctant to release too many items. Ye Suifeng fell silent, finding their caution excessive. Very well, please provide an estimate. Ye Suifeng said. You are indeed straightforward, Gu Wanxin exclaimed joyfully. The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 12 billion spirit stones. But as you are my most esteemed guest, I shall grant you a 10% discount. Thus, the total comes to 108 billion spirit stones. A 10% discount translates to a significant reduction of 12 billion spirit stones. A gesture of considerable goodwill, Ye Suifeng nodded, accepting the offer graciously. Bring me the storage bag. Ye Suifeng extended his hand. The Gu Wanxin's smile widened as she promptly produced a pre-prepared storage bag. This time, it was a particularly large one, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. In no time, the two efficiently concluded their transaction. Guild Master Yi, would you like to experience the specialties of Drunken Dream Pavilion? Gu Wanxin cast Ye Suifeng a knowing glance. No, thank you. Ye Suifeng declined. I have but one request. Please do express it. Gu Wanxin straightened in her seat. Ye Suifeng continued. In the future, please expedite the procurement process. Once you have the goods, bring them directly to the Ye family. Do not make me come here in person again. Furthermore, I require a greater proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I want as many as you can procure. Additionally, I seek treasures of earth level and above. Inform that group in the main pavilion that I have ample spirit stones and need not worry about my purchasing ability. Gu Wanxin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today, and within half a month, I will bring back the resources. As for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I can certainly strive to accommodate you. However, for the earth-level treasures, I can only do my utmost to negotiate, as such items are beyond my authority. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, Ye Suifeng rose to depart, casually pocketing a roasted duck on his way out, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment. After some time, the door to the private room was unexpectedly pushed open. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanxin crossed her legs and chuckled lightly. Deputy Envoy, aren't you being a bit overzealous? Do you expect me to report to you on every trivial matter? You! Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, but found himself at a loss as to how to reprimand Gu Wanxin. Humph. I am merely here to remind you that as the guild master, you should be diligent and not spend your days idly, allowing goods to remain unshelved. If this continues, I shall surely report to Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin downed a cup of fine wine and rose to her feet. Then it would be unnecessary for the deputy envoy to trouble himself. Coincidentally, I too am returning to the main pavilion today. Would you care to join me? Song Shuang immediately frowned. What business do you have at the main pavilion? Gu Wanxin giggled. Why, to replenish the goods. Of course. The items I brought previously have all been sold, netting me over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In just 1 month's time, having sold over 200 billion worth of goods, I am certain Envoy Luo's attendants will find that intriguing. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Song Shuang, a smile gracing her lips. By the way, given the substantial sum of spirit stones involved, and considering the long journey to Sioux City, I trust the deputy envoy will fulfill his duty and dispatch guards to escort me. I would be most grateful with that. Gu Wanxin exited the private room, leaving Song Shuang standing there, his expression darkened. How on earth did that wretched woman manage to attract such wealthy clients? He kicked a chair in frustration. Chapter 17. The return from trials. Ye family, that a slender figure, accompanied by flashes of sword light, spun gracefully through the AI, or at times light as a swallow, at others fierce as an eagle, twisting and turning. Ha! She let out a light shout, striking at the black measuring stone before her with a sword. Instantly, a massive sword aura coalesced in the air, swiftly slicing into the measuring stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient measuring stone instantly sprouted fine cracks, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Very good, very good. Ye Suifeng nodded in approval, standing to the side. Father, Yi Huang, catching sight of Ye Suifeng, hurriedly bounded over. Her cheeks were flushed, breathless, with sweat dampening her hair, clinging to her face. Yet her spirit was at its zenith. I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying, Yi Huang declared, barely containing her excitement. Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair, having witnessed her effort and growth that he had previously promised her that should she master the 9 styles of god-slaying to the minor accomplishment level, she would be permitted to accompany the clan's youth to the border for training. Since then, Yi Huang had thrown herself into her training with relentless determination. Apart from eating and sleeping, she was wholly immersed in her cultivation. With the aid of the Tranquil Stone, in the span of just 1 month, she had successfully brought the 9 styles of god-slaying to minor accomplishment. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, she had broken through 2 levels, reaching the 9th layer of chi refinement, nearly catching up to the standards of her clan's elite youths. Her progress was indeed remarkable. Father, may I? Yi Huang looked at Ye Suifeng with eager anticipation. Yi Long and the others will be returning tomorrow. You may accompany him this time. Ye Suifeng understood precisely what his daughter was thinking. Father, I love you, Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Her tireless efforts had all been in anticipation of Ye Suifeng's approval, and now, everything was worth it. Look at how delighted you are. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Come here. Let me check your body refinement progress. He placed his hand atop Ye Huang's head and swept his consciousness over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy had settled within Ye Huang's body, gradually nourishing her as she cultivated that a month had passed, and she had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical prowess had increased nearly tenfold compared to a month prior. Furthermore, Ye Suifeng was astonished to discover that Ye Huang's cultivation aptitude had also seen a slight enhancement, likely due to the transformative power of the heavenly tribulation. Go rest for a bit. I will conduct the second body refinement for you tonight, and then you may act as wildly as you wish. Ye Suifeng instructed. Thank you, Father. Ye Huang beamed with delight. That evening, Ye Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This time, the process was gentler than the last, after discovering that the body refinement liquid had the effect of enhancing aptitude. He had shifted his focus to this aspect. The majority of the energy was concealed, meant to slowly awaken her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Afterwards, Ye Suifeng gifted her the talisman he had purchased during his first transaction. The reason he had not given it earlier was simply that he had forgotten. The next day, the Ye family bustled with activity. The clan's youths, having been away for a month, returned with renewed vigor after their trials. They eagerly shared tales of their adventures and discoveries from the journey. Such opportunities had never presented themselves before. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You took down that second-grade wolf demon with a single strike. Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, the three siblings, returned together to the family. Do you know, young Master Long's reputation has already spread far and wide along the border. Everyone speaks of him with admiration, Yi Qian excitedly recounted. Yi Long, however, remained composed, responding, those are merely empty titles. The true path lies in becoming stronger. Yi Qian nodded and then remarked, by the way, I heard that fellow Yi Xiaoxiao actually broke through to the Qi transformation realm a few days ago. The younger sister of fifth uncle? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Fifth uncle Yi Suibao has two daughters. The elder daughter, Yi Qinyao, is only a few months younger than Yi Long and has nearly reached the Qi transformation realm alongside him. She is currently at the third layer of Qi transformation and is another prodigy of the Yi family. Yi Xiaoxiao, however, is merely 13 years old and has also achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. Truly, these two sisters from fifth uncle's family possess talents that are increasingly formidable. Indeed, Yi Qian said, she is even younger than I am. Yet she has accomplished so much. Moreover, Sister Qinyao has been exceptionally impressive during this expedition, even earning the title of Yao Fairy. Yi Qian pouted, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Yi Long, her brother and idol, being compared to Yi Qinyao. This is a good thing. Yi Long laughed, saying, do not let the excellence of others incite your anger, nor should you feel disheartened. You have been at the peak of Qi refinement for some time now, with a bit more effort. I believe you will soon break into the Qi transformation realm. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian beside her and inquired, De Qian, what's wrong with you today? You haven't said a word. Yi Long glanced over as well. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, and after a moment of silence, he sighed softly, saying, I was just thinking about those impoverished children, that a bit. During this expedition, he had finally come to understand the harsh realities of life in remote areas. For those people, mere survival is a struggle, teetering on the edge of death just to stay alive. Coming from a life of comfort, it was truly hard for him to fathom. Oh dear, your saintly heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian teased. No. Yi Qian quickly retorted. I was pondering that for the family. People are also a form of wealth. If we have the capability, perhaps we could take in some gifted individuals and nurture them. Given time, those individuals could become a boon for the family. Humph. You just feel sorry for them. Your saintly heart is running rampant. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I truly am not. Enough. Yi Long interjected, stopping their bickering, that he looked at Yi Qian and asked, is this truly how you feel? Yi Qian affirmed, indeed. I believe that for any power, talent is an indispensable presence. Yi Long nodded. What you say is not without merit. To expand influence, sufficient talent is indeed necessary. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, and it involves many complexities. You might want to discuss your thoughts with Uncle and see how he would handle it. Ye Qian nodded seriously. Wow, brother, you are truly impressive. You even considered this aspect. Unlike some people, whose saintly hearts overflow. Ye Qian praised at why Ye Qian immediately glared. Hey, I'm discussing the same matter with my elder brother. No, elder brother is thoughtful, while you are just being sentimental. Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Golden Token Adopting Orphans? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, looking at his refined nephew with a hint of surprise. No, it's not merely about adoption. Ye Qian appeared somewhat reserved as he said, I wish to transform them into a future force for the family. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. This nephew was rather intriguing, as his thoughts coincided with his own. That could work. Ye Suifeng replied that Ye Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he asked, Uncle, you agreed? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Of course, why wouldn't I? This is a positive initiative. Ye Qian was astonished. He had mustered considerable courage for this visit, fully aware that such notions were atypical in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Wasting family resources to cultivate a group of unrelated individuals would likely invite ridicule. He had prepared himself for a scathing rebuke, yet unexpectedly, his uncle had agreed so readily and calmly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this. Ye Qian still could not believe it. Certainly not, Ye Suifeng reaffirmed. Ye Qian took a deep breath and said, Your support, Uncle, fills me with great encouragement. Amidst the opposition of others, Ye Suifeng's affirmation provided him with immense confidence. Ye Suifeng smiled. All right, pursue your endeavor freely. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me out. Adopting orphans and cultivating a faction is indeed a complex affair. Resource allocation is secondary. The primary concern lies in managing human relationships, which is an art in itself. Ye Qian is still quite young, yet Ye Suifeng would afford him ample space and time. Thank you, Uncle. Ye Qian earnestly replied. I will begin to set things in motion. Very well. Ye Suifeng nodded. However, whatever you undertake, it is best to formulate a plan in advance. Tell me, how many individuals do you intend to take in first, and how will you nurture them? Ye Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. During this expedition, I encountered numerous individuals, many of whom possess substantial potential for cultivation. I plan to take in the 3 with the greatest talent and highest cultivation levels first. We will then enter the jailing for training, while also reaping considerable benefits. Once we have accumulated sufficient resources, we will gradually expand. Uncle, what do you think? He promptly provided his answer. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. Generally speaking, this arrangement was indeed sound and had a high margin for error. However, I find it rather absurd, Ye Suifeng remarked coolly. Ye Qian blinked in surprise, not expecting such a critique. Your vision is too narrow. Ye Suifeng shook his head. If we follow your plan, how long will it take to truly form a scale that benefits the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot wait that long. Hearing this, Ye Qian's expression turned grim as he replied, Uncle, if I broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources will hardly suffice. This endeavor requires substantial funding. Ye Qian had only dared to propose this idea due to the recent increase in his resources. Expanding the scale was something he had scarcely dared to imagine. Yet, Ye Suifeng laughed, saying, What a foolish lad. Do you think my support is merely verbal? Isn't it? Ye Qian blinked in confusion. Certainly not. Ye Suifeng shook his head. There is something you do not yet know. The family has resolved to support you in absorbing external forces while building up your own. Furthermore, resources will be provided accordingly based on the situation. Upon your return, prepare a plan listing the required spirit stones and the type of resources needed. Just bring it to me directly when the time comes, since you can propose this idea first. Any future needs should be reported to me directly. I have but one request. Pursue this endeavor wholeheartedly. Ye Qian stumbled out of the family head study, feeling dazed. Outside, Ye Long and Ye Qian were waiting for him. So, did Uncle agree? Ye Long inquired. Ye Qian turned to him, appearing somewhat disoriented. Upon seeing his expression, Ye Qian scoffed. I knew Uncle would never agree to such an outrageous request. It's not like we have resources to spare. Uncle agreed. Yi Qian interrupted her, then pulled out a small, golden token from his pocket. The token was entirely golden, inscribed with the large character foam. The patriarch's golden token. Yi Long gasped in astonishment that as direct descendants of the Yi family. They were well aware of what this item entailed. The patriarch's golden token has but one function. It allows for the unconditional withdrawal of family resources, be it spirit stones or cultivation methods and spiritual artifacts. Anything is possible. Such a token is likely possessed by only a handful of prominent family officials. And now, Yi Qian had received one that had the patriarch lost his mind. Yi Long's heart raced. Yi Qian, what exactly did you discuss with Uncle? Nothing much, Yi Qian replied. I simply shared my thoughts with Uncle, and he expressed his support. Then, he gave me this golden token. Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. This was far too hasty. Were they not concerned that Yi Qian would squander the token recklessly? If that's the case, does this mean we no longer need to worry about resources in the future? Yi Qian gazed at the token, her eyes nearly gleaming with excitement. For them, this represented boundless resources. However, Yi Qian tucked away the token, his expression solemn as he declared, For me, Uncle's support is the most crucial thing. I must ensure that this endeavor is successful. I cannot betray Uncle's trust. I will not use this golden token for personal gain. With that, he strode away with firm determination. I hope that lad isn't too rigid and can utilize the token wisely to enhance himself. In the room, Ye Suifeng shook his head, speaking to himself. His conversation with Yi Qian today had revealed a significant issue. The group of young individuals at home are indeed quite remarkable. Yet they possess one flaw. They are excessively stubborn. Alas, it cannot be helped. These children have grown accustomed to frugality. It seems we must intensify our policies. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What is the dream of a cultivator? A suitable cultivation method, a high-quality spiritual artifact, and sufficient resources for training. Most conflicts and skirmishes arise from these very desires, with many even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, the majority of cultivators can be considered quite poor. The former Yi family was particularly impoverished, lacking in cultivation resources, possessing only a limited range of low-grade techniques, and they dared not even aspire to spiritual artifacts of the mysterious grade or above. This poverty significantly constrained the talents of individuals and limited their potential for strength. Ye Suifeng's thoughts were quite straightforward. To eliminate these constraints and enable everyone in the Yi family to fully realize their talents in an environment rich in resources. Suiyun. Devise a contribution point system and open the cultivation hall, spiritual artifact hall, and treasure hall. Everything within will be linked to contribution points, allowing family members to exchange these points for what they desire. Ye Suifeng summoned Suiyun to his study. Suiyun took careful notes and remarked, I understand. This is quite similar to the practices of those large sects and can serve to motivate our clansmen. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Precisely. Yet we are ultimately a family. So our specific practices must differ from those of sections. Sects implement such measures for their cohesion and sense of identity, while also leveraging a multitude of disciples to accrue greater benefits for themselves. However, that is not our necessity. My aim with this initiative is to alleviate the burden of resource scarcity for our clansmen, allowing them to concentrate more on their own cultivation. Thus, we must carefully consider how contribution points are acquired. Advancing in cultivation levels counts as a contribution. Achieving success in a certain aspect counts as a contribution. Assisting fellow clansmen counts as a contribution. And even getting married and having children should also be credited with contribution points. Suiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Having children counts too? Why shouldn't it? Ye Suifeng replied with a snort. A thriving population is a hallmark of a flourishing family. It not only should count, but should be counted generously. In summary, all actions beneficial to the family must be included in the contribution system. Once you return, discuss the specific evaluation criteria thoroughly with Yushu and the others. Ye Suifeng delegated the details to the family officials, as his role was merely to propose policies and provide financial support. After returning, Suiyun and the others convened overnight and swiftly established a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. Subsequently, the Cultivation Hall, Spiritual Artifact Hall, and Treasure Hall announced their permanent opening to the family. The members of the Ye family soon learned of the methods for acquiring contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems the majority of people have an initial allocation of 1,000. The youth gathered together to examine the newly implemented policy. Let's see how we can earn contributions. Oh! Advancing a level in the Qi refinement stage grants 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through to the transformation stage directly awards 3,000 contribution points. Wow! Becoming a first-grade alchemist also nets 3,000 contribution points. Helping an elderly lady cross the street earns 10 contribution points. Bringing a talented individual into the family grants 500 contribution points. Having a child earns 5,000 contribution points. As they perused the guidelines, they suddenly noticed a shift in tone. Some individuals familiar with the contribution point standards of sex recognized that these typically came with a task system, where one must complete specific tasks to earn corresponding points. Yet, the Ye family's rules were remarkably comprehensive. They had never heard of having children being counted as a contribution. They could foresee that in the near future, the population of the Ye family would undoubtedly swell to unprecedented levels. But let us not celebrate too soon. We still don't know how many contribution points are required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone doused their enthusiasm with cold water. The crowd fell into silence. Indeed, if the prices were exorbitant, it would serve little purpose. Let us take a look. Sigh. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can exchange for a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique. The crowd began to surge toward the newly opened 3 halls. Upon seeing the marked prices inside, everyone was taken aback. What the heck? A low-grade yellow-level technique costs only 10 contribution points. Good heavens, there are even mysterious grade techniques. One can exchange for one with 1,000 contribution points. But regrettably, each person can only redeem 2. Be content. Such opportunities were previously unheard of. Besides, one cannot overreach. A low-grade yellow-level spiritual sword costs only 50 contribution points. Woe is me. I finally possess a spiritual sword. Everyone was astounded. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly affordable. It was as if they were practically being given away. All present began to sing praises for their family and the beloved head of the family. Ye Suifeng, sister, our uncle is simply too handsome. Outside the spiritual artifact hall, a girl with 2 long braids exclaimed excitedly. She held a radiant long sword in her hands, gently caressing it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao Xiao, that is a mysterious grade spiritual artifact. Be careful not to injure yourself, another slightly older girl cautioned helplessly. Dear Yao Fairy, I would never... Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Xiao shrieked as a drop of bright red blood appeared on her fingertip. She hurriedly placed her finger in her mouth. Dawai Qinyao shook her head in exasperation. We only have 1,000 contribution points. You've just spent them all, which is quite wasteful. Ye Xiao, sucking on her finger, whimpered. It's not wasteful. It is destined to be mine, and it will surely unleash its full brilliance and warmth in my hands in the future. It's just a pity I broke through too early. Had I delayed my breakthrough to the transformation stage by a few more days, I could have gained an additional 3,000 contribution points. But that matters little. I am Ye Xiao, and I can still make rapid progress at the transformation stage, accumulating plenty of contribution points. Ye Xiao continued to chatter incessantly, while Ye Qinyao remained relatively quiet, merely listening to her ramble. By the way, sister, once Ye Xiao's fingers stopped bleeding, she remarked, I've heard that Ye Long has quite a reputation at the border, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a considerable force. There are just the 2 of us. Perhaps we should recruit some assistants, lest we be overshadowed by him. Ye Qinyao glanced at her and shook her head. We are fighting for the family. Why must we compare ourselves to one another? It suffices to perform our own duties. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiao pouted, saying, You are simply too indifferent to fame and fortune. You might be better suited to a nunnery than the Ye family. Forget it. If you want to seek me out, I will. I believe we can first draw in Sister Huang. Although her strength is lacking, she is, after all, the head's daughter. With Uncle's current generosity, we might even be able to procure a mysterious grade spiritual sword through her. Cousin Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is also impressive. She has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement at just 13. Nearly half of my prowess. We can form a Yi family girls group to suppress that bunch led by Yi Long. But let's leave Yi Qian out of it. She is just a brother complex and can't seem to detach from Yi Long. Chapter 20. Primordial technique. After resting for a few days, the younger generation of the Yi family set out once more toward the border of Jailing. Yi Huang also departed alongside them. A couple of days prior, Yi Xiaoxiao, the young girl from Ye Suifeng's family, had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang and, in front of Ye Suifeng, had vowed to ensure Yi Huang's safety, assuring him to rest easy. She even remarked that Ye Suifeng was becoming increasingly handsome, showering him with extravagant praise. Ye Suifeng understood the girl's intentions but chose not to expose her, gifting each of them a high-quality, mysterious grade bracelet. Yi Xiaoxiao was nearly ecstatic with joy. Then, Ye Suifeng pulled the two aside and advised them not to hesitate because of Yi Huang's status, but rather to allow her to engage in whatever activities were necessary for her training to yield the best results. After they departed, Ye Suifeng returned to his study to peruse the texts. Having engaged in 2 transactions with Gu Wanxin, he acquired a wealth of cultivation techniques and insights that he had gained a general understanding of the cultivation system of this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the light of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming the first humans to possess extraordinary powers that in that era, talent was paramount. Subsequently, as human ancestors battled against demonic beasts and fiends, they gradually discovered a path to cultivate independently. They emulated the cultivation methods of the beasts, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. It was from that time that spiritual energy, this extraordinary existence, formally entered the human realm. With continuous development, the path of cultivation began to refine further, with clear and detailed classifications of cultivation levels emerging, alongside significant advancements in the various trades derived from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, flourishing like a myriad of blossoms, akin to a sky full of stars. Yet, amid this proliferation, a severe issue arose. There are too many categories, excessively complex and intricate, without a universal standard that suits everyone for study, Ye Suifeng lamented. Every individual in the world is distinct, and as such, different practitioners engage in various forms of cultivation, leading to varying degrees of difference among them. This necessitates that each person seeks the cultivation method most suitable to themselves in order to hone their abilities. Should one successfully identify this method, they can fully unleash their potential. Conversely, if one fails to find it or makes a misjudgment in their choice, they may find themselves leading a life of mediocrity. Furthermore, the unequal distribution of resources exacerbates this phenomenon, rendering it commonplace. If there were a universal cultivation method that everyone could practice, then every single person in the world would possess boundless potential. This world would undoubtedly become far more vibrant. Ye Suifeng pondered deeply. He hailed from a different realm. Endowed with a unique perspective and ideology, in his era, there existed a concept known as basic education. Prior to high school, everyone received an equal education, exploring a multitude of disciplines. It was only in high school that students were divided into the sciences and humanities. Upon entering university, the divisions became even more specific, leading to numerous specialized fields. After graduate studies, the subdivisions continued to proliferate. Much like the myriad branches and leaves of a grand tree, each branch harbors infinite possibilities for the future. The most crucial aspect of this tree is its trunk. Ye Suifeng yearned to create such a trunk. Let us begin with the essence of spiritual energy. With a flick of his hand, a gentle white aura materialized in his palm, morphing into various forms. At its core, spiritual energy is in essence a type of energy, an extraordinarily peculiar one. This energy can be absorbed by any object, and if the absorbing entity possesses intelligence, it will utilize it to transform it into its own strength. During the Qi refinement stage, one primarily absorbs spiritual energy, opening meridians and initially refining the body. In the transformation stage, the spiritual energy undergoes further refinement, forming a cloud of energy in the dantian, allowing mastery over spiritual power. The Ye Suifeng resolved to initiate changes from these two stages. All cultivation methods are essentially different modalities of spiritual energy's operation within the body. The minute variations in the pathways through which they circulate can lead to vastly different outcomes. Some methods are rigid and tyrannical, while others are exceedingly gentle. Some possess unique attributes. Moreover, the meridians within each individual exhibit subtle differences, culminating in an exceptionally intricate system. Ye Suifeng smiled subtly. Complexity is the antithesis of universality. Although the human meridian system resembles an elaborate web, there are 9 principal meridians that everyone possesses. That if one were to base a cultivation method on these 9 meridians, there exists a significant likelihood of creating a method applicable to all practitioners. These 9 principal meridians are remarkably broad, akin to grand thoroughfares that embrace myriad streams. However, to embrace such diversity also means that the energies absorbed will be quite heterogeneous, necessitating the existence of a refined system. Ye Suifeng contemplated further, gesturing with his hand to conjure a vast luminous screen before him, upon which the 9 principal meridians of the human body were clearly visible. Above them connected the center of the human spirit, while below they linked to the dantian. Behind them, there was a faint connection to a sphere of green energy, representing the essence of human life. That a slight misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is why no one had dared to simultaneously manipulate all 9 principal meridians. Yet Ye Suifeng was different. His immeasurable spirit allowed him to easily perceive the most fundamental truths. The first stage will be to open these 9 principal meridians. This corresponds precisely to the qi refinement stage within traditional cultivation systems. Then, utilizing the principal meridians, one can nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, aligning with the transformation realm. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng's eyes sparkled with a glimmering light. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a splendid galaxy swirled within, constantly extinguishing and rebirthing. That he had commenced his calculations. Time flowed slowly. Ye Suifeng remained in the family patriarch study for nearly 2 months. The last time he elevated the god-slaying 9 swords was merely a matter of moments. This time, the challenge was undeniably immense. During this period, Suiyun visited him several times, and Yi Huang returned once, wishing to see Ye Suifeng, but was thwarted by an invisible force, unable to enter the study. They speculated that Ye Suifeng had entered seclusion. After 2 months, the starlight in Ye Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, slowly closing its final page. Ah! It is finally complete. Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply, initially unaware that creating this cultivation method would consume so much of his time. Let us bestow upon it a name. With a smile, Ye Suifeng gazed at the tome before him, akin to a parent gazing at their child. This method represented a novel system of cultivation. The energies it harnessed were not limited to spiritual energy alone, the essence of heaven and earth. The primal sources of all things, even demonic and magical energies, could be absorbed and utilized. After careful consideration, Ye Suifeng inscribed 3 prominent characters upon the tome. Primordial Art. Chapter 21. The Art of Business in the Family Study. Suiyun was reporting to Ye Suifeng on recent developments. During the 2 months of seclusion, no significant events transpired within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, with most of the core members having withdrawn. Only the younger generation remained, tasked with clearing out the demonic beasts and fostering amicable relations with ordinary cultivators, as per Ye Suifeng's directives. Since this had never been attempted before, the results were remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, the cities under the Ye family's purview had significantly elevated their evaluations of the family, with some even venerating the Ye family as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no desire to turn the Ye family into some holy ground. Ye Suifeng scoffed, his ambition being to establish a sufficiently powerful force, with reputation being a secondary concern. Have any cultivators chosen to align themselves with the Ye family? What is their strength? What are their talents? Ye Suifeng inquired. Oh, There are quite a number, Suifeng replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Yunshao City, specifically to join the family. Most are at the qi refinement stage. As for their talents, they vary. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Variability is acceptable. We are not a sect that requires stringent talent assessments. This world equally necessitates the presence of the weaker to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are well-defined, and strive to place each individual in their rightful position. Suifeng frowned. Brother, are you suggesting we take them all? Of course, we shall take them all, Ye Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with a conducive environment for cultivation and do not be stingy with resources. A strong start will pave the way for smoother progress in the future. Suifeng nodded in understanding. Chuckling, I estimate that in the coming years, the overall population of the family could multiply several times. From what I gather, certain younger members have also performed commendably, attracting a considerable number of followers. Certain younger members? Ye Suifeng smiled. Are you referring to that young lad from your family? Prior to the announcement of this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing similar thoughts that why Ye Suifeng held high hopes for this nephew. Ha ha ha! Suifeng laughed heartily. It's not just Yi Qian. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao have also garnered many followers due to their exceptional strength. Oh! And there's also Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Qinyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and several other girls from the clan have formed an organization called the Tianwan Hall, which currently boasts considerable influence and a formidable reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tianwan Hall are Qinyao and Yi Huang. However, as you know, Yi Qinyao is naturally disinterested in fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages the affairs. Through their outstanding strength, they have already attracted a substantial following of loose cultivators. Ye Suifeng was mildly astonished. He had not anticipated that the young women in his family would possess such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter had become their leader suggested that her identity was one aspect. But her own strength must have seen considerable advancement as well. Brother, I also wish to inquire about how little Huang suddenly became so powerful. Within just over 2 months, she has broken through to the 12th level of qi refinement, which is simply astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. It is said that even Yi Long lacks certainty in defeating her, that it appears she must be considered in the upcoming battle for Yunshao City in a few months. Suiyun's expression bore an incredulous look, as Yi Huang's performance had been nothing short of exceptional. She is merely a late bloomer, Ye Suifeng remarked. Is that so? Suiyun chuckled, winking at Ye Suifeng. Perhaps other younger members of the clan also possess the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully believe Ye Suifeng's assertion. After all, Yi Huang's transformation was too pronounced. It would be hard to convince anyone that it was not influenced by Ye Suifeng. You look like a mischievous monkey, Ye Suifeng shook his head. Let the training conclude, and we can evaluate which individuals are worthy of cultivation. At that time, I will naturally allocate attention accordingly. Suiyun grinned, satisfied with the response. After all, his eldest son, Yi Long, would surely secure a spot. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not provided you with this month's spiritual stones. Has anything gone awry? Ye Suifeng inquired. No, nothing at all, remarked. At that time, you bestowed upon me a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Thankfully, you entered seclusion. Otherwise, within a month, I truly would have struggled to exhaust such a vast quantity of spirit stones. At that moment, Ye Suifeng had assigned him a task, to spend all those spirit stones within the month. This predicament had left Suiyun quite distressed. Look at your lack of ambition. Ye Suifeng had no intention of pressuring him further. He could take his time. However, this situation made him aware of a pressing issue. If he were to suddenly retreat into seclusion again, particularly for an extended duration, the family's financial chain would undoubtedly face complications that would certainly hinder the development according to his aspirations. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng handed Suiyun a storage bag. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Keep them safe and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request: to provide the family with an optimal cultivation environment within reasonable limits. Cultivation and expansion will be our focus for A. Considerable time. You must ensure proper management, Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. Trembling, Suiyun accepted the storage bag. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such immense wealth. Rest assured, elder brother, I will maximize their potential, Suiyun declared with utmost seriousness. He understood that the spirit stones within this storage bag represented not merely wealth, but also Ye Suifeng's trust in him, along with a heavy responsibility. The Ye Suifeng nodded lightly. By the way, has that person from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, sought you out lately? Ye Suifeng inquired. Previously, they had agreed to procure a batch of supplies every half-month, but just as they arranged it, he had entered seclusion. She did come by, Suiyun replied. Producing 3 rings. She left these behind, saying they were meant for you. There are formations sealed upon them. I couldn't open them. Ye Suifeng took the rings, effortlessly dispelled the seals, revealing a treasure trove within, along with corresponding prices. Congratulations, head of the Ye family, on your emergence from seclusion. A playful thought from her lingered within. Interesting, Ye Suifeng smirked. They had previously established an agreement for Gu Wanxin to deliver resources every half-month. Unexpectedly, he had closed himself off for 2 months. Yet this woman had still adhered to their pact, delivering the items ahead of time. That it was noteworthy that she was merely a pavilion master. Managing such a substantial volume of resources without the timely retrieval of spirit stones must have placed immense pressure upon her. She truly knows how to conduct business, Ye Suifeng mused. Examining the price list, which still reflected a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones, he emptied one of his storage rings, then, using the remnants of Gu Wanxin's thought, crafted a new formation, a seal that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the rings to Suiyun. These 2 contain resources. Handle them as you see fit. Then arrange for someone to go to Wanbao Pavilion and deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin. Suiyun nodded. Accepting the 3 rings, upon seeing the immense resources within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such wealth. His mindset had greatly improved. After discussing a few other trivial matters, Suiyun prepared to take his leave. However, shortly after departing, he returned. I almost forgot. Over a month ago, 4 young individuals suddenly sought you out, claiming you had encountered them near the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. Suiyun remarked. Did I? Ye Suifeng pondered. Recalling the day he had transcended tribulation and had casually rescued a few young souls nearly crushed by a rampaging bull. Feeling a connection, he had made them a promise. Make proper arrangements for them. They seem quite capable, Ye Suifeng advised. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin and said, have them come to find me together. The newly forged path of cultivation required some to first test its tangible effects. Chapter 22. Suihu's attack in the courtyard. Beneath the willow tree, 3 young men and a woman stood before Ye Suifeng, displaying an air of nervousness. Are you accustomed to living here? Ye Suifeng inquired. Seated at a stone table, leisurely sipping tea. Accustomed? No problem at all, the long-haired youth Feng Ji stuttered. The Ye family has treated us exceptionally well, truly well, providing us with lodging and meals, recently, while working within the family. We received a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Ye Suifeng smiled reassuringly. No need to be tense. Come to think of it, I still don't know your names. Feng Ji promptly responded. I am Feng Ji. And this is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pingyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 of them respectfully greeted. We have met Elder Yi. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our encounter at jailing indicates fate. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I summoned you today is to seek your assistance with a task. Feng Ji clasped his hands. A debt of gratitude for saving my life cannot be repaid. If you have any requests, please command us that we would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames. Their resolute gazes exuded the demeanor of those from the martial world. Well spoken. Ye Suifeng paused before continuing. All of you are at the qi refining stage. Correct? Feng Ji nodded. Indeed, I possess a cultivation technique called Yuan Shigong, which represents a path of cultivation entirely distinct from the current system. I hold great optimism for the future of this technique. However, As no one has practiced it before, the specific outcomes remain uncertain. In other words, I require individuals to serve as test subjects. Consider this carefully. If you agree, I will personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may remain within the Ye family and continue your current endeavors. Ye Suifeng articulated his thoughts candidly, that he saw no need to conceal anything from a group of qi refining youngsters. Even if they declined, he could still find others within the family. Honesty was paramount. There was no need for plots or schemes. However, in response to his candor, Feng Ji and the others fell silent. The prospect of abandoning their cultivation methods was a weighty decision, especially since Ye Suifeng had made it clear that this was a completely different path of cultivation. The risks were immense. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. The Ye Suifeng remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a prolonged silence, suddenly, one stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the youth named Ma Fong. "Elder, you saved my life, yet my humble status leaves me at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Now that you have a need, I should not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation technique," Ma Fong declared with unwavering determination. Following suit, Feng Ji stepped forward smiling. "A man of honor must keep his word. I just claimed I would not hesitate, so how could I act otherwise? Elder, I too wish to try." Upon their declaration, Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi also advanced, standing resolutely alongside them. Their intentions were abundantly clear. Ye Suifeng smiled. These four young individuals evoked within him a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of the martial world, a quality seldom found among those of noble lineage. "You mustn't regret this decision." "We certainly won't," Feng Ji affirmed with conviction. "Very well. Let us commence now." Ye Suifeng rose, unleashing his vast spiritual consciousness, enveloping the four of them, all their secrets laid bare before him. Feng Ji, Qi Refining Level 8, Average Talent, M.A. Fong. Qi Refining Level 6, Below Average Talent, Lu Hong. Qi Refining Level 6, Below Average Talent, Yu Pingyi. Qi Refining Level 7, Average Talent. Feng Ji and Lu Hong possessed a solid foundation, while the other two were slightly weaker. However, to Ye Suifeng, their cultivation resembled a chaotic mess, typical of scattered cultivators. They had struggled to find suitable techniques, so concerns about compatibility were secondary. "Feng Ji and Ma Fong, you both need to disperse all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi, you will maintain your original cultivation methods while concurrently practicing Yuan Shigong." Ye Suifeng instructed, "I will impart the profound mysteries of Yuan Shigong to you. Initially, you will explore and cultivate on your own. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee your progress. Pursue your endeavors without fear of life-threatening dangers." Ye Suifeng quickly made the arrangements that he divided the four into two groups, one starting from scratch and the other integrating traditional methods. The former required no explanation, while the latter was intended for future transitions of others that are in the initial stages of their cultivation. Ye Suifeng did not plan to intervene, but rather allowed them to explore independently to obtain accurate experimental data. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng conferred upon the four a foundational enlightenment, imbuing their souls with the fundamental principles of Yuan Shigong, thus bypassing the need for comprehension. Thereafter, the four began their inaugural cultivation session in the courtyard. Ye Suifeng stood by as a protective guardian, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various changes occurring within their bodies during their practice. Based on these observations, he further clarified and refined the intricate details of Yuan Shigong. This novel path of cultivation became increasingly clear that it was not until nightfall that the first session concluded. Return home, rest well, and reflect on any issues encountered during your cultivation. Do not recklessly experiment on your own to avoid complications. I will promptly arrange for you a closer location." Ye Suifeng instructed. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, that evening, Suiyin suddenly rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. "Brother, something has gone awry." His expression was grave. "You instructed me to send someone to Wanbage for a transaction, and I sent Seihu. But after the deal was completed, on their way back, they were ambushed by a group of assailants. All the goods brought back from Wanbage have vanished without a trace, and Suehu is gravely injured and unconscious. The sudden news caused Ye Suifeng to furrow his brow. It seemed that the transaction with Wanbage had attracted the attention of certain individuals. Such an astronomical resource, worth billions, had indeed ignited their greed. "Where is Suihu now?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "At home," Suiyun replied. "His dantian is shattered, and his meridians are completely severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already assessed the situation and stated that his soul is damaged beyond recovery. We must find the culprits." Suiyun's expression was one of fury. Suihu was the most vital pillar of their family, their closest brother. "Calm down. Let us investigate." Ye Suifeng said that as long as there was a breath left, he would find a way to save Suihu. As for the assailants, those who dared to show their fangs should prepare for annihilation. Chapter 23. Awakening in the Chongqing Hall of the Yi family, a multitude of family elites had gathered, some with somber faces, others brimming with indignation. "Who did this, damn it? I will fight them to the death. Do we even need to ask? It must be that pack of scoundrels from the Li family. I cannot coexist with them. Hold on. We cannot yet determine who the assailant is, nor do we know why they attacked Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you cowardly? I merely wish to clarify. Who said I was cowardly? You." The crowd was in an uproar. "What are you all arguing about?" At that moment, Suiyun and Ye Suifeng entered, and the crowd quickly fell silent. "Refrain from your reckless fervor. The specifics will be determined by the family head." Suiyun shot them a glare before proceeding into the inner hall with Ye Suifeng. Inside, Ye Suiyun and Sui Bao were present, while Suihu lay upon the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him, Suihu's wife had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having wept profusely. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng, Zhang Ziming quickly rose. "Master of the Yi family," he said respectfully. Ye Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to step outside. "Brother." "Family head." Several others chimed in, their expressions filled with sorrow and rage. The impulsive Ye Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. "What is going on? You all look as if someone has died." Ye Suifeng replied, "Do not worry, I can save him." The others, aside from Ye Suiyun, were momentarily taken aback, having prepared themselves for the possibility of Sui's demise. Sui Bao blinked and said, "Brother, Master Zhang just mentioned." "A mere sixth-grade alchemist, hardly impressive," Ye Suifeng interrupted. Sui Bao was left speechless. A sixth-grade alchemist was the most formidable in Yunshao City. Yet, in the mouth of his brother, he was regarded as not particularly capable. After Ye Suifeng spoke, he paid no further heed to Sui Bao. Sitting down beside the bed, he extended his finger, pressing it against Suihu's forehead. Channeling his consciousness, quickly discerning Su's current condition, that it was dire. Truly, it was abysmal. His dantian lay shattered, meridians completely destroyed. Even his bones were fractured into segments. Most critically, his soul had sustained severe damage, over half of it lost. With the essence of life steadily ebbing away. This was evidently the work of an entity beyond the nascent soul stage. To still have a breath left is nothing short of a miracle. Ye Suifeng shook his head and pressed his finger against Suihu's forehead once more, silently reciting, "Return the soul." Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his fingertip, exploding outward in an expansive wave, spreading far and wide. Suddenly, ethereal sounds seemed to permeate the air, with azure and white light flickering incessantly. Suiyun and the others stood frozen, watching as wisps of azure smoke emerged from the void, swiftly entering Suihu's forehead. This method was unprecedented. When the last wisp of azure smoke entered Suihu's brow, he abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Ha!" as he regained consciousness. "Husband!" His wife was the first to react, collapsing on Suihu with tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Suiyun and the others stood in stunned silence, as after Master Zhang had deemed recovery impossible. Ye Suifeng had managed to bring Suihu back from the brink of death in mere moments. What immense power this was! How extraordinarily formidable Ye Suifeng had become! After a lengthy pause, Suiyun pulled Ye Siyu aside and whispered, "Go outside and inform them that third brother is safe. Let them resume their duties." Ye Suifeng's strength remained a mystery, a secret he wished to keep from being disclosed too soon. While Ye Siyu nodded and departed, that moment, Suihu had fully regained consciousness. "Suihu, do you remember what exactly transpired?" Ye Suifeng asked. Suihu sipped some water. Recalling the preceding events, he had brought 3 rings to Wanbage and met with Gu Wanxin. The transaction proceeded swiftly, and he acquired the resources Gu Wanxin had brought as he was about to leave. Gu Wanxin had intended to send someone from Wanbage to escort him, but he had declined that he felt that a large entourage would only expose his secret of possessing immense treasures. Thus, he chose to travel alone. Little did he expect that trouble would still ensue. The assailants were 4 cultivators above the nascent soul stage. As a mid-golden core practitioner, he was no match for them, in just a few breaths. He was thoroughly overpowered and fell unconscious. "Brother, it was my fault. I should have listened to Master Gu and allowed her to send an escort," Suihu lamented, guilt-ridden. "After all, it was resources worth billions. Do not speak nonsense. What matters is that you are alive," Ye Suifeng reassured him. For nascent soul practitioners, who in Yunshao City could dispatch such formidable forces? Suiyin frowned. The pinnacle of combat strength in Yunshao City was the Golden Core stage. Perhaps a family was hiding 1 or 2 ancient monsters who had broken through to the nascent soul stage. However, such beings typically remained in seclusion and would not act unless necessary, let alone form a quartet. Therefore, the assailants likely were not from the Li or Tang families. Could it be Wanbage? Ye Suiyu suggested. Wanbage had always been a mysterious force, and its true strength was uncertain. It was plausible they could send 4 nascent soul practitioners. "Brother, what shall we do?" If it truly was Wanbage, then matters would indeed become complicated. "What to do?" Ye Suifeng rose. "Do you remember what I once told you? Our Yi family fears no one. Those who dare to strike shall have their claws severed." Ye Suifeng glanced at Suihu and declared, "Leave this matter to me. You all must utilize the best resources to restore Suihu's health. In due time, I will assist him in repairing his dantian and regaining his strength." With that, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart. "Brother, are you truly going alone?" Suiyin still felt uneasy to why Ye Suifeng nodded. "Do not worry. You all should focus on your responsibilities. Regardless of who they are, he is already a dead cat or dog now," with a wave of his sleeve. Ye Suifeng vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Second brother, has brother's transformation not been rather drastic?" Ye Suiyu murmured. "First, there was a fortune so immense it could cause one to faint. Then he single-handedly rescued Suihu from the brink of death in mere breaths. Now, he exuded an overwhelming aura, disregarding even 4 nascent soul practitioners. Was this truly the same brother they had known, who was always taciturn and merely a chi refinement stage cultivator? No matter how great the change, he remains our elder brother." Yi Siyun's expression was serious. "We have all witnessed the family's transformations over these past months. If he were to vanish, everything would revert to how it once was." Thus, he turned to Ye Suiyu, speaking earnestly. "In the future, do not let me hear such sentiments again." Chapter 24. Pursuing the culprits in the skies, Ye Suifeng walked with his hands clasped behind his back, traversing through the clouds that a gray line guided his path, derived from the aura of Suihu, which he had extracted to discern the laws of causality. With this law of causality, he could locate the site of the battle. Soon he arrived above a secluded path in Yunshao City. Under Ye Suifeng's gaze, the signs of battle were unmistakable, along with remnants of array formations. A concealment formation. It appears the assailants were well prepared. Why is she also here? On the path, several figures seemed to be probing for something, one of whom was Gu Wanxin. The head of Dabo, the Ye Suifeng descended gracefully. "Who goes there?" Several Golden Core practitioners immediately went on guard. However, upon recognizing Ye Suifeng, Gu Wanxin swiftly intervened. "Master of the Yi family," she approached, her expression somewhat complex. "I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated they would strike in Yunshao City, endangering Third Master." She bowed in contrition. "They? So you know who is responsible?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow to Ji Wanxin, bit her lip, and said, "I cannot be entirely certain, but judging by the situation at the scene, for nascent soul practitioners, only they could mobilize such a formidable array." "Speak up," Ye Suifeng said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly sensing that Gu Wanxin had some connection to the matter at hand. With a sigh, Gu Wanxin confessed to Ye Suifeng about the recent events. That it turned out that after her last transaction with Ye Suifeng, she had established a certain rapport with the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. The steward's rank was above that of the initiators. Thus, upon meeting with the steward, Gu Wanqin reported the indiscretions between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanqin had recently brought in, the steward took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward promptly revoked Song Shuang's deputy qualification and warned Luo Qing to refrain from similar antics in the future. Consequently, Gu Wanqin's crisis was averted, and both Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their just punishments. However, they were not so easily resigned. Although Song Shuang was removed from his position, he continued to operate within Yunyao City. Ji Wanqin was acutely aware of his intentions. His goal was to locate that mysterious benefactor. What would happen once he found them? Gu Wanqin did not know, nor could she intervene, as it fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client were to be stolen away, it would merely reflect her inadequacy. Yet, Gu Wanqin never anticipated that Song Shuang would choose to take such a reckless risk, directly eliminating Ye Suifeng, who had come for a transaction, and seizing the vast resources he possessed. Such audacity was unparalleled. When an incident occurred involving a client on her territory, she could hardly absolve herself of responsibility. This turn of events would surely shatter the recently established cooperation between both parties. The Ye family did not protect Third Master well. This is my responsibility, Gu Wanqin lamented. Rest assured, I will employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. She vowed that Ye Suifeng remained silent, taken aback by the realization that Ye Suifeng's attack stemmed solely from internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. It was a classic case of celestial beings clashing while mortals bore the brunt. This individual, Song Shuang, acted with excessive arrogance and ruthlessness, completely disregarding the lives of others. Why did you not inform me sooner? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqin's face fell as she replied, Lord Yi, you are unaware of the full picture. Behind Song Shuang is Luo Qing, the initiator of the Wanbao Pavilion in Sicheng, who has formidable powers at his command. I cannot divulge more. I can only do my best to navigate the situation. Ye Suifeng's expression bore a hint of derision. You merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanqin was, at her core, a merchant. Merchants pursue profit in her quest for personal gain. Gu Wanqin had concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, leading to Ye Suifeng's unwarranted misfortune, nearly costing him his life. Had circumstances been different, perhaps it would have been Song Shuang engaging in trade with the Ye family. However, for Ye Suifeng, he merely required resources. The identity of the provider was inconsequential. Thus, Gu Wanqin bore an inescapable responsibility in this affair. While Ye Suifeng could empathize with her predicament, he would not extend forgiveness. I truly apologize, Lord Yi. At this juncture, I do not wish to argue. I can only exert my utmost effort to provide you and the late Third Master with an explanation, Gu Wanqin declared resolutely. Ye Suifeng gazed into her eyes. To be frank, this woman was remarkable. She had skillfully maneuvered her way through the ranks with no background, even managing to outmaneuver her direct superiors. Regrettably, she had underestimated the power of absolute strength. Third Master is not dead, Ye Suifeng stated calmly. This matter is no longer your concern. I will handle it myself. However, there must not be a second occurrence. Regardless of what transpires, if there is anything that could jeopardize the Ye family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Understood? He resolved not to blame her. Firstly, Gu Wanqin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and she was quite proactive. He still required someone of her caliber. Secondly, if he were to replace her, who could guarantee that further complications would not arise? Hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback. Lord Yi, I do not fully grasp your meaning. There is no hidden meaning, Ye Suifeng replied. Our agreement continues, and as for Song Shuang, I will deal with him personally. Gu Wanqin opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Lord Yi, I urge you to reconsider. With such immense wealth now in Song Shuang's possession, he will undoubtedly return to seek Luo Qing. On Luo Qing's side, there are numerous Yuanian cultivators for protection, along with formidable powers in the transformation stage. How do you intend to handle them? She simply could not fathom how Ye Suifeng dared to utter such words. The highest combat capability in Yunyao City barely reached the Yuanian stage. Yet, Ye Suifeng shook his head, calmly declaring, Yuanying and transformation stage, mere ants. Very well. You shall accompany me, lest you hesitate to inform me of any future matters. With that, Ye Suifeng extended his hand and grasped the void. Suddenly, the entire realm transformed in hue. The great Dao thundered, and a brilliant starry river appeared before them. Time rewind. The world shifted. The scenery around them began to whirl. In Gu Wanxin's astonished gaze, time froze upon a single figure. It was Ye Suifeng, striding briskly along a narrow path. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky, blocking all his paths. One of them was slender. Adorned with a magnificent jeweled longsword at his waist, his brows arched high, strikingly noticeable. He is Song Shuang, Gu Wanxin exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 25. Kneel in Sucheng, within the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. Luo Qing sat across from Song Shuang, idly toying with a delicate ring in his hand. Uncle, rest assured, I have already lifted Gu Wanxin's mental seal. Even if she suspects me, she will be powerless to act. Song Shuang was brimming with self-satisfaction. Having lain in wait in Yunyao City for several months, finally reaping substantial rewards, an immense fortune that would take him 100 years to amass otherwise, that it was truly a case of overnight wealth. Moreover, this action would undoubtedly sever the relationship between Gu Wanxin and the Ye family, potentially branding Gu Wanxin as a negligent manager, causing her to fall from grace, that a mere farmer's daughter had no right to contend with him. Luo Qing, having stowed away the storage ring, inquired, Are you certain that the Ye family is not a prominent family, lacking significant prowess? Of course, Song Shuang replied with a laugh. Having spent nearly 3 months in Yunyao City, I have thoroughly investigated the power dynamics within. The most formidable cultivators there barely reach the Yuanying stage, most of whom are in seclusion. And the Ye family is the weakest among the 3 major families in Yunyao City. They might not even possess a single Yuanying cultivator. And their head is a newly appointed fool. We have no reason to fear any retaliation from them. Song Shuang spoke with unwavering confidence that he had discreetly observed the Ye family, even locating their alchemists and artifact crafters, who had indicated that they only entered the service of the Ye family due to generous compensation. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush, seizing the vast resources for himself. However, if the Ye family is so weak, how do they possess such wealth? Luo Qing questioned. Song Shuang shook his head and chuckled. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not uncommon for one to stumble upon treasures while walking. In my estimation, the Ye family is similarly situated. They have fortuitously acquired a significant fortune, but fail to exercise restraint, instead squandering it lavishly. Even if I hadn't intervened, others would have targeted the Ye family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, agreeing with the assessment. The Ye family's actions undeniably exuded the air of nouveau riche. Such individuals, he had encountered many, and their fates were rarely favorable. You have performed admirably this time. Rest assured, once the commotion dies down, I will find a way to reinstate your position as deputy. As long as the Ye family does not discover you, that is. Luo Qing smiled. Song Shuang burst into hearty laughter. Naturally. I could never be found by the Ye family. He laughed, but suddenly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had stiffened. They found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around and nearly fell off his chair in shock. Before him, a dark portal materialized in the void, gradually expanding as several figures emerged before him. Gu Wanxin. Song Shuang recognized the woman and, overwhelmed by fear, let out a high-pitched scream akin to a woman's. Why you? How is this possible? His face was a mask of terror. A portal had been opened in the void. What powerful cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs felt weak at this moment. Ye Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanxin, stepped through the void and approached Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ji Wanxin nodded, still appearing dazed. She could scarcely believe the extent of Ye Suifeng's strength. Effortlessly parting the river of time and space, and with a mere wave of his hand, he had traversed through the void to locate the very Song Shuang himself. That was utterly terrifying. Song Shuang, oh Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the terrifying entity you had provoked. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs trembling before the formidable presence that had come specifically for him. I am Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family. With an expressionless face, Ye Suifeng spoke softly. Who endowed you with such audacity to assassinate the backbone of my clan and seize our resources? Upon hearing his words, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Yi family. The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with utmost confidence that the new head of the Yi family was merely a worthless cultivator at the qi refining stage. He was filled with a desire to seize them by the collar and demand how a qi refining practitioner could possibly open a void gate. Let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to utter something. Yet Ye Suifeng offered him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, a force akin to heavenly might descending upon him, striking his face with tremendous ferocity. Instantly, Song Shuang fell to the ground. One side of his face swollen beyond recognition, blood and bits of teeth spraying forth that Ye Suifeng's expression remained indifferent. He had no interest in engaging in further trivialities with Song Shuang. He had come today to mete out judgment, but he had come today to take lives. Bang! Ye Suifeng once again stomped down upon Song Shuang, a violent surge of spiritual energy flooding into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. His meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered in an instant. Ah! Song Shuang let out a cry of agony, blood spattering across his face. Luo Qing, witnessing this gruesome scene, trembled involuntarily. Hesitantly, he spoke, My lord, perhaps we could discuss this calmly. Ye Suifeng cast a cold glance in his direction. Who are you to address me as my lord? He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura enveloped Luo Qing's head in an instant, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A colossal wave of energy erupted from Ye Suifeng's center, obliterating the protective formations as if they were mere paper, sending debris and wood flying. The top tier of the Wanbao Pavilion was reduced to dust, transforming into an open platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone! Run! Many cultivators and patrons downstairs were startled by the sudden explosion, panicking and fleeing the Wanbao Pavilion. They gazed up in shock at the expansive destruction above. On that platform, Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. It was terrifying. Had that energy been directed at him, he would have been obliterated instantly. The head of the Yi family, he is our mastermind, and also Song Shuang's uncle. Gu Wanxin whispered that Ye Suifeng's gaze swept over. Oh, you are also implicated. Luo Qing's eyes widened in alarm, and he hastily exclaimed, No, I had no part in this with Song Shuang. However, before he could finish, Ye Suifeng pressed down slightly with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as if a mountain had crashed upon him, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to his knees. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful presence erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elderly man in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his demeanor grave and his aura extraordinary. It was the aura of the transformation stage. Yet, with just a glance from Ye Suifeng, the old man nearly soiled himself in fear. It is I. What can you do to me? Ye Suifeng replied could elder. Let us discuss this peacefully. The transformation stage elder quickly clasped his fists in respect. Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sioux City was one of the most iconic structures in town. Towering 7 stories high and surrounded by formations, its upper levels emitted a hazy purple glow at night, exuding an air of opulence. However, today, its top tier had been violently breached. Shattered wood and tiles exploded outward. Littering the ground, a solitary figure stood calmly amidst the chaos, while several prominent figures of the Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have already submitted, kneeling before him. Who is this person? Could he be a higher-up from the Wanbao Pavilion? To call him a fool is an understatement. Would one of their own demolish their own property? Clearly, he bears a grudge against the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens! Does he not comprehend the depths of the power behind the Wanbao Pavilion to act so brazenly? Whispers filled the air as the onlookers grew curious about the figure clad in white. What could possibly be his backing? Ye Suifeng's sole reliance was himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the most exalted of beings. Elder, the transformation stage elder of the Wanbao Pavilion knelt, gazing at Ye Suifeng with trepidation. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself. Ye Suifeng said coolly, then extended his hand. 3 gray threads of causality drifting from his palm. Point 2 floated down to the lower levels of the pavilion. While one soared toward the distant horizon, they fled quite far. But it is futile. Ye Suifeng smirked coldly, clenching his fist. Suddenly, 2 exclamations of shock arose from below. Crash! The wall of the lower level shattered, and 2 figures rushed upward at breakneck speed. Accompanied by screams, they collided violently with the floor, kneeling in panic alongside Song Shuang. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened. Those 2 were indeed the assailants who had attacked Ye Suifeng's uncle. But why were there only 2? At the time, besides Song Shuang, there had been 3 other golden core cultivators. Just as she pondered this, a terrified voice echoed from the horizon, gazing into the distance. She spotted a small black that's soaring along the last gray thread in Ye Suifeng's hand, spiraling through the air. Bang! It landed at their feet, revealing the final golden core cultivator. His expression was one of disbelief and alarm. His upper body completely bare, and he wore only a pitiful scrap of cloth below. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in some unsavory activities before being captured by Ye Suifeng. Such means were utterly terrifying. Gu Wanxin gazed at Ye Suifeng's silhouette, momentarily entranced as the figure of this man loomed larger than life, stretching beyond the horizon. All present. Ye Suifeng looked down at them coldly and said, You, consumed by greed, brazenly attacked the key member of my clan, leaving him on the brink of death. As the head of the Ye family, I hereby sentence you to death. With that, Ye Suifeng raised his hand slightly, and amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, he wielded his palm like a blade, decisively bringing it down. For heads flew high, accompanied by a torrent of hot blood, rolling down from the Wanbao pavilion and landing amidst the crowd on the street. Saralong, the onlookers gasped, and upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, they were filled with horror, scattering in a desperate bid to escape, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. After eliminating the 4 instigators of Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng turned his attention to Luo Qing. Luo Qing could no longer contain himself and shouted, Elder, I was completely unaware of their actions. I only found out later. Had I known in advance, I would have certainly stopped them. Please, spare me. He was genuinely frightened. The head of the Ye family before him possessed unfathomable power and acted with exceptional decisiveness. He killed without hesitation. He did not wish to lose his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Ye Suifeng remained silent, merely extending his hand, a smooth ring slowly floating out from Luo Qing's possession. Upon seeing the ring, Luo Qing's face fell in despair. The evidence was right in his grasp, leaving him with no way to clear his name. Inspect it. Are all the items inside? Ye Suifeng handed the ring to Gu Wanxin. She promptly nodded and took the ring, examining it closely. They have erased my mental imprint, she snorted, scrutinizing it thoroughly before nodding slightly at Ye Suifeng. Ye family head, everything is here. It seems they had not yet had the chance to use it. Ye Suifeng nodded, then looked back at Luo Qing. In this world, everyone harbors greed. I can understand that. However, your mistake lies in provoking me. Ye Suifeng's gaze sharpened, 2 piercing beams of light invading Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan as blood streamed from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, all his meridians shattered, his dantian turned to dust, and even half of his soul was cleaved away. He had been reduced to a complete invalid. Luo Qing's expression turned ashen, his eyes vacant, mouth slightly parted, voice hoarse. Ye Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely bring you the retribution you deserve. You have no idea what terrifying forces lie behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is due to your actions. As Luo Qing spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. Ye Suifeng looked at him coldly and suddenly smiled. You struck the younger ones. Now the elders are coming. Ha! I relish such narratives. I give you a chance. Hasten to summon your ancestors. Or even your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I will have a good chat with them. Ye Suifeng released the pressure on Luo Qing that he was eager to see what kind of individuals Luo Qing would summon. It was just as well to suppress them all at once. He had no time to waste on such troublesome people. You will regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Call for them. Ye Suifeng replied indifferently. No need to call. I've already arrived. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out that it was a young man, elegant and poised, clad in a purple robe, holding a pure white jade fan. He gently descended beside Luo Qing, that Ye Suifeng cast his gaze over. And this young man appeared to possess a certain bearing. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? Ye Suifeng inquired. Master Yi, this is the esteemed Lord Shen Tianming, the steward of Wanbao Pavilion, whom I have mentioned to you, Gu Wanxin explained before bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. Lord Shen, this man is exceedingly arrogant. He has come to ruin our Wanbao Pavilion and has cruelly slain Song Shuang and the others, rendering my cultivation useless. Upon seeing Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing seized upon him like a lifeline, exclaiming loudly, You must avenge me. Hush, hush. Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder, speaking softly, Do not worry. I shall handle this matter impartially. After saying this, Shen Tianming turned his gaze to Ye Suifeng. Crack! A streak of blood appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing fell to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. A useless wretch has no right to make such impertinent demands, Shen Tianming stated with a warm smile. Master Yi, would you not agree? Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 27. Intensifying efforts. Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful, yet he had already reached the transformation realm, an archetypal genius. Unlike the other elder of the same realm, Shen Tianming maintained a calm demeanor when facing Ye Suifeng, as though he had some form of support. That Ye Suifeng's gaze drifted towards the distant void. He could clearly sense that behind the emptiness, a formidable presence lurked, watching the unfolding events. Just a late-stage integration realm practitioner. Is this truly his support? Ye Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, If you are here to stand up for Luo Qing and the others, then please do so swiftly. Alternatively, you could summon additional assistance. Shen Tianming pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside, smiling as he said, Master Yi has misunderstood. I am not here to champion anyone. Wanbao Pavilion has always prided itself on impartiality, adhering to principles both externally and internally. Especially concerning our guests, we would never resort to deceitful schemes. Song Shuang was brazen and audacious, directing his attention towards our patrons, which is a grave transgression. And his demise is of no lament. Although Luo Qing did not directly participate, he is guilty of harboring wrongdoers, and coupled with his previous acts of unscrupulous competition, he has been expelled from Wanbao Pavilion. Thus, Shen Tianming shrugged, adding, I must thank Master Yi for helping us eliminate these nuisances. Ye Suifeng acknowledged this with a sound, realizing that this fellow possessed a certain discernment. In that case, do as you wish. With that, he prepared to open the void portal. Wait! Shen Tianming quickly called out to Ye Suifeng. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Shen Tianming smiled, saying, Your wealth has attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion. Previously, I heard from Pavilion Master Gu that you require more and more precious resources and treasures. Ye Suifeng nodded indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming continued. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you seek. Perhaps we can find a quieter place to deliberate in detail. Shen Tianming maintained a smile, and with his handsome countenance, it was easy for one to feel favorably disposed towards him. Yet Ye Suifeng was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He had no fondness for those who appeared affable, but were, in reality, treacherous. The fallen Luo Qing was a perfect example. I stand by my previous statement. No matter how many resources you wish to sell, simply bring them forth. There is no need to worry about my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the particulars, discuss them with Gu Wanxin. I only desire the goods. With that, Ye Suifeng flicked his hand and turned, vanishing without a trace. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, he could only manage an awkward smile. What a person of character, Shen Tianming remarked, turning to Gu Wanxin. Pavilion Master Gu, it seems he regards you as his spokesperson. I am honored, Gu Wanxin replied, maintaining her composure. Ye Suifeng's parting words served as a form of protection, conveying significant information to her. Shen Tianming nodded. In that case, you shall remain in Yunxiao City, serving as the liaison between Wanbao Pavilion and Ye Suifeng. I must remind you, however, that if this is the case, according to Wanbao Pavilion's regulations, you shall forever only be a branch pavilion master. Gu Wanxin pursed her lips, responding earnestly. That is of no consequence. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. To remain in Yunxiao City, in a manner of speaking, is also a form of blessing. Whether as a deputy envoy, principal envoy, or steward, what significance do such titles hold? For individuals like Ye Suifeng and Shen Tianming, they could easily take a life. Only strength is the foundation upon which one can stand in this world. She had come to see through this. Very well, I respect your perspective, Shen Tianming replied. Then let us proceed, as Ye Suifeng suggested. We shall find a place to thoroughly discuss the allocation of resources in Yunxiao City. Thus, this incident drew to a close. The deceased lay discarded like lifeless dogs, carelessly dealt with by Shen Tianming. The damaged Wanbao Pavilion was restored to its former glory within the span of an hour, thanks to the collective efforts of numerous practitioners. Everything unfolded with such tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the newly refurbished top-floor chamber. Beside him stood a diminutive elder. Elder Mu, what is your assessment of Ye Suifeng? Shen Tianming inquired softly. I cannot see through him, Elder Mu replied, his expression slightly grave. That man seems unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, he is unfathomable. In his every word and action, he appears to be one with the Dao. I have never observed such a phenomenon in any other elder. Young master, I advise you to remain composed and refrain from conflict with him for the time being. Shen Tianming nodded. A mere Yunxiao City has produced such a figure. No wonder those ancient beings claim that this realm is on the brink of great upheaval. I wonder if this so-called upheaval refers to the individual we just encountered. I hope not. I certainly do not wish to become the center of a storm, a tragic pawn in the hands of those scheming. After dealing with Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng returned to his clan. Sui Yun and Sui Yu were still in Ye Suifeng's chamber, while the family officials outside had been dispersed by them. Elder brother, how did it go? Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. It has been resolved, Ye Suifeng replied. Glancing at the reclining Ye Sui, he retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Sui Yun. Inside are some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days. And after 100 days, his body will naturally recover. This vial of pills had been casually concocted by Ye Suifeng on his way back that in truth, he could have restored Ye Suifeng's injuries within a few breaths. However, that method was far too unsettling. Furthermore, he did not wish for others to believe that with his presence, they could recklessly charge forth without regard for their lives. Allowing Ye Suifeng to lie for 100 days served as a minor punishment for his carelessness. Thank you, Master. Ye Suifeng's wife wept gratefully. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun into the study. Tell me, what caliber of genius exists in this world who possesses the transformation realm at merely 20 years of age? He inquired. When encountering Shen Tianming, Ye Suifeng had discreetly assessed his bone age, only 27. This caused him to ponder, if the great powers of this world were filled with prodigies akin to Shen Tianming. Then the young members of the Yi family paled in comparison. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a genius possibly exist? That is absolutely impossible. His reaction spoke volumes. With Sui Yun's perspective and experience, he could not fathom such a level. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Very well, I understand now. From this day forth, you are to exhaust every means to accelerate the cultivation progress of our clan's youth. Acquire whatever you can, training rooms, spirit-gathering formations, body-tempering liquids, whatever is feasible. Intensify efforts. Do you comprehend? Chapter 28. Struggles in the forest. At the periphery of Qing Gugao Ling, in a secluded thicket, lay a serene emerald lake. Beneath the azure stones at the lake's edge, a massive python coiled languidly, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon its scaled form. It lay in a state of feigned slumber, unbeknownst to it. Several figures concealed within the dense underbrush were stealthily advancing towards it. These were 3 young practitioners, 2 females and 1 male, enveloped in a translucent film, upon inadvertently dislodging a droplet of dew. The droplet rapidly crystallized into ice. The frost cloak could insulate against temperature, exhibiting a certain freezing effect. Originally designed for the sweltering summer months, clever practitioners had discovered its unique efficacy against serpentine beasts, rendering them nearly undetectable even at close proximity. Clearly, these 3 practitioners aimed to hunt the colossal python beneath the azure stone. They advanced cautiously, and as time elapsed, they drew ever closer to the python. Nearly able to hear its faint breaths, at the forefront stood a woman with a solemn expression, who nodded towards the other 2 individuals before suddenly leaping into action, her long sword slicing through the air as she aimed a swift strike at the giant python's head. However, her movement had not gone unnoticed, and the serpent opened its eyes just in time to evade the lethal blow, retaliating with a swift bite. Clang! The sharp teeth clashed against the long sword, the tremendous recoil sending the woman hurtling backward. Yet, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Now's our chance," she cried, prompting a man and another woman to leap from the underbrush, their swords aimed at the serpent's body. Thanks to the first woman's distraction, most of the python's body was exposed, its vulnerable spot conveniently within the reach of the other 2's attacks. It was a calculated strategy. Swoosh! The sword struck fiercely against the python's flesh, creating 2 deep gashes from which blood gushed forth. "Wei Yuan, what are you doing?" the other woman exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discontent. "I apologize, Hu Jie, I lost my aim," the young man replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their plan was for the first woman to draw the python's attention, while the other 2 coordinated to sever its vulnerable spot and bring it down. Yet, perhaps due to nerves, Wei Yuan's strike went awry. Although the python appeared gravely injured, it was clear that it was not fatal, merely adding 2 more wounds to its already formidable body. "You! Be careful," the woman named, who was about to scold him when her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed to shield Wei Yuan just as the python's massive tail swung towards them. Bang! Who raised her sword to block. But she had underestimated the serpent's strength, resulting in her spitting blood midair before being flung back. Wei Yuan shouted in alarm. "Forget her for now. Focus on dodging. Strike the beast when you have the chance," the first female cultivator urged, performing intricate sword maneuvers as she charged at the python. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, she struck the serpent numerous times, inflicting several shallow wounds upon its body. The python let out a roar, redirecting its attention to the woman before it. "Adjust your mindset. Remember how we've trained you," she shouted as she attacked. Hearing this, Wei Yuan took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside his concern for the injured and concentrating all his energy on the python before him. At last, he seized a rare opportunity, swiftly advancing with a furious strike aimed at the python's vulnerable spot, aligning it with the previous wounds. With a resounding slash, the serpent, as thick as a water barrel, was severed, blood spraying all over Wei Yuan. The python howled in agony, thrashing violently on the ground as the 2 quickly leaped away, allowing it to writhe in its death throes. They knew the serpent was doomed. Hunenya! Wei Yuan suddenly remembered who won and quickly located her within the underbrush. She lay there, blood spilling from her mouth, one arm cradled against her chest, clearly broken. "It's all my fault, I'm so sorry," Wei Yuan lamented, guilt etched across his face. That moment, the other woman approached, her face pale from exhaustion after battling the python, sweat beading on her forehead. "I'm fine. Your inexperience is to be expected," Huan managed a weak smile, adding, "It's just a broken arm. A month of rest and I'll be back. It's all my fault." Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. "Enough!" The other woman stepped forward to support Huan, turning to Wei Yuan. "Injuries during battle are commonplace. Instead of wallowing in self-reproach, focus on identifying your shortcomings. Otherwise, you will never grow." Huan cast a resigned glance at her and said, "Zhang Fei, don't be too harsh. This isn't Xiao Yuan's first battle." Zhang Fei remained impassive, letting out a slight huff as she replied, I simply do not wish to lose any more comrades like those at the Beggar's Temple. The group fell silent, taking a moment to recuperate before returning to the edge of the pond. The BY now. The giant python had calmed, lying on the ground, blood flowing freely, utterly lifeless. "Oh, there are some eggs here," Wei Yuan exclaimed suddenly. Jiang Fei and Huan rushed over. Nestled among the grass beneath a large stone were several white eggs. Quietly resting, upon counting, they found 7 in total. "Python eggs, we've struck gold," Huan exclaimed with delight that a complete python egg could fetch at least 50 spirit stones in the market. This was a significant fortune for them. Jiang Fei's expression softened with joy. "Quick, gather them up. We need to handle the python's carcass. The scent of blood will easily attract." Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. "Ah, azure python eggs. We are quite fortunate." 5 cultivators suddenly emerged from the forest, making their way toward Jiang Fei and her companions. Each was dressed in fine garments, exuding an air of authority that made it clear they were not mere wandering cultivators. "Indeed, these are azure python eggs. Perfect. We were just missing this primary ingredient." The leader, a woman, smiled as she completely disregarded Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, clasping her fists in greeting. "Esteemed friend, we are the ones who defeated the python and discovered the eggs first." Her tone was polite, yet the woman showed no interest, continuing to walk forward. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and prepared to confront her again. But another cultivator blocked her path, revealing a red token. "Hey, what are you?" Wei Yuan began to speak, but Jiang Fei pulled him back. The token bore a prominent character. Li. The Li family of Yinshao City were the rulers of the region, and they were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the Li family woman had already taken the azure python eggs. She approached Jiang Fei, her expression unreadable, and said, "I am Li Qing'e, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Someone, give him 100 spirit stones." A small pouch was tossed at Jiang Fei's feet that a typical azure python egg was worth at least 50 spirit stones, not to mention the higher value of these particular ones. Yet in the end, they were left with only 100 spirit stones, and the manner in which it was offered felt patronizing. However, Jiang Fei and her companions dared not voice their anger. They could not afford to offend a powerful family like the Li. They swallowed their resentment that Li Qing'e, clearly accustomed to this, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Li Qing'e, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how can you engage in such oppressive behavior toward wandering cultivators? It's utterly disgraceful." 4 figures leaped from the woods, the leader draped in a purple cloak, exuding an aura of confidence, a striking blue sword hanging at their waist. "Tianluan Temple Ye Family Ye Huang." Li Qing'e raised an eyebrow. Chapter 29. Yi Huang strikes. "Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds." Li Qing'e showed no fear in front of Yi Huang. Standing opposite her, she spoke slowly. "I care not for your reputation as Yi Huang of Tianluan Temple. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang kurosit head items." "And what of it? What of it?" Li Qing'e frowned. "Your reach is far too long. Do you realize that? To intrude upon the territory of another family and flaunt your power, such as the conduct of your Yi family." Yi Huang chuckled. "My Yi family's principle is to intervene when we witness injustice. And what can you do to me?" Li Qing'e attempted to steer the conversation toward family rivalry. But Yi Huang clearly was not interested in playing that game. The Yi family had always been known for their cautious and meticulous ways. It was perplexing to see them act so brazenly. "Yi Huang, are you not afraid of igniting a conflict between our 2 families?" Li Qing'e asked, her expression darkening as she spoke. She still hoped to leverage her family's authority to suppress Yi Huang. Yet Yi Huang merely smiled again. "Do you think it's so simple for families to go to war? Indeed, there is a possibility. For instance, either I could kill you today, or you could kill me. And then there might be grounds for war. Do you wish to test that?" Yi Huang's provocation left Li Qing'e's face ashen. This person was clearly not adhering to the usual rules, and she was pressing in relentlessly. She had never encountered a member of the Yi family quite like this before. "Yi Huang, do not presume that I fear you. Li Qing'er shot a glance at Yi Huang's companions. Her voice cold. Do not think I am unaware that the reputation of Tianwan Temple is solely built upon Yi Qingyao's efforts. Now that Yi Qingyao is absent, and Yi Xiaoxiao is also gone, you, a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, dare to speak so boldly before me. Li Qing'er had recently broken through to the transformation stage. She could not defeat Yi Qingyao, nor did she have the confidence to best the prodigious Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet against Yi Huang, a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, she felt no fear. Considering Li Qing'er's fierce demeanor, Yi Huang shook her head. So, you are one who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. You only dare to challenge me now that Qingyao and Xiaoxiao are absent. How pitiable. Let me show you how a member of the Yi family handles such situations. With that, she strode forward toward Li Qing. Li Qing'er was taken aback. What was this person's intention? Why was she approaching so boldly? In her hesitation, she unconsciously took a step back. This movement ignited her sense of humiliation and anger, prompting her to shout, "What exactly do you want?" Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth and chuckled. "It's nothing. I just find you displeasing and feel like giving you a beating." With that, she launched a powerful punch, the force creating a gust of wind as it hurtled towards Li Qing. Li Qing'er was utterly taken aback by her sudden aggression and hurriedly raised her arms to block, her aura surging as she entered the Qi transformation realm. Boom! A resounding clash echoed, unleashing a wave of formidable energy between the two. Jiang Fei and her companions, at the Qi refinement stage, nearly lost their footing. When they regained their senses, they were left dumbfounded. Yi Huang, at the Qi refinement stage, stood unfazed, while Li Qing'er, despite being in the Qi transformation realm, was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. How is this possible? Li Qing'er exclaimed in alarm, feeling a numbness in her arms after the impact. How could Yi Huang possess such immense strength? The Qi transformation realm is nothing to speak of. Yi Huang pressed forward again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches howled, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Clearly, her martial skills had reached an extraordinary level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the blows, retreating repeatedly as if she were being overwhelmed. The onlookers were spellbound. They had never witnessed a Qi refinement cultivator effortlessly overpowering one in the Qi transformation realm. When had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? Bang! Li Qing'er, caught off guard, was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang and fell to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print at the center. "Stop! How dare you!" The few companions of Li Qing'er rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, their voices fierce. Meanwhile, Yi Huang's allies swiftly stepped up, confronting them with an imposing presence. Yi Huang waved her hand, signaling them to step back as she boldly stood at the forefront, stating, "I have no wish to complicate matters. Just return what you took from others, and I will not trouble you. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to spar with all of you." Yi Huang clenched her fist, causing the members of the Li family to instinctively retreat. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation and knew that even Li Qing'er in the Qi transformation realm was no match for this prodigy. "Ye Huang!" Suddenly, a furious voice called from behind the Li family members that it was Li Qing, her voice hoarse and gritted through clenched teeth. "You have forced my hand!" she shrieked. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted, causing Li Qing's companions to hastily evade. A gray whip, glowing ominously, shot towards Yi Huang at lightning speed. With a sharp gaze, Yi Huang unsheathed her longsword. With a resounding clash, the sword met the whip head-on. Boom! Another surge of powerful energy erupted, even more intense than the previous encounter. The towering tree above was instantly stripped of countless branches and leaves, which cascaded down like rain on the ground. Deep sword marks radiated outward from Yi Huang, carving their way in all directions. One of the sword marks sliced through a large stone, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. The azure longsword hummed in the air, while the whip lay shattered in several segments on the ground. An eerie silence engulfed the surroundings as everyone stood frozen. Fear etched on their faces as they gazed at the violet figure. Trembling involuntarily, Li Qing'er lay half prostrate on the ground, clutching the broken whip. Her expression dazed, and eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? My thorn of poison is a profound-grade spirit weapon. Why? She murmured to herself that Ye Huang slowly sheathed her longsword. After more than 2 months of training and countless battles, she had long realized that the spirit sword gifted by her father was no ordinary weapon. Hand over the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a reprieve, Ye Huang said coolly. After a brief silence, Li Qing'er rose to her feet. Though she had not sustained severe injuries, the pressure and humiliation inflicted by Ye Huang were far more painful than any physical wounds. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs, casting them onto the ground as she shot Ye Huang a glance and huffed. If you have the ability, join this year's Yunshao City battle. At that time, my brotherly Qi will surely avenge me. With that, she did not dare linger and hastily departed. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Huang murmured, so it is Li Qi, the eldest son of the Li family. We shall meet again. Chapter 30. The agreement between Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance. Zhang Fei and Huan approached Ye Huang, bowing deeply. She had not anticipated that someone would emerge to uphold justice while they were being oppressed by the Li family. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in this era. To put it bluntly, people like this seldom lived long. Naturally, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts. It was nothing, Ye Huang replied. I merely did what I desired. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. While the statement sounded simple, it essentially encapsulated what everyone relentlessly pursued: to do what one wishes. One must act. What gave her the confidence to say and do such things? Here are the green python eggs for you. Keep them safe. Each one can fetch 200 spirit stones, Ye Huang said, handing the eggs to Zhang Fei. Ordinary giant python eggs were worth 50 spirit stones, but the one they had slain was actually a green python, imbued with a hint of primal energy, thus making its eggs quite valuable. We only need 3. Zhang Fei quickly interjected that Ye Huang smiled and insisted. Take them. I do not require this small amount. The Yi family members were quite affluent, and a few hundred spirit stones were hardly a concern. It was beneficial to foster goodwill. By the way, where do you hail from? Ye Huang inquired. Zhang Fei clasped her hands and replied, We are all from Daka Town. Daka Town was quite distant and had long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I see some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled healers there, and the prices are very reasonable, Ye Huang suggested, glancing at Huan. Zhang Fei hesitated, saying, But we are under Li family jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is... Conflicts often arose at the lower levels due to power struggles among the elite. Generally, cultivators from Li family territories would not venture into Yi family territories. Ye Huang shook her head. What does it matter, Li family or Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunshao City. You are from far away, so perhaps you are not fully aware. Currently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families are beginning to merge, striving together for their respective goals. Almost half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's territory. Zhang Fei was taken aback. When had cultivators become so harmonious? Come, you will see for yourself, Ye Huang said, revealing her charming little tiger tooth. In the Yi family patriarch's study, Ye Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a moment, he set the letter down and remarked, Quite impressive. It exudes a commanding presence, embodying my style. Opposite him, Sui Yin also beamed with delight. Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent acclaim is astounding. The name of Tianluan Palace has nearly overshadowed that of Yulong. Just childish antics, Ye Suifeng said, savoring a sip of fragrant tea. Judging from the contents of the letter, his daughter was no longer the burdened girl she once was. This had been anticipated, for he understood that within Ye Huang lay a phoenix, merely waiting for the flames of rebirth. He had merely ignited that spark. The recent situation at the borders is quite favorable. Due to the family's activities and policies, we have attracted many wandering cultivators from other regions. Many gifted individuals are considering joining us, Sui Yin remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded. This was one of his objectives. Only by accumulating sufficient talent could the family truly evolve into a formidable power. Otherwise, they would merely be a hidden family, which held little allure for him. After his initial joy, Sui Yun's expression turned somewhat troubled. Elder brother, I wish to mention that due to our recent prominence, a great influx of cultivators has arrived. Among them are many from the Li and Tang families, especially the Li family. Several small sects have relocated entirely to our side. Is this not somewhat concerning? Sui Yun stated that Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is there to be concerned about? With a large number of cultivators defecting, the Li and Tang families may have their own thoughts on the matter, Sui Yun replied. Ye Suifeng set down his teacup and beckoned with his fingers. Come now, let me ask you, are you pleased with our family's current situation? Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback, responding, Of course, the younger generation is vibrant, and the family's reputation is on the rise. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then what is the issue? Ye Suifeng chuckled. As Yi Huang said, if you want to do something, then do it, as long as we do not stray from the proper path. There is no need to worry about trivial concerns. The Li family and the Tang family, having been born in Yunshao City, their fates are already sealed. If they behave themselves, grant them a gentler outcome, should they dare to provoke trouble. I shall make them understand that the Yi family of today is no longer what it once was. Sui Yun nodded, his heart brimming with unwavering confidence after observing Ye Suifeng's actions over the past few months. Even if Ye Suifeng were to decide to proclaim himself emperor and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts whatsoever. Let us broaden our horizons, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Do you remember when I spoke of that 27-year-old genius in the transformation realm? Let us set a modest goal for now, encouraging the younger generation of our family to aspire to reach that level. And may our Yi family strive to become a formidable force capable of nurturing such geniuses. Do you understand? As he listened to Ye Suifeng's modest aspirations, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a vision had never even graced his dreams. Was there truly a possibility of it coming to fruition? He glanced at the leisurely Ye Suifeng and nodded to himself. With an elder brother leading the way, the Yi family was destined to become a super family that would leave an indelible mark in the annals of history. Your current task is to spend wisely and to allocate resources effectively, providing our family members with a conducive environment for cultivation. Of course, do not neglect your own cultivation. I hope that within a year, you and Hu, along with the others, can break through to the Golden Core stage and officially step into the nascent soul realm, Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. After discussing some family matters, Sui Yun took his leave, while Ye Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, as if he could see that adorable figure growing at the border of the jailing region. I just want to strike you. What can you do about it? This little girl is becoming increasingly amusing. As for the Li and Tang families, I hope they can perceive the situation clearly. Ye Suifeng had no intention of engaging with those two families for the time being. There was simply no need. To him, both the Li and Tang families were far too weak, so weak that he couldn't even be bothered to glance their way. Engaging in conflict with them would be nothing but a waste of time. Yet, as fate would have it, the world is wondrously unpredictable that a few days later, Sui Yun once again arrived at the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. In the elegant room of the Drunken Dream Pavilion, only two individuals were present, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suibao. Initially, Ye Suifeng had intended to come alone, but Sui Yun insisted on bringing a few more people, claiming it would enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, the most powerful cultivator, Ye Suibao, was dispatched as his bodyguard, that a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, serving as a bodyguard for someone who had survived the heavenly tribulation. What protection could that possibly provide? I must say, we were invited by the Li and Tang families, yet it seems we are the ones waiting for them, Ye Suifeng remarked. The guests had arrived, yet the host had yet to appear. It was utterly disrespectful. Elder brother, those two families have always looked down upon us, Ye Suibao exclaimed, his voice rough and filled with indignation, appearing more enraged than Ye Suifeng himself. Observing is almost ready to smash the table. Ye Suifeng hastily intervened. Hold on, fifth brother, there's no need to rush. We can be impatient once they arrive. Ye Suibao. Just then, the door finally swung open, revealing two figures entering, one stout and one slender. each accompanied by a gracefully alluring young woman. Exuding elegance, the Ye Suifeng observed that both individuals were at the golden core stage, and the four women behind them were likewise at the same level. Though their auras were somewhat unstable, clearly a result of relying on medicinal pills for advancement. Hey, look at their standing. And then look at us, a rough man with a face full of stubble. The disparity is evident. I truly apologize for keeping you waiting. Young Master Yi, said the portly middle-aged man with a smile. The Ye Suifeng glanced at him. And who might you be? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, noticing that Ye Suifeng was not jesting. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly as he forced a smile. Young Master Yi certainly has a sense of humor. Elder brother. He is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu. Ye Suibao interjected from the side. The Ye Suifeng responded with a nonchalant "oh." He had not intended to cause trouble, but genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families. Although there were portraits and profiles of both at home, he simply had no interest in reviewing them. And you must be Tang Zheng. Ye Suifeng directed his gaze toward the other individual. Tang Zheng snorted softly, choosing to remain silent as he sat down with an air of indifference that in light of this reaction. Ye Suibao's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Hey, my elder brother is speaking to you." Tang Zheng's expression darkened, fixing his gaze on Ye Suibao as if feeling offended. "Haha, fifth young master's temperament remains as straightforward as ever," Li Liusu remarked, attempting to smooth over the situation. Tang Zheng merely snorted again, opting not to pursue the conversation further. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng sat quietly, observing their performance with an air of detachment. Within a matter of minutes, he grasped the underlying dynamics that in Yunshao City, the Tang family possessed the strongest influence and foundation. And it was evident that Li Liusu sought to curry favor with the Tang family while subtly undermining the Yi family. This social stratum was fraught with interpersonal complexities and machinations. And it was clear that Li Liusu was well versed in such matters. However, Ye Suifeng remained utterly disinterested. "You invited me here today for a specific purpose, I assume?" Ye Suifeng inquired directly to Liusu chuckled. "Oh, there is no rush. Let us first have the dishes served. I must tell you, the cuisine at the Drunken Dream Pavilion is truly exceptional." "No need for that." Ye Suifeng interrupted his feigned enthusiasm, stating coolly, "If there's something to discuss, let us address it now. I have pressing matters to attend to." Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback. Is it not customary to discuss matters over a meal? Why does this head of the Yi family behave like an impulsive youth? "So, you're Ye Suifeng?" At that moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down at Ye Suifeng with a condescending gaze. "You are the most intriguing head of the Yi family I have ever encountered." Tang Zheng's opening line was a grand assertion, invoking the names of the previous three heads of the Yi family as if to elevate his own status. "I find myself rather unremarkable," Ye Suifeng replied. "If you have business to discuss, please do so promptly. Let us not waste everyone's time." He felt no need to extend courtesy to these two. After a moment of silence, Li Liusu chuckled. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. Young Master Yi, your family has been rather active at the border lately, has it not?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, confirming that this was indeed the matter at hand. "Yes, quite active," he acknowledged without hesitation. Li Liusu paused before continuing, "since you do not deny it. Might you owe me and Tang Laoxiong an explanation?" Ye Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. "What does my family's activity at the border have to do with you? Why should I owe you an explanation?" "Ah!" Li Liusu opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by the question. "Of course it does. Do you not realize that your Yi family has extended its reach into the territories of the Li and Tang families?" "I am aware," Ye Suifeng replied. "Then why do you claim it has no bearing?" Li Liusu exclaimed, visibly agitated, his voice rising. How could this Ye Suifeng be so infuriatingly nonchalant? He was on the verge of losing his temper. Yet Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, slowly sipping his tea, and leisurely stated, "And what of it?" Li Liusu's face darkened to an ashen hue as he replied in a low voice, "Ye Suifeng, are you mocking me and Tang Laoxiong? The wrath of the two great families may be more than you can bear." As Li Liusu finally shed his pretense and revealed his true intentions, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let me first ask you, what exactly have our Ye family members done at the border?" Li Liusu was taken aback. "Are you feigning ignorance? Your Ye family has taken advantage of the recent beast tide, employing various methods to attract wandering cultivators, leading to chaos in our territories as they flock to your side. What are your intentions? To recruit soldiers and challenge the Li and Tang families?" Observing Li Liusu's accusatory tone, Ye Suifeng shook his head and asked, "May I inquire what means we employed?" "Fine, allow me to clarify," Li Liusu began. "As soon as the beast tide emerged, we dispatched a considerable number of personnel to aid the border cultivators in repelling the rampaging beasts. Subsequently, we invested significant resources to provide free medical assistance to those injured during the beast tide. Finally, we offered generous rewards to wandering cultivators, uniting efforts to weather this fierce beast tide together. I ask you, among these so-called methods, which one violates the Yunshao Agreement?" The three great families of Yunshao City had established a code known as the Yunshao Agreement to ensure coexistence, with clauses designed to prevent severe conflicts. Yi family's actions had indeed not breached this agreement. Perhaps no one had anticipated that someone would so recklessly direct their focus toward the vast number of wandering cultivators. I am someone who values rules above all. Thus, since I have not violated any rules, why should I owe you an explanation?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Both Li Liusu and Tang Jing wore dark expressions. This Ye Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to reason. The interactions between these prominent families were not child's play. A mere agreement could not govern all affairs. "Ye Suifeng, if you are truly adamant about this notion, then we can no longer proceed with our discussion," Li Liusu stated in a solemn tone. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. "Difficult to discuss? Then let us cease the conversation altogether." He restrained the impulse to overturn the table and remarked, "This is how the Yi family conducts its affairs. If you possess the capability, invest resources to persuade those wandering cultivators to return voluntarily. If funds are lacking, I can offer you a loan. In short, I am adhering to the established rules. If anyone dares to breach them or employs underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being merciless." "Very well, that will suffice. You may take your time to eat," concluded Ye Suifeng, signaling to Sui Bao before he departed from the private room. Li Liusu's expression darkened as he glanced at Tang Jing, a flicker of malice shimmering in his eyes. However, Tang Jing subtly shook his head. "Enough. We are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities. They cannot stir up much of a storm. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses enough spirit stones to satiate that insatiable horde of wandering cultivators," Tang Jing asserted. Li Liusu sighed, "I understand." Yet his persistent manner is exceedingly vexing. Tang Jing sipped his tea and remarked, "A small lack of patience may disrupt grand plans. Observe that Ye Suifeng, merely a brash youth. The Yi family's decision to elevate him to the position of family head is akin to courting disaster. Soon, the Battle of Yunshao City will commence. By then, the Yi family will either need to appoint a new head or face their demise." Li Liusu paused, then responded, "But the Yunshao Agreement?" "Agreements are but lifeless constructs," Tang Jing replied with a calm gaze. "For the powerful, the notion of breaking an agreement has never existed. It is merely a modification of the rules." Chapter 32, Preparation and Progress, Brother. "You are truly magnificent." On the way home, Sui Bao grinned widely, his large yellow teeth gleaming, as he chattered excitedly beside Ye Suifeng. Those two families are utterly contemptible. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other always maintains an air of superiority. Just looking at them infuriates me. Today has been quite exhilarating. Sui Bao was unusually animated. "Calm down, old fifth. This is merely a minor affair." Ye Suifeng replied with exasperation. "Calm down. Impossible." Sui Bao's face flushed. "You have no idea how infuriating it was to meet with those two families when I was following the former family head." As he spoke, Sui Bao realized his words were inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The former family head was Ye Suifeng's father, Yi Jingguang. Earlier this year, he had ventured into the Qing Gu Gao Ling and tragically lost his life to a beast, with Yi Jingguang's brothers having retreated from active duty. Ye Suifeng ascended to the family head position according to ancestral teachings. "Brother, I apologize. I spoke thoughtlessly," Sui Bao said, his face filled with embarrassment. "No need to dwell on it." Ye Suifeng waved his hand. He had little memory of his father Yi Guang and thus lacked any deep emotional connection. However, fundamentally, he was still a close kin of this body. "How is the investigation regarding that incident progressing?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Since Yi Guang's demise, the Yi family had been investigating the details, but due to the treacherous terrain of Qing, Gu Gao Ling, and the prevalence of powerful beasts, the process had proven quite arduous. "Valuable information is exceedingly scarce," Sui Bao replied, based on the remnants at the scene. The former family head encountered a blood fiend tiger by chance, which led to the blood fiend tiger, a 6th-tier high-grade beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Naturally, Yi Guang, at the golden core level, was no match for it. Moreover, such a formidable beast could hardly be attributed to the Li family or the Tang family, as they lacked the capability to command a blood fiend tiger. Thus, the situation appeared to be a mere accident. The only peculiarity was that the location Yi Guang had ventured to was typically not a habitat for blood fiend tigers, which was why the Yi family continued their investigation for details. "Let bygones be bygones," Ye Suifeng sighed. "I shall personally visit the site one day to ascertain the truth." "Brother, please refrain. We have only just begun to make progress. You cannot afford to encounter any mishap." Sui Bao exclaimed loudly, to why Ye Suifeng responded with resignation. "Rest assured, it's just a blood fiend tiger." To prevent Sui Bao from continuing, Ye Suifeng swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, Sui, who is currently bedridden, you must keep a close watch on the training of those youngsters at home." "Oh, no problem," Sui Bao replied. "A few days ago, second brother sent us a plethora of training resources. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 training chambers inscribed with spirit-gathering formations, along with numerous combat puppets, shadow training stakes, the 10,000 sword killing array, and the heart-refining illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, I feel as though the Yi family will soon transform into a sacred land." Ye Suifeng scoffed, for the true sacred lands were not so shabby. "Let's get started. In just over a month, matters at the border should be nearly settled that we cannot let them idle about. They must train rigorously." Sui Bao grinned widely. "Rest assured, brother, I shall show them no mercy." The two individuals responsible for the Yi family's martial prowess, Ye Suifeng and Sui Bao, generally played contrasting roles. With the former now bedridden, the returning youngsters would likely face a harsh training regimen. Haha, the scene would be quite amusing as time passed. Yunshao City grew increasingly lively, that a multitude of cultivators flocked in, filling the streets and alleys with a cacophony of voices. The inns and taverns were bursting at the seams, businesses flourished, and even the fireworks district and underground gambling dens were overflowing with patrons. Countless fortunes circulated within Yunshao City. Many were perplexed. There was no special occasion, so why had so many cultivators suddenly arrived? Some, privy to the underlying circumstances, directed their attention to the Yi family. It was revealed that the Yi family's recent activities had prompted the gathering of these cultivators, all eager to seize an opportunity with the Yi family. The Yi family's actions are ill-advised. I do not have faith in them. Indeed, a foolish move. Throughout history, never have we witnessed such extravagant spending of spirit stones. Once their financial resources dwindle, those cultivators who flock to them will likely turn into adversaries in an instant. Yes, the young family head has underestimated the treachery of human nature. Some expressed significant skepticism regarding the Yi family's maneuvers, while others maintained a different perspective. Bah, you know nothing. The Yi family's vision is beyond your narrow understanding. This was a fervent admirer of the Yi family. Ahem. My friend, do not overstate. The primary benefit of the Yi family's actions lies in the acquisition of a formidable reputation, winning the hearts of the people. Even if they cannot gather all, they can still select a group of exceptionally talented individuals. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. This was the viewpoint of a rational observer. Haha, I'm just grateful to the Yi family. My family deals in spirit medicines. And last month, our sales nearly doubled. This was the perspective of a speculator. In summary, opinions varied widely. At present, the names Ye family and Ye Suifeng had become exceedingly prominent in Yinxiao City. Of course, two other names were also gaining notoriety: Tianluan Hall and Zhenlong Pavilion. Ye Huang, Ye Qinyao, and Ye Long, the three leaders, were frequently mentioned. Purple phoenix soaring into the sky, divine, might, resplendent. The fairy of Qinyao, her melodies ethereal. The true dragon descends, graceful as jade. These three were heralded as the hope of the new generation of the Ye family. After undergoing the third body tempering session conducted by Ye Suifeng, Ye Huang successfully broke through to the Qi transformation stage. The transformative power within the Thunder Calamity liquid had ignited a divine flame within her dantian. Once unleashed, it would incinerate the heavens and devastate the earth. In terms of true combat prowess, Ye Huang could be deemed the strongest among the younger generation. Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not withhold his support for his nephews, Qin Yao and Ye Long, providing each with a session of body tempering to solidify their foundations further. Additionally, he extended special attention to Ye Xiao, Ye Qian, and the siblings Ye Zihan and Ye Hao Ran from the Sui Yu family, as well as the brothers Ye Wei and Ye Ba from the Sui Hu family. This group of direct descendants received ample care from Ye Suifeng, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength. They were the future of the Ye family. In just over a month, Wanbao Pavilion finally delivered the first batch of resources exceeding the heavenly grade .3 items, a low-grade heavenly class measuring stick with various miraculous applications, which Ye Suifeng allocated to Sui Bao for managing the younger generation. 10 pieces of azure gold stone, reputed to be top-tier building materials, and a small vial of Qilin blood, an elite body tempering material, which Ye Suifeng incorporated into the under-construction body tempering pool. The value of these few items totaled a staggering 20 trillion. Ye Suifeng's reserves of low-grade spirit stones abruptly diminished by 0.00005, that he scarcely noticed any change in the figures. Aside from these, Ye Suifeng's experiments finally yielded preliminary results. Fengji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Pengyi had all made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33. The Four Guardians in the Courtyard. 4 figures sat cross-legged, positioned at 4 cardinal points, facing one another. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their demeanor was solemn. Surrounding them was an inverted, bowl-shaped, translucent light screen enveloping them entirely. Outside the light screen, 2 individuals stood side by side, observing intently: Ye Suifeng and the recently returned Ye Huang. "Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you plan to adopt them as your sons?" Ye Huang inquired, pointing at the 4. "What?" Ye Suifeng responded, bewildered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone is saying so," Ye Huang remarked. "They say you are the reincarnation of a saint with a heart full of kindness, which is why you are so benevolent to the wandering cultivators outside, even setting an example by taking in 4 impoverished orphans." Ye Huang spoke earnestly, yet Ye Suifeng's expression was one of exasperation. Who are these people, and how can their imagination be so extravagant? He had merely acted on a whim that day, and his intention to care for the wandering cultivators was also a calculated move to expand his influence in the future. How did it transform into the tale of a saint's reincarnation? It's utterly ridiculous. Your father is not a saint, and this world does not accommodate such benevolence, Ye Suifeng stated firmly. Little Huang, remember this. You may be kind, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, yet do not lose your true self. However, everything hinges upon strength. Do you understand? Ye Huang nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. She was still too young, having not yet experienced the complexities of right and wrong. Ye Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. "Father, what is this?" Ye Huang inquired, pointing to the translucent dome. "It is the spirit-seizing illumination array," Ye Suifeng explained. "It is an ancient formation that can effectively accelerate the process of cultivation." Ye Huang looked up. "Can I use it?" This formation seemed quite formidable at first glance. However, Ye Suifeng shook his head, saying, "There is no need. This formation has its flaws. It is better to proceed steadily." The spirit-seizing illumination array was essentially a pseudo-spatial formation with subtle loopholes in the laws of heaven. Such a hidden danger might manifest when one reaches great accomplishments and attempts ascension, but he certainly did not wish to subject his daughter to such risks. After hearing this, Ye Huang nodded, yet a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Father truly cares for me. By the way, how have your experiences been during this time? Ye Suifeng inquired with a smile. I have heard that your reputation has become quite illustrious. Not at all, Ye Huang replied. I simply did not wish to tarnish your name, father. A smile lingered on Ye Suifeng's face. Although he was at home, he was still informed of all matters, great and small, at the borders. His daughter's efforts could only be described as that of a relentless warrior, taking the lead in every situation. The reputation of the Tianwan Hall had been forged by Ye Huang's own efforts. That it was precisely because of this that Ye Xiao and Ye Qinyao had elevated Ye Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage, to a position of leadership. The reason Ye Huang exerted herself so diligently was simply to uphold her father's honor. Truly, she was an endearing little one. After a brief exchange, Ye Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. They are emerging. As soon as the words left his lips, the translucent barrier gradually dimmed, and the four seated figures slowly opened their eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from them. Master, miss, they greeted respectfully upon noticing Ye Suifeng nearby. During this time, they had grown accustomed to Ye Suifeng's presence and had met their young mistress, Ye Huang, several times. Ye Suifeng raised a hand, signaling them to remain seated, that he then extended his vast spiritual power, revealing all the secrets of their bodies. Fengji had already opened 9 main meridians, his muscles solid and radiating a star-like brilliance. Concealing immense strength, A Feng had opened 8 main meridians, his aura deep and enduring. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi had fully transformed their spiritual energy, each having opened 9 main meridians. However, in Ye Suifeng's eyes, Yu Pingyi's overall condition surpassed that of Lu Hong considerably. Over a month of cultivation had granted Ye Suifeng a deeper understanding of the effects of the Yuan Shigong, compared to traditional cultivation methods. The Yuan Shigong was more comprehensive and assertive. Whether it was pills, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, or the inner cores and blood of demon beasts, even malevolent and demonic energies could be directly absorbed and converted into usable primordial energy. This significantly alleviated the resource constraints prevalent in traditional cultivation methods, making it more suitable for the common populace. Furthermore, the enhancement in physical fitness provided by the Yuan Shigong was incomparable to that of traditional methods. Its overall effectiveness met Ye Suifeng's expectations. Additionally, both Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi had transitioned their techniques smoothly, without any backlash. This bodes well for future promotion efforts. Ye Suifeng was highly satisfied with this outcome. Clearly, the 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. The Yuan Shigong was now fully ready to be promoted as a foundational technique, yet it was still not the right time. Ye Huang, engage them in a spar, Ye Suifeng suddenly instructed. Huh? Ye Huang was taken aback. Although the 4 before her exuded a unique aura, their cultivation levels were unclear. However, based on her experience, they appeared to be at most in the late qi refinement stage. She was now at the transformation stage. Did this imply that she would be fighting her father's subordinates? You will restrict your cultivation to the qi refinement stage. Ye Suifeng clarified that Ye Huang acknowledged with a sound, but still believed that these 4 were no match for her. Soon, the battle commenced. After undergoing 3 body tempering sessions, Ye Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when limited to the qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to battle above her level. Moreover, her practical experience had become exceedingly rich after her trials. Logically speaking, for ordinary cultivators at the great perfection of qi refinement should not have been able to compete with her. However, Fengji and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were profound, and their spiritual energy was robust. While their strength might not match Ye Huang's, they far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Ye Huang found herself struggling to fend off their attacks. Constantly being pressured, in the midst of their fierce confrontation, after several exchanges, Fengji seized an opportunity, rolled on the ground, and clutched Ye Huang's ankle, restricting her movements. Although he was almost instantly kicked away by Ye Huang, the attacks from the other three had already arrived, and a long sword hovered at Ye Huang's throat. The outcome was clear. "Miss, I apologize," Lu Hong said as she sheathed her sword. Ye Huang was momentarily stunned. After months of training, she had faced countless battles, even against cultivators at the transformation stage, without a single defeat. Though she did not show it, her heart swelled with a sense of pride. Yet, she never anticipated that she would not only lose, but would do so swiftly. "It's fine," Ye Huang replied, her expression complex. Ye Suifeng observed from the side, a smile playing on his lips. Young people should occasionally encounter setbacks. Otherwise, they might truly believe themselves invincible. "All right," Ye Suifeng declared. "Fengji, you four will continue practicing the Yuan Shigong and strive to break through to the Tongmai stage and enter the Danfu stage. Furthermore, starting today, you will accompany Ye Huang as her guardians. Is there any objection?" Fengji and the others responded in unison. "Understood." Ye Suifeng then turned to Ye Huang. "I have a task for you as well. Defeat these four within the same realm." "Can you do that?" Ye Huang pursed her lips. "I will certainly do so." Her small face was filled with determination. Chapter 34. Integrating the Family. The turmoil caused by the High Ridge Beast Tide lasted approximately 5 months. With the cessation of the Beast Tide, the younger generation of the Ye family returned to their clan. Before they left, they were a group of sheltered fledglings, having never faced adversity. But upon their return, they had transformed into fierce beasts. The entire Ye family was imbued with an invigorating spirit. In the study, Sui Yun beamed as he reported the recent developments within the family to Ye Suifeng. "Those youngsters have changed dramatically. They used to tremble in fear at the mere mention of the fifth brother. Yet now they charge forward with fervor. Some have even mocked the fifth brother's training methods as being meant for women, infuriating him to the point where he is devising even more brutal training regimens." The youthful vigor of the younger generation was what the family leaders were most delighted to witness, symbolizing a vibrant future. Let them settle for a while. Prolonged battles often leave a trace of hostility, Ye Suifeng advised. Sui Yun nodded, fully aware of the principle that excess can be detrimental. And they had already prepared suitable measures. "What about the resources in the training room?" Ye Suifeng inhuited. "They are basically in use now. The spirit gathering array, the meditation chamber, the practice room, the puppet space, and the heart refining array. I must admit, I'm a bit envious of them." Sui Yin lamented that in his youth, he had to think carefully about how to utilize even a low-grade spirit stone. He had never dreamed of enjoying such luxurious cultivation resources. Currently, the body tempering pool has yet to be opened, as the body tempering liquid is extremely precious, and we are still deliberating on the usage standards. "Moreover, brother, are you truly prepared to use that vial of Qilin blood?" Sui Yin asked, wincing at the thought. The Qilin blood was a heavenly-grade resource, a treasure that could be passed down through generations. "Of course, it must be used. It is merely ordinary mortal blood. Would you have me keep it as a treasure?" "That would be quite ridiculous," Ye Suifeng responded. "However, the Qilin blood is to be used solely on the direct descendants of the Ye family. Should there be any surplus, it shall be rewarded to those who have made significant contributions to the family. Let me remind you of something. The more prosperous the family becomes, the more crucial it is to delineate clear hierarchies. Chaos must be avoided. The direct line is the foundation of the family and must have their resources prioritized. Resources represent strength, and strength signifies status. The status of the direct line must not be easily challenged. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted with care. Do not be stingy. Clear rewards and punishments serve as excellent motivation. Lastly, apply a bit of pressure to the collateral branches. Now that numerous rogue cultivators have joined the family, we ought to pay closer attention to those with potential, integrating them into the core and invigorating certain lethargic members from the collateral branches. The larger a family becomes, the more intricate its dynamics. It becomes a web of interconnections, making the distinction of status a matter of paramount significance. Disrespecting hierarchy is a grave taboo. If even servants dare to bully their masters, the family is truly in decline. The direct lineage is fundamental, and one must maintain an air of superiority. The Yi family excels in this regard, upholding strict ancestral teachings, ensuring remarkable stability within the family. However, due to the substantial presence of collateral branches, some issues inevitably arise. Some individuals overestimate their abilities, harboring grand ambitions to penetrate the innermost circles of the family, even seeking to usurp certain direct lineages. Others, feeling secure in their connections, indiscriminately oppress outsiders, boasting of their prowess despite lacking any real capability. Ye Suifeng will not tolerate such behavior. I understand, some individuals indeed require reprimanding, said Suiyun, that he was fully aware of the family's circumstances, but previously, it was not prudent to take action against them. By the way, elder brother, there have been some unsettling rumors circulating in Yunshao City lately. Suiyun's expression grew serious as he continued. Some claim that the Yi family has depleted its treasury and will soon reveal its true colors. Others assert that the Yi family's strength is insufficient, yet it acts ostentatiously, inevitably leading to its downfall. There are even whispers suggesting that our extensive recruitment of rogue cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with those cultivators destined for sacrifice. These rumors have rapidly spread throughout the city, deterring many cultivators who initially wished to join the Yi family. Elder brother, should we investigate this, or perhaps clarify the situation publicly? Suiyun expressed his concern, as such gossip could impact the Yi family's current plans. However, Ye Suifeng merely chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "No need for an investigation. It must be the work of those two families. I never anticipated they would resort to using public opinion to undermine us." Suiyun furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us?" Ye Suifeng nodded. "Who else could be so petty? Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for us to leverage the wind, identifying those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is a fortunate development." Suiyun nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, in a month, the battle for Yunshao City will commence. I suspect their underhanded tactics are intended to influence the outcome of this conflict," Suiyun remarked. "The battle for Yunshao City is a pivotal contest concerning the distribution of resources and territory among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to compete in ranking battles. The overall rankings will then determine the division of benefits. This method is astute. It allows for a relatively peaceful resolution of familial conflicts while igniting the fighting spirit of the younger generation, creating a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "We are still in deliberation," Suiyun replied. "Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Qin Yao are likely to participate. The other 2 are still under observation." Ye Suifeng nodded. "Let us expedite the process. Once decided, have them come to me for some special training. It is time to alter the Yi family's position at the bottom." Suiyun smiled broadly, knowing his elder brother's capabilities. This upcoming battle for Yunshao City would undoubtedly mark the Yi family's resurgence. "All right, you may return to your duties and ensure the new members of the Yi family are settled." Zhang Fei and her companions had been at the Yi family for 5 days. After encountering Yi Huang at Jailing, they had traveled together to Wudong Town. The situation in Wudong Town exceeded her expectations. She had never witnessed cultivators from different regions standing united, working in concert. She had also never seen a member of a prominent family receiving such support from numerous rogue cultivators. Yi Huang's actions captivated her, leading Zhang Fei to resolutely join Yi Huang's ranks and accompany her to the Yi family in Yunshao City. The initial days had indeed been enjoyable. The resources here were abundant, and everyone radiated vitality. Truly a dreamlike sanctum for cultivation. However, just yesterday, her concerns materialized. The younger Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, clashed with a young man from the Yi family named Do Hua, who was reportedly connected to the family's second elder. By the time Zhang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Do Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to turn him over to the enforcement team. Someone like Do Hua was not someone they could contend with, fearing for Wei Yuan's safety. Zhang Fei silently regretted having involved themselves with such a powerful family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's judgment, and Zhang Fei and Huan arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall, their hearts heavy as they awaited the final verdict. They could only hope that Do Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life. Sister Fei, perhaps we should seek out Fairy Huang. Huan suggested. Forget it. Jiang Fei shook her head. He is from the second elder's family, and it would not be appropriate for Fairy Huang to intervene. We should avoid causing her trouble. Huan fell silent, realizing the depths of a prominent family's intricacies. Even a minor incident could impose a significant cost on Ye Huang. They could not act recklessly. They regretted having coddled Wei Yuan too much, leaving him unaware of the world's dangers. The two waited anxiously outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour, when suddenly, a plump figure emerged from the hall. It was Do Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei rushed forward, exclaiming, "Young Master Do, it was all our fault. Please have mercy on Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we will leave the Yi family immediately and never set foot in Yunshao City again. Young Master Do, I truly beg you." As Jiang Fei pleaded, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning, she saw Huan staring at Do Hua with an odd expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and glanced over. Stunned into silence, Do Hua, already round, now appeared almost spherical, his face swollen. His eyes were red, clearly having cried, and a trail of mucus lingered on his lips that a distinct handprint was visible on one side of his face. Jiang Fei was taken aback. What had transpired? As they stood there in shock, Do Hua opened his mouth to utter a single sorry, rubbed his eyes, and turned to flee. The two were left dumbfounded. What was going on? At that moment, two figures exited the enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him was a stern-looking middle-aged man. Jiang Fei hurriedly approached, examining Wei Yuan with concern. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine." "I told you, I was in the right all along," Wei Yuan replied with a grin. Jiang Fei looked at him with a mix of emotions before suddenly delivering a slap to his face. "Do you have any idea how serious the situation is? Do you know how worried we were? If you act recklessly again, you can go on your own." Wei Yuan held his face, looking at the furious Jiang Fei, and quietly said, "Sister Fei, I know I was wrong. I've spoiled you too much." Jiang Fei remained furious. Youth is characterized by a pure heart, which can be a good thing. The middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke up. Jiang Fei looked at him and sighed. A pure heart often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues this way, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, stroking his beard while smiling faintly. "I haven't yet asked your name," Jiang Fei inquired politely. "I am the adjudicator overseeing Wei Yuan's case," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei was astonished and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your leniency. However, young Master Do holds a significant position, being closely related to the family's second elder. You must be cautious." The middle-aged man paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "I am merely administering justice. There is no need for thanks. Furthermore, I happen to be the second elder of the Yi family." Jiang Fei. Chapter 35, Above the Nine Heavens in Recent Days. Two significant events have unfolded within the Yi family. The first was triggered by Wei Yuan. Following his clash with Do Hua, most of the external rogue cultivators silently mourned for him, having witnessed similar situations too often. A rogue cultivator, freshly inducted into a prominent family, offending a powerful figure. This was a recipe for disaster. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wei Yuan would emerge unscathed while the arrogant Do Hua, who relied on his connections, would face severe consequences? It was said that even his stipend for 6 months had been revoked. This shattered their perceptions. The Yi family, it seemed, prioritized justice over nepotism, a concept they had never encountered before. Furthermore, following Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches and side families within the Yi family faced strict punishments for their transgressions. Conversely, certain outstanding external cultivators were significantly promoted and elevated to high positions. In a short span, the rogue cultivators' enthusiasm surged, and they committed themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks. Within mere days, many rogue cultivators began to identify themselves as members of the Yi family, feeling a sense of pride in their association. The second major event was the impending battle for Yunshao City in a month. The Yi family is set to select 5 of the most outstanding young talents under the age of 20 as representatives for their upcoming competition. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qinyao have been unanimously chosen. The remaining 2 spots, however, have ignited fierce competition within the family. This honor is one that no one wishes to relinquish lightly. among the young members of the Ye family under 20. Those in the Qi refining stage are not being considered for now, while there are a total of 19 individuals in the transforming Qi realm. Most of them have achieved breakthroughs during this training session, including Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Suyu's two sons, Ye Wei and Ye Ba. After intense battles, the final two candidates were finally determined. Point 1 is Ye Xiaoxiao, who made her breakthrough during her initial training. Her exceptional talent and keen understanding have propelled her to the third level of transforming Qi. She triumphed over all other challengers with overwhelming force. The other candidate, however, came as a surprise to many. Ye Qian's talent and strength have never stood out, as he only managed to break through to the transforming Qi realm last month. His only claim to fame lies in his character, which has allowed him to gather a substantial number of loose cultivators under his wing, nearly rivaling the sizes of the Tianluan Palace and the True Dragon Pavilion, thus establishing him as the third major force among the younger generation of the Ye family. His demeanor is gentle and affable, and he typically shies away from seeking the spotlight. Yet, unexpectedly, during this selection process, Ye Qian displayed an unprecedented fervor, systematically eliminating competitors until he narrowly defeated Ye Wei, who was at the second level of transforming Qi, to claim the final spot. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Ye family were confirmed. At this moment, the 5 stood in the courtyard of Ye Suifeng. Ah, young lads, Ye Suifeng mused as he regarded the 5 before him. They are destined to become the first soaring dragons of the Ye family. The cultivation levels of the individuals were unmistakable in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Dawai Huang, third level of transforming Qi. Her strength has surged remarkably. It's no wonder, given that she dines daily at Ye Suifeng's hearth. Ye Long, 5th level, with a solid foundation. Yi Qinyao, 5th level, possessing an ethereal grace. Yi Xiaoxiao, 3rd level, her eyes darting around, exuding a quirky charm. Yi Qian, 1st level, with bruises on his face and signs of internal injury. Why are you exerting yourself so much for a mere selection? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Qian replied with a steady gaze. Father told me that the participants would receive your personal guidance, uncle. Therefore, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity, for I do not wish to be forever labeled as the orphanage director. The orphanage director? Ye Suifeng asked. Confused. Father, Ye Huang interjected, because during this training, many of the orphans that cousin Ye Qian took and have led others to nickname him the director of the orphanage. Ye Suifeng understood at once. A few months prior, this nephew had approached him regarding the matter, and he had been supportive of him then, just as he was now. Then make sure to put in the effort. Reputation is earned. Ye Suifeng declared, turning his attention to the 5. Starting today, I will tailor specialized training for each of you based on your individual circumstances. I must state one thing. No matter what you encounter, do not panic or ask too many questions. Simply focus on enhancing yourselves. Ye Suifeng delved straight into the matter. Uncle, don't you have any words of encouragement or pressure for me? Like only victory is permitted? Ye Xiaoxiao teased at why Ye Suifeng chuckled. Why would I say such things? Because when my father trained us, it was always like this. He pushed me to defeat cousin Ye Wei and my sister to surpass brother Ye Long, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Qinyao and Ye Long exchanged awkward glances. The girl certainly had a knack for choosing her moments. Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. Given his casual nature, it was indeed fitting for him to express such sentiments. No wonder both of his daughters were so exceptional. I won't say those things because, after this specialized training, when you face the Li and Tang families and their formidable forces, you will undoubtedly prevail. Ye Suifeng affirmed. The group stifled their laughter, seemingly amused by the term cattle and horses used to describe their opponents. You must not forget, regardless of what happens in the future, your roots lie here. Ye Suifeng pointed to the ground beneath them. Now, let us begin. Ye Suifeng first looked to Ye Huang, fully aware of his daughter's situation, that Ye Huang had already taken a small step forward in the sword path. Her foundational sword techniques were well integrated, and she had achieved minor success with the 9 swords of God-slaying. What she now lacked was intention, sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly make her first significant stride in the sword path. Many methods exist for refining sword intent, such as sparring with masters proficient in swordsmanship or training within powerful sword formations, which many prominent factions utilized to cultivate their core disciples. However, Ye Suifeng would not resort to such inferior means. Ye Huang, come with me. The rest of you wait here for a moment. With a wave of his sleeve, the two vanished from the courtyard, unnoticed by anyone, as they appeared thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, they were now within the atmosphere. This altitude, the winds howled savagely, slicing through the air like blades. Even a golden core cultivator would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent barrier surrounded them, shielding the two from the tempest, allowing them to stand unwavering amidst the gales. This is the first heaven. Ye Suifeng remarked that Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, will I train here? Ye Huang asked, marveling at the prospect of cultivating at such an altitude. Certainly not. This is just the beginning, Ye Suifeng replied, raising his gaze and hand to continue their ascent. Along the way, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying storm-laden territories. Eventually, they arrived in a resplendent world of 7 colors, akin to a fairy tale, with various hues of celestial light shifting unpredictably, resembling a scene from a dream. Father, where is this? Ye Suifeng smiled gently. The 9 heavens, also known as the world's edge. Beyond this lies the boundless chaos. Ye Huang gasped in astonishment. Was this truly the world's edge? Ancient texts had described it as limitless and devoid of anything, only endless destruction and disorder. Yet, it appeared to be quite the opposite, resembling a celestial realm. What you see before you may not be as beautiful as it seems, Ye Suifeng chuckled, then beckoned with his hand, capturing a flicker of purple light in his palm. The violet light hovered innocuously, seemingly harmless. He then produced a black staff from his storage ring. This is an Earth-grade supreme weapon, forged from the heart of black gold, reputed to be indestructible and eternally unscathed. Observe. Ye Suifeng tossed the black staff into the spatial void, where it slowly made contact with the purple celestial light. At the moment of contact, the staff hesitated for an instant before, to Ye Huang's horror, it disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, vanishing from sight. This is the power of annihilation. Ye Suifeng explained that Ye Huang swallowed hard. Her mouth agape. Father, I won't have to use something like that for training, will I? That was simply terrifying. Ye Suifeng grinned widely. You will. But rest assured, I will reduce its power to 100 millionth of its original strength based on your capabilities. As you grow, its strength will gradually increase. I sincerely hope to witness the day when you conquer and master them. Ye Huang's expression turned complex as she stood in a daze for a long while before finally nodding. I will never let you down. Chapter 36. The Ancient Arena After Settling Ye Huang. Ye Suifeng returned to his own courtyard. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained standing there, awaiting Ye Suifeng's return. Only Ye Xiaoxiao was caught sneaking some grapes that Ye Suifeng had placed under a willow tree. Upon seeing him return, she hurried back to her spot, bowing her head obediently to Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle at her mischievousness. However, he paid little mind to it. Everyone possesses their unique temperament. And if everyone were as taciturn and methodical as Yi Qian, life would lack flavor. Do not be too reserved. We are all family here. Feel free to express yourselves, Ye Suifeng encouraged. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perked up, beaming as she playfully patted Yi Qinyao beside her. I told you, Uncle is very easygoing. Yi Qinyao wore an expression of helplessness. All right. Ye Suifeng surveyed the group and finally fixed his gaze upon Yi Long. For a long time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His tenacity, diligence in cultivation, and steady demeanor made him the most dazzling star of the Yi family, their sole figure of prominence. It was only recently that Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's reputations had surged, catching up to him that Yi Long's top position was now under serious scrutiny. However, based on Ye Suifeng's observations, this junior had not developed jealousy or any negative sentiments. On the contrary, he seemed to have become much more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future champion was not merely a commendation for him, but also a heavy burden, now that someone else was sharing the pressure. Ye Long's mindset had undergone a transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th level of transforming Qi was closely tied to this change. Ye Long, your foundation is commendable. You have embarked upon the correct path in your cultivation. Thus, I do not wish to interfere excessively with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think bigger. Ye Suifeng remarked that Ye Long held his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive involvement from outsiders could be detrimental. Therefore, Ye Suifeng resolved to grant him this choice. That Ye Long was evidently taken aback by his response, momentarily bewildered and at a loss for words. Observing his distress, Ye Xiaoxiao anxiously gestured at him, eventually rushing to his side and giving him a gentle nudge, exclaiming, "Don't be foolish. Hurry up and ask for a technique. Your inferior grade gun technique is outdated." Ye Suifeng, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Is the gun technique you are currently practicing of inferior grade?" "Indeed." Ye Long nodded. "The Dragon Hunter gun technique was procured by my father a year ago, and I have now thoroughly mastered it. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Ye Suifeng replied, "I recall that our family's treasury contains a superior grade gun technique. You should retrieve it yourself and mention that I sent you." "Father truly should have informed me about this," Ye Long remarked. "It's quite absurd." This technique was likely the one that Gu Wanxin had delivered previously, and Ye Suifeng had a faint recollection of it. "Thank you, uncle," Ye Long exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Who wouldn't yearn for a high-level technique? A superior grade technique was something he had never dared to dream of. After speaking, Ye Long swiftly headed for the door. "Hey, where are you going? You haven't even stated what you want yet," Ye Suifeng called after him. Ye Long paused, momentarily stunned. "Doesn't that technique count?" "Of course not. It's hardly a precious item." Ye Suifeng shook his head. "I already told you to think bigger." The group fell silent. How could a superior grade technique not be considered precious? What could possibly be deemed valuable? Ye Long found himself at a loss for words, while Ye Xiaoxiao peered curiously at the spear in his hand, an exquisite yellow-grade spear that, in the previous Ye family, could be considered a treasure. Spirit artifacts aren't included either. Ye Suifeng interrupted her thoughts, saying, "I will procure something more formidable for you another day. Just take a moment to reflect on what you currently lack in your cultivation. You all should consider as well," Ye Suifeng advised. The group settled into contemplation, pondering their own paths. After a brief moment, Ye Long finally spoke up. "Uncle, I have harbored a dream for quite some time. Do share." Ye Suifeng encouraged that Ye Long's eyes shimmered with nostalgia as he continued. "When I was very young, I came across a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Figures. It described many of the continent's top geniuses over the millennia. They possessed extraordinary abilities, making an indelible mark upon their emergence, igniting my aspirations. I often wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I possibly overcome them?" Ye Long tightened his grip on the spear, continuing, "Childhood dreams always seem so laughable that as I matured, I realized the chasm between us is akin to a vast divide, no matter how fiercely I pursue. I can never glimpse their backs. Yet, I refuse to surrender. Even if I cannot catch up, I must discover my own limits. I will fight to the bitter end." Ye Long raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "Uncle, if possible, I wish for a puppet that matches my level but possesses strength far beyond mine. Perhaps when I conquer it, I can draw closer to that circle of timeless geniuses." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, and no one expected this seemingly perfect older brother to harbor such an obsession. But could the kind of puppet he mentioned truly be realized? "It can be done, I promise you," Ye Suifeng swiftly replied. Ye Long was momentarily stunned. "Really, uncle? Does such a puppet truly exist?" Ye Suifeng smiled and shook his head. "It indeed exists, but puppets are ultimately lifeless. Even if you conquer one, it does not guarantee you can defeat an equally skilled cultivator." Ye Long's expression grew complex. "But you said you would fulfill my request." "I did promise you," Ye Suifeng affirmed. "However, it will not be a puppet I procure for you, but rather, I will help you realize your first aspiration. To battle against timeless geniuses. What incredible ambition!" Ye Suifeng was naturally eager to assist. Yet the others were already dumbfounded, realizing that such a wish was utterly impossible to fulfill. "All right, let us depart," Ye Suifeng declared, waving his hand as he vanished alongside Ye long after they left. Ye Xiaoxiao leaned toward Ye Qingyao, murmuring, "Sister, uncle was joking, right?" Ye Qingyao pursed her lips and shook her head. "I am uncertain. I cannot fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Perhaps when our time comes, we will understand." A silver river flowed endlessly from the void to the void, eternally unchanged. Suddenly, two black dots appeared above it. Ye Suifeng and Ye Long gazing down at the boundless river and the vast, empty space surrounding them. Ye Long's heart trembled with curiosity, eager to inquire about their location. Yet recalling Ye Suifeng's prior admonition not to ask too many questions, he suppressed his bewilderment. "We meet again," Ye Suifeng said softly. "I noticed something unusual about you last time. It seems you are bound to this world. Nevertheless, it suffices. The talents of this realm are ample." With that, Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and the surrounding world transformed instantaneously. Beneath their feet appeared an enormous arena, adorned with countless intricate runes that nearly overwhelmed Ye Long. Fortunately, Ye Suifeng swiftly enacted a spell, causing the runes to shimmer and vanish, leaving only a vast stone platform. "From today onward, you shall fight and cultivate here." Ye Suifeng instructed. Ye Long furrowed his brow. "But what about my opponents?" "They are here," Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile, extending his fingers and gently grasping. Instantly, countless gray lines erupted, surging into the shimmering silver river. Soon, one of the gray lines began to quiver, and then a white figure emerged at its end, akin to a fish on a hook, caught and landing upon the arena. The young man exuded an aura of coldness, his brow furrowed in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Upon turning to face Ye Suifeng and Ye Long, their gazes locked, and Ye Long instinctively took 2 steps back, collapsing onto the ground in shock, pointing at the young man with trembling fingers. "Be by the white-clad spear god, Bufeishue." His tone shifted entirely, as Bufeishue was a prodigy from a millennium ago, a lone figure who had vanquished all challengers with his spear. Once, he had stormed a millennia-old sect single-handedly, leading to bloodshed and chaos, ultimately becoming a legend. Later, he had faced the strongest tribulation in history, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation, enduring until the very end. Yet the final lightning strike was insurmountably powerful, resulting in Bufeishue's demise, leaving nothing behind. But why was he here? Ye Long's mind buzzed with confusion. What had his uncle done? "Who are you? Why am I here?" Bufeishue's gaze was frigid, an overwhelming aura of spear intent radiating from him. Yet Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of light enveloped Bufeishue's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. "You weren't meant to speak yet." Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Long, chuckling. "Did you not say you wished to challenge them? Why are you so frightened upon meeting them?" Hearing this, Ye Long paused, inhaling deeply to steady his racing heart, and struggled to rise. "That is more like it." Ye Suifeng waved his fingers, summoning one figure after another from the Silver River to land upon the arena, to prevent a repeat of the earlier incident. Ye Suifeng ensured they were all rendered unconscious upon arrival. Divine Mansion's prodigy, Xia Yuan, Dark Knight's god of death, Tong Mie, the world's foremost scholar, Fu Ruhai, son of Heaven's Path, Jin Lin, and the legend of the ages, Long Outyan. Ye Long gazed upon the familiar faces, murmuring to himself, his mind blank. Uncle truly managed to bring forth the prodigies from the biographies of extraordinary figures, even many unfamiliar ones. Only after several hundred figures had materialized did Ye Suifeng finally come to a halt. Make do with these for now. Within the ancient arena, their cultivation levels match yours. Simply think of whom you wish to battle. If you advance, their levels will increase accordingly. Hone your battle intent well. I shall return for you in a month. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The Old Tortoise. This boy gives off a strange masochistic vibe. In the void, Ye Suifeng leisurely traversed the expanse above the river that he hadn't anticipated that Ye Long's wish would center on combat. However, given Ye Long's current strength, engaging in battle with those timeless geniuses was merely an invitation to suffering. Moreover, it would likely be a harrowing experience that he could only hope the boy wouldn't be traumatized by the ordeal. This river of time feels rather peculiar. It seems to lack a certain vitality. This galaxy is indeed the river of time within this realm. The last time Ye Suifeng traversed the threads of causality to pursue the assassin of Ye Suifeng, he momentarily harnessed the power of the river of time. However, that was merely a fleeting glimpse. This time, he has come in person. Logically speaking, the river of time is an inanimate entity, eternally flowing through the void, unchanged since time immemorial. Yet, Ye Suifeng always felt that it lacked a certain vitality, exuding an air of lethargy. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual energy, causing him to furrow his brow before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black peak loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly immense. Soaring infinitely high and plunging into unfathomable depths, resembling a wall that obscured all visibility in this vast void. How could such a thing exist here? Ye Suifeng pondered, baffled. The location of the river of time was a true void, devoid of anything except the continuum of time itself. How could a mountain possibly be situated in this realm? This defied the principles of the great Dao. No, that is not right, Ye Suifeng mused, his brow knitting tighter. What lay before him did not seem to be a mountain. He distinctly sensed a faint breath of life emanating from the dark mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his index finger and gently pressed it against his brow. Instantly, his consciousness, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupted forth. His spirit solidified, transforming into a shadow of his true self, rapidly expanding outwards from his physical form, once tenfold. Soon, Ye Suifeng's spiritual shadow had grown to a staggering magnitude, exceeding his corporeal form by millions of times. Through the vision of the shadow, he finally discerned the appearance of the Black Mountain. "Damn it, that is a toe!" Ye Suifeng exclaimed, utterly astonished by the revelation. It turned out that the massive entity was not a mountain at all, but rather an odd toe. Beside it were 4 other toes, and above loomed an immeasurably broad foot that this moment. Ye Suifeng's shadow was merely level with the toe. Goodness, what on earth is this? It's nearly the size of the world. I must see what your true form is. Ye Suifeng steadied his thoughts, and his spiritual shadow surged once more. After an indeterminate expansion, he finally beheld its true visage. "Old tortoise?" he gasped, his eyes widening as he scrutinized its shape, that he confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed a grotesque black tortoise. Its neck was withdrawn into its shell, leaving only its slick head exposed. Its 4 limbs hung limply in the void, and beneath its belly lay the river of time, which from this perspective appeared as a barely discernible white thread. Most striking was its tail, short, but with a fork at the tip, as if violently torn apart. That Ye Suifeng's mind raced with questions. What kind of being could inflict harm upon such a formidable old tortoise? Such a monstrous existence should not even be present in this world, except, of course, for himself. It seems this world harbors many secrets yet to be uncovered, Ye Suifeng mused, stroking his chin. This made things all the more intriguing. Otherwise, he would soon grow bored and have no choice but to ascend to the celestial realm to engage in combat with the celestial emperor. This old tortoise is indeed quite extraordinary. Ye Suifeng's spirit had surveyed the entirety of the tortoise's body. He discovered that each corner of the tortoise was intertwined with the principles of the great Tao. Each breath caused the rules to tremble. It was utterly terrifying. With such strength, why do you still choose to seal yourself away? Upon first encountering the tortoise, Ye Suifeng had assumed it was merely in slumber. However, after closer examination, he realized that it had sealed all of its essence within this massive shell, revealing only occasional flickers of life, preventing it from being regarded as entirely lifeless. Let us take a closer look. Ye Suifeng extended a great hand and placed it atop the tortoise's head, intending to delve into its depths with his consciousness to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow as his spiritual shadow gradually faded away, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, several powerful presences surged through the void. Probing into the vicinity, They lingered before the tortoise's head. Seemingly perplexed by the recent events, Ye Suifeng counted 5 presences, all of which far surpassed the limits of this world. One of them he recognized. After undergoing tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had once extended his consciousness into the northern snowy plains. Just as he did, a formidable presence, spanning the entire plateau, surged forth from the far north, heading straight for Ye Suifeng. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 presences coalesced into 5 luminous points, quietly hovering in opposition. "Do you wish to break the rules?" the presence from the northern snowy plains boldly inquired. As this was a communication on the level of spirit, it was impossible to discern gender, nor even whether the entity was human. "Shouldn't you be the one most eager to break the rules? After all, you are on the verge of losing," another voice retorted. "If you want to fight, then let us fight. I detest playing these trivial games." A particularly irritable presence growled. "Calm down. The collapse of the world benefits no one," another interjected, adopting a more composed demeanor. "Gentlemen, the pressing matter at hand is what transpired just now. Someone has stirred it." The final presence redirected the conversation. After a round of discussions, they all asserted that it was not their doing. Yet, this raised further questions. If not the 5 of them, then who else possessed the capability to intrude upon this space? Silence enveloped the group. Ye Suifeng, now one with the void, stifled a yawn, wondering why they had suddenly fallen silent. Perhaps it was that entity suggested the presence from the northern snowy plains. Strange indeed. Just recently, I entered the realm of fate and discovered a small fragment that suddenly vanished into the mist. Yes, I too noticed a new star rising in this world, one that does not belong here. I was asleep, completely unaware, the irritable one exclaimed. As always, 3 of them noted some minor anomalies occurring lately. Yet the northern presence claimed to have noticed nothing at the time. Ye Suifeng had boldly entered the snowy plains without any concealment. He was certain they had sensed his presence. However, he had chosen to hide his intentions. After a while, as they had yet to uncover anything unusual, they altered their course and departed from the void. After their departure, Ye Suifeng dissipated his spiritual shadow, allowing his true self to manifest above the river of time. A wounded old tortoise. 5 individuals with differing intentions. A game or a chess match? Congratulations to all participants. It appears someone has activated a cheat. Chapter 38. The Celestial Slaying Gate. Ye Suifeng withdrew from the void, having inadvertently stumbled upon a secret of this world through his recent encounter. Nonetheless, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying his time in Yunshao City. And when he eventually encountered those individuals, he would have a proper discussion about the matter of cheats. After all, 3 little darlings awaited him at home. After some time, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Due to his extended exploration in the void, he had taken longer than anticipated, and Ye Qinyu and the others were seated beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng return, they immediately stood up in unison. "So, what do you all wish for? Have you made up your minds?" Ye Suifeng inhuited. All right. I want a mountain of spirit stones, a colossal pile of spirit stones. I want to buy whatever I desire." Ye Xiaoxiao was the first to jump up, her eyes practically emblazoned with the word money. "It's not your turn. Let Qinyu speak first," Ye Suifeng interjected, bypassing her. "Just teasing you." Ye Xiaoxiao let out a small, "Oh," pouting as she rejoined the ranks. Qinyu smiled and said, "Uncle, I've made my decision as well. Please don't laugh at me. I don't possess grand aspirations like cousin Yilongtang. Even in my cultivation, I lack significant motivation. If it weren't for my father's stern demands, I might not even be standing here." Ye Qinyu candidly expressed her thoughts, unafraid of inciting Ye Suifeng's ire or jeopardizing her eligibility for the Yunshao City battle. After all, this represented the family, without the will to fight. How could one achieve victory? However, such an occurrence was naturally out of the question. "Well, everyone's perspective on life differs. Your serene disposition and thoughts are understandable," Ye Suifeng replied. "Humans are emotional, multifaceted beings. If everyone were the same, what would distinguish them from mass-produced tools? Now then, do tell, what is it that you desire?" Ye Suifeng prompted. Ye Qinyu hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, what I wish for may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it unsatisfactory, I am more than willing to change it. Go ahead. All right then. Ye Qinyu took a deep breath and said, I want a direction. At this, the other two were momentarily perplexed. What does that even mean? Yi Longtang at least articulated his childhood dreams. What she proposed was merely a concept. Yi Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, thinking, Sister, are you sure you're not deliberately making things difficult for Uncle? She simply couldn't grasp it. Yet Ye Suifeng understood Ye Qinyu perfectly. Her temperament is serene and tranquil. Yet she was born into a prominent family, with a father who regards cultivation as the essence of life and is exceedingly strict. From a tender age, she has been compelled to adhere to her father's wishes, tirelessly honing her skills, striving to surpass Yi Long and vanquish all adversaries. For someone who abhors conflict, this relentless pursuit has become an immense psychological torment, rendering her prone to confusion and disorientation. Fortunately, Yi Qinyao is still young. Had this continued for a few more years, the specter of inner demons might have emerged. Such occurrences are not without precedent. However, the quest for one's path in life is a journey that must be undertaken individually. Qinyao, I ask you, do you truly believe I can provide you with a direction that will satisfy you? Ye Suifeng countered, Yi Qinyao fell silent. Being inherently astute, she understood that although her desires sounded simple, the reality of achieving them was profoundly challenging. Your future can only be determined by you, Ye Suifeng continued. I can offer you an opportunity for choice, but it may exact a considerable price. After much contemplation, Yi Qinyao ultimately nodded. I am willing to try it if you continue in this state of aimlessness. I fear I will genuinely disappoint my father. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement. To some, Yi Qinyao, thoughts might appear naive. Yet, who among us has not experienced a phase of naivety, especially when ensnared in a web of confusion? Then follow me, he instructed. With that, Ye Suifeng led Yi Qinyao, and they vanished into the courtyard. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a verdant mountain peak, the air thick with life. Strangely, the adjacent mountain appeared as though struck by lightning. Riddled with deep ravines and scorched earth, Yi Qinyao gazed in astonishment. Uncle, what transpired here? A scene from a bizarre tale flickered in her mind. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat, bemused by the girl's inquiry. Have you forgotten my words? Do not ask. His face grew stern. Yi Qinyao promptly ceased her questions. Though her eyes brimmed with curiosity, Yi Suifeng ignored her and raised his gaze to the heavens. Soon, a mysterious energy began to emanate from him. Moments later, a grand portal manifested in the sky, a golden light cascading from within, resting upon Ye Suifeng's shoulders. Behind that door, a majestic celestial sound reverberated. Stirring the soul, we meet again. Indeed, the celestial gateway in the sky was the manifestation of a cultivator's tribulation. The light was a bridge of ascension. The last time Ye Suifeng faced his tribulation, he chose not to ascend, dissipating the aura of immortality surrounding him, causing the celestial gate to vanish without a target. This time, he actively summoned the celestial gate for a specific purpose. The celestial sound was vast and profound. It was not merely a melody, but the whispering voices of all beings. It possessed not only the essence of ascension, but also the power of creation, along with a uniquely potent force, the breath of the mortal realm. Having endured the trials of the heavenly tribulation, this power was at its most formidable. Yi Suifeng required this essence as a material component. Thus, I'm afraid I do not wish to ascend just yet. With a slight smile, he pointed his finger like a sword and decisively struck toward the celestial gate. In that instant, the world seemed to pause. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated as the entire realm quaked violently. The enormous celestial gate trembled, emitting a rumbling sound, akin to a lament. Moments later, the golden light upon Ye Suifeng's shoulders abruptly contracted. Following the violent shuddering, the celestial gate plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow loomed above Ye Suifeng, its coverage expansive enough to enshroud dozens of mountain peaks. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, astonished by the immense size of this entity. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao was utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could there be a door in the sky? Why was there light emanating from within it? Such an outrageous occurrence. and her uncle simply summoned it with a flick of his finger? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely flustered. Come, Ye Suifeng beckoned, and the colossal celestial gate swiftly shrank, transforming into a petite golden door that hovered in his palm, that he then whimsically manipulated it, reshaping the celestial gate until it lost its original form, ultimately becoming a splendid mirror. I shall name you the mirror of the mortal realm. This mirror was crafted primarily from celestial sound, with the celestial gate serving as a supplementary material seamlessly fused with the principles of the great Dao. Its primary function was to refine the heart. Once one gazed into the mirror, it was akin to entering an alternate realm, experiencing an entirely different life. Ye Suifeng glanced at the still-dazed Yi Qinyao, gently touching her to restore her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, he stated. Yi Qinyao regarded the mirror intently and nodded earnestly. Then embark on your journey well. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. Upon uttering these words, the surface of the mortal realm mirror morphed into rippling waves. Subsequently, Yi Qinyao figure gradually faded from view. Your own path must be traversed by yourself. Ye Suifeng sighed, turning his gaze skyward. The world had returned to tranquility. The spot where the celestial gate had appeared was left with only a faint golden trace, which swiftly vanished. I seem to have overstepped, he mused. First I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the ninefold lightning tribulation, followed by teasing the celestial gate, and now I've outright severed it. It seems I hold no grudge against it. Ye Suifeng blinked, a wry smile forming on his lips. Well, the heavens are meant to be challenged. Otherwise, one risks falling behind the times. At worst, I can compensate once I ascend to the celestial realm. As he pondered, Ye Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression darkening. Oh no, I've just severed my own celestial gate. How on earth will I ascend to the celestial realm now? Chapter 39. The aggrieved Ye Xiaoxiao with the mirror of the mortal realm. Crafted from his own celestial gate, Ye Suifeng returned home with a grim visage. This time, he had acted rashly, inadvertently severing his path to immortality. What was he to do now? Should he find someone who successfully endured their tribulation and seized their celestial gate while they prepared to ascend? While that might not be entirely out of the question, though it lacks a certain ethical propriety, never mind. Such matters could wait. Ye Suifeng steadied his emotions and re-emerged in the courtyard. Now, only Ye Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian remained. Settling Yi Huang and the others had consumed nearly the entire morning. Reflecting on his own struggles for their sake, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Well then, it is your turn now. Ye Suifeng pointed his finger at Ye Xiaoxiao, as face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, his finger shifted, veering off course to finally point at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, it is your turn. Huh? Oh, Yi Qian seemed taken aback by being called upon first among them. He was the weakest. Nevertheless, he held no qualms about it and stepped forward, saying, Uncle, my choice is to fully comply with your arrangements. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. These young people truly showcased their individuality. Each had made a distinctly different choice. Why? Ye Suifeng inquired, to why Yi Qian quickly replied, I only wish to grow stronger, but my own knowledge and experience are far too limited. Thus, allowing you to decide is the best choice for me. Ye Suifeng nodded. His decision was not incorrect. While it may not be the most right answer, it certainly was the safest and most prudent choice. Very well, Ye Suifeng responded. However, if I am not mistaken, you not only wish to strengthen yourself, but also those who follow you, correct? Yi Qian smiled sheepishly and scratched his head, not denying it. Educating others is no simple task. Ye Suifeng remarked that I am willing to make the effort. Yi Qian declared resolutely. Then, good. Ye Suifeng contemplated before speaking again. You must be quite fond of reading, am I correct? Indeed. What is your favorite book? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching. Yi Qian replied that he is lying. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoxiao interjected, I heard from cousin Yi Qian that he actually prefers reading bizarre tales, especially those about fox spirits and scholars in love. How embarrassing, with his secret exposed. Yi Qian's face flushed crimson, and he muttered, I do enjoy the Tao Te Ching very much, and that book contains more than just fox spirits. Such a feeble defense fell flat. Ye Suifeng reached out with a grin. Let me see what this novel is. Ye Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, retrieving a thick book from his storage pouch, the classic of mountains and seas. Ye Suifeng casually flipped through the pages and found numerous tales of fox spirits, flower fairies, and enchanting demons, but nothing overly outrageous that it could easily pass in any literary review. Moreover, those stories constituted only a small portion. The majority were accounts of extraordinary events, imparting moral lessons on life, substantially legitimate content. Wait a moment, Ye Suifeng said, taking a seat at the stone table beneath the willow tree. That he then conjured a brush and a blank book, swiftly beginning to write. After approximately the duration of a joss stick's burn, a brand new volume of the Shanghai Tu Lu emerged fresh from the press. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet and handed both books to Ye Qian. Since you have an affinity for them, go ahead and read. I am confident you will learn a great deal, but the extent of your improvement ultimately depends on your own efforts. Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Ye Qian, puzzled, accepted the books. He understood that reading could impart knowledge. But how could it enhance one's capabilities? Did it conceal some unparalleled cultivation method within? He placed the two volumes side by side. Their covers were identical, showing no signs of alteration, the only distinction being Ye Suifeng's handwriting, which appeared more vigorous and forceful than the original. As Ye Qian gazed upon them, he suddenly noticed that the characters Shanghai on the new book began to twist. Soon after, an endless gale seemed to roar in his ears, carrying with it a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Ye Qian stood frozen, perplexed by the phenomenon. Abruptly, the tempest dissipated, and the scent of the sea vanished. His vision gradually cleared, revealing that Ye Suifeng had used his finger to obscure the characters Shanghai on the cover. Once you return, take your time to ponder over it, Ye Suifeng advised with a smile. The volume he had painstakingly transcribed was no ordinary tome. It was a product of the fusion of great principles. Each character, each phrase, each tale within was a different world, a unique journey of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a supreme guide to enlightenment that, if categorized by cultivation levels, it would be deemed a top-tier celestial technique, infinitely close to the essence of Dao. Alas, time was of the essence, and thus he could only reach this level. Thank you, uncle, for your guidance. Having experienced all that transpired, Ye Qian comprehended the book's extraordinary nature and, after a respectful bow, departed from the courtyard. This left only Ye Xiaoxiao behind, who had evidently grown impatient. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Can you grant me some? Ye Xiaoxiao's big eyes blinked adorably, attempting to charm Ye Suifeng's heart. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Ye Suifeng inhuited. For everything, Ye Xiaoxiao replied. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot accomplish? If there is, it surely means the spirit stones are insufficient. Ye Suifeng could not help but give her a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. So, does that mean you agree? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in delight. No, I refuse. However, the answer took her by surprise. Why not? You clearly agreed to their requests. Ye Xiaoxiao protested, her face filled with grievance, feeling that Ye Suifeng was deliberately targeting her. You are different. They all possess a clear understanding of their own paths. What about you? All you do is play. If you can successfully navigate this trial, I will reconsider rewarding you with some spirit stones. Ye Suifeng stated. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This one. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and instantly, the environment around them transformed dramatically. A gray mist enveloped them, with countless gray insects scuttling about, occasionally a dark shadow zipping past at great speed. Where is this? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, astonished. The dream void realm. A world that exists between reality and illusion. Here, you may play to your heart's content. Ye Suifeng had contemplated this for Ye Xiaoxiao during their journey. Since she loved to play, he allowed her the freedom to indulge. Sometimes, the ability to play was a skill in itself. But what is there to play with here? Ye Xiaoxiao quid it. A good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with the answer. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to enjoy yourself here. All right. Give it your all with that. Ye Suifeng slipped away, leaving Ye Suifeng alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are so biased. Chapter 40. A visitor. After expending considerable effort, the 5 new stars of the family were finally settled. If all goes as planned, their future achievements should, at the very least, rival those prodigies chronicled in the annals of history. Ultimately, however far they can go depends on their individual fortunes. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Ye Suifeng treated himself to a delightful meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. Since arriving in this world, he had spent the majority of his time in this very study. Immersed in texts on cultivation methods, biographical accounts, scenic observations, and ancient legends, that he had begun to form a general outline of the continent's composition. The continent bore many names, with various regions referred to differently. Yet one title had persisted throughout history: the Great Universe Realm. This world was vast beyond measure, and no one had ever traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the legends of far-off lands were merely fragments of tales. Through extensive reading, Ye Suifeng gathered that the location of Yinshao City was situated in the northern region of the continent. This area was replete with sects and noble families, most locales centering around a large city complemented by numerous smaller towns. That an organization, known as the Nine-City Alliance, was the most formidable power governing this region. The city of Su, in charge of Yinshao City, was one of the members of the Alliance. To the north of the Alliance lay a colossal chasm stretching 1,000,000 miles, known as the Qinggu Highlands. Further north was the northern snowfield. To the east of the Alliance was a cluster of small nations, a place rife with conflict, where battles erupted almost daily. Yet, whenever external forces attempted to invade, they would unite to fend off their common foes. According to the texts, the cultural and linguistic practices there were entirely different from those of the Nine-City Alliance. Ye Suifeng resolved to explore that region whenever he had the chance. To the west of the Alliance lay a vast, desolate, arid expanse, sparsely populated, yet shrouded in mystery. It was said that the inhabitants there enjoyed wrapping themselves in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes visible, a rather intriguing sight. The southern region of the Nine-City Alliance presented a different scenario altogether. The culture there bore similarities to that of the Alliance, yet the organizational structure was entirely reversed in the Alliance. Cities served as the core, with powerful families wielding control over them, while sects held a minimal presence. Take Yinshao City as an example, although there were over a dozen sects surrounding it. The most powerful sect had a leader whose cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, to the south of the Alliance, the balance of power between sects and noble families was entirely flipped. There, the core was comprised of various super sects nestled within the Spirit Mountain range. Families and nations were entirely subordinate to the sections. When disciples of the sects ventured forth, they were treated as if they were the princes of a grand empire, commanding tremendous respect. I must make it a point to visit these places when I have the time, Ye Suifeng silently vowed. Having arrived in the Great Universe Realm, it would be a disservice not to explore every corner. Through his readings, he gained a general understanding of the organizational structure of the Great Universe Realm, and through studying various cultivation texts, he developed a deeper comprehension of the world's cultivation system. It could be said that he had completely grasped the essence of cultivation methods. With a single glance at any technique, he could instantly master it, even modifying it to create more potent spells. Indeed, he possessed such remarkable prowess. Calm down, calm down. Ye Suifeng tempered his pride and prepared to further refine the Yuan Shigong. Through the experiments conducted with Feng Ji and the other 3 test subjects, he identified some minor issues that required adjustments. However, this time he did not need 2 months nor to seclude himself entirely. Within 3 days, Ye Suifeng completed the new cultivation method and imparted it to Feng Ji and the others through a transmission of knowledge. They did not disappoint him. Just days later, they all broke through to the second major realm of the Yuan Shigong, Danfu realm, which corresponds to the traditional cultivation method's Qi transformation stage. The focus of this realm is the Dantian. Yet the Yuan Shigong is more domineering and versatile. To commend their efforts, Ye Suifeng, in a fit of joy, taught them a sword technique, the heavenly tier inferior grade martial skill, Zhu Xian Sword Array. The ability to slay immortals. Once mastered, it could slay celestial beings. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true Zhu Xian Sword Array could not possibly be executed in this world. Nevertheless, Even this imitation was a formidable technique, the By imparting such a high-level sword technique. Ye Suifeng aimed not only to praise them, but also to benefit Ye Huang, as Feng Ji and his companions now served as Ye Huang's guardians and sparring partners. The stronger they became, the more effective their training would be for Ye Huang. "Daughter, do not blame me. This is all for your own good," Ye Suifeng said with a mischievous grin, after several days of breakthroughs among Feng Ji and the others. The family finally received long-awaited good news that Ye Suifeng's family members, Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao, had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Months prior, Ye Suifeng had advised them to diligently cultivate and not let their progress lag behind. He even set a goal for them to break through within a month. However, reality often diverges from expectations. Due to the family's recent activities and numerous tasks, the key members have been busy from dawn until dusk, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they had kept this matter in their hearts that Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao's breakthroughs in the nascent soul stage undoubtedly served as a reassuring tonic for the other family members. As Ye Suifeng's strength was not commonly visible, the two individuals in question are, after all, those with whom they interact daily. It can be said that, excluding Ye Suifeng as presence, these two Yuaning stage cultivators alone could render the Yi family no longer fearful of the Li and Tang families. However, after deliberation, they decided to keep this under wraps for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal that Ye Suifeng had no objections. As long as they were content, that sufficed. As time flowed gently onward, the days swiftly approached the momentous occasion of the Yunshao City battle, now just 10 days away. Suddenly, the Yi family welcomed a familiar guest. Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill, Yi family head. "You are becoming increasingly handsome. Haha, I do appreciate your sincere flattery. Please, take a seat." In the family's reception hall, Ye Suifeng and Gu Wanxin sat side by side, while several maidservants served fragrant tea. "I speak from the heart," Gu Wanxin replied with a smile. "It feels as though you grow younger with each meeting. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Or perhaps you have encountered some joyful event recently." Ye Suifeng remarked with a slight curl of his lip. Shaking his head, "What joy could there possibly be? I am inundated with spirit stones, and I fret daily over this matter." Gu Wanxin chuckled softly. "Ye family head, your words truly insult my profession." With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Ye Suifeng picked up the ring and cast a glance inside. It contained a vast array of cultivation resources, with an even higher grade than last time. 8 heavenly grade items. To be precise, techniques, materials, sacred medicines, spiritual artifacts. There was an abundance of them. The price list was already prepared, but Ye Suifeng bypassed the detailed enumeration and focused on the total. 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. One could say, without exaggeration, that such a sum could purchase several cities akin to Yunshao City. "Bring me a storage bag," Ye Suifeng commanded decisively, requesting a supersized storage bag from Gu Wanxin to accommodate the 32 trillion spirit stones all at once. Even having witnessed such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin couldn't help but marvel. Just how many spirit stones did he possess? Had he secretly unearthed a bountiful vein of spirit stones? In truth, the higher-ups at Wanjiao Pavilion had conducted extensive analysis regarding Ye Suifeng, their super client, yet they remained unable to ascertain the source of his wealth. The most plausible theory suggested he had fortuitously stumbled upon a secret realm housing a high-grade vein of spirit stones. However, this notion seemed far too absurd. Ultimately, Wanjiao Pavilion abandoned the investigation that a client of such caliber was rare, and they did not wish to provoke Ye Suifeng's ire through curiosity, thereby jeopardizing their cooperation. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. "By the way, Ye family head, due to the staggering sums involved in our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanjiao Pavilion would like me to inquire whether you might consider trading with mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones." "Of course. If that is not feasible, it is perfectly acceptable. It is merely for convenience," she added. Each transaction typically involved tens of trillions, requiring individuals at the Qi transformation stage or above just to tally the amount. However, if high-grade spirit stones were utilized, the quantity per unit would diminish by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable at the golden core stage. "Well, Perhaps I shall wait until I exhaust the low-grade spirit stones, Ye Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded enthusiastically. Each time they transacted, they utilized low-grade spirit stones, and she was confident that Ye Suifeng's reserves would not be excessive at a few more transactions, and they would likely reach the end. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea while observing Gu Wanxin, puzzled by her inexplicable delight. By the way, may I pose a question? I have noticed that Wanjiao Pavilion operates as a relatively pure commercial organization. Am I correct? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded. Indeed, the foremost tenet of Wanjiao Pavilion is to remain perpetually neutral, never to interfere in the conflicts among other factions. We are solely interested in spirit stones. That piques my curiosity, Ye Suifeng remarked. If you do not engage in conflict, what purpose do you have for such a multitude of spirit stones? This inquiry indeed left Ye Suifeng perplexed. Wanjiao Pavilion was vast, with its presence felt in nearly every location. The sheer volume of spirit stones that flowed through such a formidable organization was undoubtedly staggering. Thus, the question arose, where did the spirit stones they earned ultimately go? And what were they used for? This was a matter of great concern for Ye Suifeng, as he now faced a similar dilemma. Money sitting idly in a wallet remained merely a number. Only spent money possessed true value. Faced with Ye Suifeng's question, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily stumped. Ye family head, I must admit I have never pondered that. However, regardless of the means by which we acquire spirit stones, are we not ultimately doing so to spend them? Ye Suifeng gently shook his head. Indeed, pondering how to spend money seemed a rather ludicrous question. Yet once the numerical value of wealth surpassed a certain threshold, one could truly find themselves at a loss over how to allocate it, that he himself was experiencing such a headache, feeling as though all his expenditures were trivial. Perhaps I could inquire further on your behalf. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume spirit stones at an alarming rate, Gu Wanxin suggested. Very well. I entrust this to you. It would be my utmost honor. Gu Wanxin readily accepted the task. After a brief pause, she added, Ye family head, in addition to our transaction today, I also bring you news. Oh! Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand, requesting a storage bag. Gu Wanxin, taken aback, hurriedly waved her hand. No, this is complimentary. She felt a cold sweat. It seemed he truly had more money than he knew how to spend. This pertains to news regarding the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin explained. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, please go on. Yes. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Ye Suifeng and continued. Ye family head, in 10 days, the biennial grand event of Yinshao City will take place, the Yinshao City Battle. The list of combatants from the 3 major families was released a few days ago. You are surely aware of the participants from the Li and Tang families? Ye Suifeng's expression grew solemn. In truth, he was unaware. The list had indeed been brought to him by Sui Yin a few days prior and lay on his desk, yet he had been too apathetic to examine it. As the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the adversaries were seemed rather foolish. The Gu Wanxin's abrupt mention of this topic left him at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. However, to Gu Wanxin, it appeared quite differently. It seems the Yi family head has already heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, having already broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family has also ascended 4 levels in just 3 months, currently standing at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Ye Suifeng nodded gravely, acknowledging the information he had just learned. What is it you wish to convey? He was still unclear regarding Gu Wanxin's main point. Leaning in closer, Gu Wanxin lowered her voice. Ye family head, their cultivation levels exceed the rumors circulating outside. The Li and Tang families have suddenly invested substantial resources into their combatants for this event. The extent of this investment is akin to nurturing a golden core cultivator. I have reason to suspect that this Yinshao City battle holds significant meaning for them, or they are entirely targeting your Yi family. Thus, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have been able to gather information on those 10 individuals. Gu Wanxin gazed at Ye Suifeng, her expression betraying a sense of understanding. The Ye Suifeng smiled slightly, Picking up the jade slip this was her intention. Gu Wanxin was extending an olive branch. Were you not just stating that Wanjia Pavilion refrains from intervening in the conflicts of other factions? Ye Suifeng asked with a playful smile. Huh? How could you say that? Gu Wanxin giggled. Between friends, what does it matter whether one intervenes or not? Would you not agree? Ye Suifeng gently nodded, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After concluding their matters, Gu Wanxin departed with satisfaction. Ye Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, circling it a few times before tossing it into the nearby wastebasket. The Ye family had long since outgrown the need for such traditional methods of conflict resolution. Chapter 42. Leaving seclusion. As the date of the Yinshao city battle drew ever closer, the city itself became increasingly vibrant. Numerous young talents from other cities arrived to witness this biennial grand event, eager to ascertain how they measured up against one another. Li Qi is indeed extraordinary. Having just turned 18, he has already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation in our Blackrock City. He would likely be among the very best, remarked a dark-skinned youth from Blackrock City. Ha! Truly a product of a backwater region. While the 8th level of Qi transformation may be impressive, he wouldn't even rank near the top in our Huangye City, a noble young lady from Huangye City scoffed. Her expression one of disdain, as if she were gazing upon a country bumpkin. However, among the cities under the jurisdiction of Su City, Huangye City was indeed the most prosperous and powerful, possessing the capital to look down upon others. And what of Tang Xiaoqing from the Tang family? A mere 17 years old and already at the 10th level of Qi transformation. How does he fare in Huangye City? Someone from Yinshao City inquired, unwilling to concede defeat and seeking to regain face through the more remarkable Tang Xiaoqing. However, the young girl merely chuckled twice and remarked, I shall say this. In Huangye City, the number of prodigies who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16 is at least in the single digits. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. 16 years of age at the foundation establishment stage? What an astounding genius. No wonder Huangye City is lauded as the closest existence to Su City. Compared to Yinshao City and Haishi City, it remains significantly superior. At this moment, the noble young lady spoke again. Isn't it the case of the 3 great families? Why have I only heard of the Li and Tang families? What are the other families' outstanding talents? She had come out for leisure, fortuitously passing by Yinshao City, and upon learning of the biennial grand gathering here, she decided to witness the excitement. Yet, the news over the past few days had predominantly revolved around the young talents of the Li and Tang families. While the other family seemed scarcely mentioned, that would be the Ye family, the weakest among the 3 great families. If the Li and Tang families cannot compare to the families of Huangye City, then the Ye family stands even less of a chance, someone commented. Nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, the Rhyme Fairy, and the Dragon Hall Master are all still in closed-door cultivation, that if they were to emerge, they would certainly make Huangye City regret their audacity. A newly joined cultivator from the Ye family retorted loudly. Heh! With only 3 days until the Battle of Yinshao City, they remain in seclusion. Are they perhaps waiting until the conclusion of the gathering to make their appearance? Ha! Well said. Tomorrow is the Zue Meng gathering. If the Ye family members have yet to arrive, I suspect they are preparing to concede. The Zue Meng gathering is a grand assembly for young talents prior to the Battle of Yinshao City, organized by the owner of Zue Meng Tower, aimed at facilitating the early encounters among the youths of the 3 great families to build anticipation for the upcoming conflict. The Phoenix Fairy and the others will undoubtedly return. A Ye family cultivator declared fiercely before slipping away, prompting laughter from the onlookers. However, the noble girl from Huangye City displayed a glimmer of interest. The Phoenix Fairy, the Rhyme Fairy. It seems that the Ye family boasts exceptionally talented female cultivators. Let us see how they fare in the future. Perhaps we may find a suitable candidate for a consort. Consider yourselves fortunate. The discussions regarding the Ye family's combatants grew increasingly fervent within Yinshao City. Yun, having personally made several trips to inquire about the current status and cultivation levels of a few individuals, found himself quite vexed. Enough, the initial stage of cultivation has likely come to a close. It's time to see what they have gained. After making his decision, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Ye Huang still immersed in her bubble of cultivation. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing rays of multicolored celestial light, each beam concealing boundless formidable power and rules. They gradually permeated the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Ye Huang's form. But at that moment, Ye Huang's expression was solemn, her eyes tightly shut, as she slowly inhaled the violet mist into her body. It appears she still has a particular fondness for the color purple. The 7 types of celestial light each harbored different energies. Purple represented destruction, that as Ye Huang continued to expel and inhale the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered on her forehead. Very good. She has already established a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament more, lest her wrath inadvertently devastate Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction is terrifying. Its might is essentially at the pinnacle of all offensive techniques. Even the most exceptional heavenly-grade techniques would pale in comparison before it. Reaching the 7th level of Qi transformation has taken longer than anticipated. It seems this past month, she has focused almost entirely on the path of destruction. In the span of a month, Ye Huang had leaped from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this only accounted for the effects conferred by the purple mist. Had she concentrated on enhancing her cultivation alone, she might well have achieved foundation establishment by now. Sufficient. She can easily overpower her peers. With a flash, Ye Suifeng appeared before Ye Huang and gently roused her from her trance. Ye Huang opened her eyes, and the purple petals on her forehead gradually faded, leaving behind only the faintest trace. Father! Ye Huang rose, joyfully gazing at her father. Having witnessed the highest levels of power in this world, she had tempered her once fierce demeanor, appearing much more composed than she had a month prior. The time has come, Ye Suifeng stated. All right, so does this mean the cultivation here has come to an end? Ye Huang's expression bore a hint of reluctance. She understood all too well how immensely beneficial her training here had been. What are you thinking? Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle, then produced a multicolored flower cord and handed it to her. Since you enjoy it, this shall be your exclusive training chamber. This flower cord is a key. Simply whisper it in your heart, and you can return whenever you wish, Ye Suifeng explained. Having invested so much effort, it was certainly not meant to be a one-time affair, that he had prepared the key long in advance. Thank you, father, Ye Huang exclaimed with delight, instinctively wanting to leap into Ye Suifeng's embrace, as she had in the past, but ultimately refrained. The past 6 months of training had indeed matured her. She understood that to truly become independent, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's embrace, but Ye Suifeng sighed softly, stepping forward to embrace Ye Huang. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Walk boldly ahead. I shall always watch over you. Ye Huang buried her head against Ye Suifeng's chest, nodding gently. After a moment, they parted ways, and Ye Suifeng took out a light purple velvet robe embroidered with a golden red phoenix, draping it over her shoulders personally. Let us go and carve out your own brilliance. Chapter 43, Aspirations in the Void Space. An expansive river of time stretched endlessly from ancient times into an infinite future. Above this river floated a colossal arena constructed entirely of dark greenish-black stone slabs. Within the arena, 2 white figures engaged in fierce combat, wielding long spears, each clash resounding with tremendous force. Bah! With a resounding impact, one of them was forcefully struck. Hurtling backward, he crouched down, struggling to regain his stance as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my match. Surrender. Bu Feishue stood with his spear at the ready, his demeanor indifferent. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this place a month ago, he had been locked in combat with this young lad. The boy displayed remarkable comprehension, rapidly growing in skill during their encounters. Yet, their strengths remained in entirely different realms. I have long since declared that I shall never yield. Ye Long wiped the blood from his lips, rising with resolute determination and fervor. Let us continue the battle, he shouted, ready to charge forward once more. However, a radiant light immobilized his body to Ye Suifeng gently descended before him. Uncle? Ye Long queried, somewhat perplexed, but soon realized that his time must be up. It seems you have made considerable progress, Ye Suifeng assessed him. Over the course of a month, the changes in Ye Long were even more pronounced than in Ye Huang. First and foremost, his cultivation had advanced from the 5th to the 8th level of qi transformation. More crucially, he now resembled a divine spear, exuding an aura of boundless combat fervor that it appeared his previous concerns were unfounded. Uncle, could you grant me just a little more time? I'm on the verge of success, Ye Long pleaded eagerly. Fearing that upon returning, he might never have the opportunity again, Ye Suifeng chuckled and produced a small token. Handing it to Ye Long. Do not be overly anxious. Progress steadily. This is the key to enter the ancient arena. From now on, you can come to train whenever you wish. Ye Long trembled as he accepted the token. The thought of battling so many legendary figures filled him with exhilaration. Thank you, uncle. Ye Suifeng nodded. Then let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bu Feishue and raised his hand, preparing to seal him once more. Senior, Bu Feishue, I called out loudly. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, halting his actions. Bu Feishue exhaled in relief and continued. If I am not mistaken, this place serves as your training ground for your disciples, correct? Upon seeing Ye Suifeng's lack of denial, he pressed on. Your methods are truly awe-inspiring, leaving the younger generation in admiration. Ye Suifeng replied coolly, skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Bu Feishue cleared his throat. Senior, I merely wish to inquire when I might be allowed to return. He had been inexplicably brought here, forced to accompany a naive young lad in training. Given his pride, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not irritated. Yet, throughout the past month, each time he awoke, he sought a means to exit, only to find himself no closer to a solution. Gradually, Bu Feishue understood that the creator of this arena possessed powers far beyond his imagination. Leaving could only depend on him. You cannot return. However, Ye Suifeng's response was one Bu Feishue found unacceptable. His expression darkened. Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Do you not fear the repercussions of arbitrarily imprisoning another? Ye Suifeng chuckled. You are aware of repercussions, are you? Of course. Bu Feishue coldly snorted. I once perused an ancient tome, which stated that those with great fortune are heavily entangled in the web of cause and effect. If one were to forcibly interfere, even a formidable being would not necessarily enjoy a favorable outcome. He continued, moreover, I wish to inform you that I have support behind me. His voice was laced with a chilling threat. Yet, he was not entirely mistaken. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the entanglement of causality. Between these causes and effects lies immense terror. Thus, those powerful enough to command the heavens often remain in the shadows, employing countless pawns to orchestrate their celestial designs. The Bu Feishue indeed possessed considerable knowledge. Yet this time he had erred. Ye Suifeng spoke slowly. I am indifferent to who your supporters are, he added. If I do not permit your return, I will not incur any karmic repercussions. It is only by allowing you to leave that I would invite it. Since you comprehend the path of causality, you should understand the meaning of my words. Bu Feishue furrowed his brow, while Ye Long beside him appeared bewildered. Suddenly, Bu Feishue's expression changed dramatically, and he stumbled back, nearly toppling to the ground. He pointed at Ye Suifeng, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Ye Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed, you are already deceased, and I merely extracted your memories and cultivation, recreating another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you step beyond this ancient arena, chaos will ensue. Do you comprehend? The person behind you has already forsaken you. Bu Feishue's countenance turned pale. He could hardly believe that he was truly dead. Ye Suifeng observed him quietly. In truth, such words ought not to have been spoken to Bu Feishue, for they bore little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, uttering them carried no substantial consequence. He could simply erase this memory forcibly. Ye Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, a hoarse voice emerged. Could you assist me with a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I shall exert every effort to aid your disciple in evolving into a true paragon of the realm. Bu Feishue's gaze was resolute as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng nodded. He was curious to discover what a deceased individual yearned to accomplish. Most of Bufeshua lifted his head, his eyes brimming with nostalgia, murmuring, "I wish to taste the soil of my homeland." "May I?" Ye Suifeng and Ye Long were momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a request from Bufeshua. "I presumed your desire would pertain to Shui Yinner," Ye Suifeng remarked. Shui Yinner was Bufeshua's former beloved. "She is but a woman unworthy of such lingering affection," Bufeshua replied. "Yet, out of wrath, you once annihilated an ancient sect for her," Ye Long exclaimed. "The Chongshao sect?" Bufeshua chuckled softly. "Having slain my beloved. Do you expect me to spare them?" Ye Long's face was a mask of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There was no romantic chivalry, no poignant love story. The demise of the Chongshao sect was merely the result of offending the wrong person. "Very well, I shall grant your request," Ye Suifeng affirmed. This minor task was a mere trifle. Primarily, he found Bufeshua quite intriguing. "Thank you, Senior." Bufeshua bowed deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him. Casting him into a deep slumber, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Vanishing alongside Ye Long on their return journey, Ye Suifeng noticed Ye Long's taciturn demeanor and inquired playfully, "What is the matter? Has the image of your idol crumbled, leaving you unable to accept it?" Ye Long scratched his head. "It is somewhat unexpected. However, I wouldn't say it's unbearable. I only care about his strength and whether I can defeat him." Ye Suifeng nodded. "In truth, individuals like Bufeshua possess unwavering resolve and a life of brilliance that if he could remain by your side, it would greatly benefit your future path." Ye Long murmured in agreement. Suddenly, he looked up in astonishment at Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, do you mean?" Ye Suifeng smiled faintly, remaining silent. Was it not merely about resurrecting the dead, about being the puppet master, about the path of causality? As long as he wished it, it mattered not who stood in opposition. Chapter 44. The five of the Yi clan Yi Huang and Yi Long were personally escorted back by Ye Suifeng. Yi Qinyao need not venture out. She remained within the red dust mirror in the courtyard. Ye Suifeng retrieved the red dust mirror. Lightly tapping its surface, a beam of light flashed, and Yi Qinyao figure gradually materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to return from her trials. After a considerable time, she slowly regained her clarity. "Uncle," Yi Qinyao softly spoke. "How was it? Have you found your direction?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qinyao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, tranquil as an immortal. Her bright eyes were incredibly clear, yet unfathomably deep, like an ancient well devoid of ripples. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. "Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further enlightenment," Yi Qinyao stated. She was the first to proactively express a desire to continue her cultivation. "Is your direction still unclear?" Ye Suifeng asked with keen interest. "No," Yi Qinyao replied. "In the first layer of time, I already discern the path that lies ahead. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time." Ye Suifeng was astonished. The red dust realm consists of 3 layers of time. In the first layer, 1 day equals 1 year. Ye Suifeng's original intention was to have her undergo a month of trials in the first layer, equivalent to 30 whole years, which should suffice for her to find her direction. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Qinyao would seek more than that. In the second layer of time, 1 day equates to 10 years. "Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my red dust melody." As she spoke, Yi Qinyao extended her delicate fingers. An ethereal ancient zither slowly materialized before her. As she gently plucked its strings, an extraordinary melody instantly filled the entire courtyard. The willows above their heads began to sway gently, seemingly dancing to the music, while a single willow leaf fell upon Yi Qinyao's shoulder. The leaf, once yellowed, gradually regained its verdancy under the enchantment of her melody, ultimately bursting forth with vitality. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Qinyao, her cultivation soaring dramatically, instantaneously breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease. 7 layers, 8 layers, 9 layers. It was only upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi transformation that it gradually subsided. Retracting inward, observing this scene, Ye Suifeng smiled and nodded. He refrained from probing into what direction Yi Qinyao had discovered. That was inherently an ephemeral notion. Finding one's true heart was of utmost importance. The red dust mirror possesses numerous functions. Ponder its significance well upon your return that Ye Suifeng presented the red dust mirror to Ye Qinyao, as it was intended for her. Allow me to remind you. Do not venture into the third layer of time lightly unless you are fully prepared that a moment's carelessness there could lead to becoming lost. That Ye Qinyao nodded. Rest assured, uncle, I am aware. Then all is well. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Return to consolidate your thoughts and prepare for the battle in 3 days. After sending her away, Ye Suifeng contemplated before turning and vanishing from sight that he then found himself in a gray space, the dream void realm. He wondered how the little girl, Ye Xiaoxiao, was faring in her play here. Ye Suifeng remarked softly. To his surprise, he could not spot Ye Xiaoxiao's figure anywhere, only countless gray worms writhing in the void. Suddenly, a blue light circle appeared behind Ye Suifeng that a slender hand, wielding a multicolored dagger, reached out from the circle, aiming for his back. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the multicolored dagger shattered upon contact with Ye Suifeng's body. The small hand seemed startled and quickly withdrew, causing the blue light circle to shrink and disappear. However, at that moment, another light circle appeared above Ye Suifeng's head, from which a brick painted with a pig's head came hurtling toward him with great force. Ye Suifeng shook his head, seized the small hand, discarded the brick, and said, "Enough, no more games." Humph! A voice tinged with petulance echoed, and the blue light circle expanded, slowly enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed dramatically. Here, it was a peculiar world. The flowers and grass on the ground resembled candy, while the nearby stream exuded the rich aroma of fruit juice. The small house before him appeared to be constructed entirely of pastries. Beneath a massive gardenia flower, Ye Xiaoxiao swayed on a swing, surrounded by plump little white rabbits hopping about. Adorably clumsy, Ye Suifeng's grasp was an exceedingly comical-looking monkey. Eek! Ye Suifeng tossed the monkey aside and approached Ye Xiaoxiao. Smiling, "Very good. It seems you've learned how to play quite well." The dream void realm is a liminal space between illusion and reality. Here, one can create anything one desires. Clearly, Ye Xiaoxiao had begun to grasp the fundamentals. Big liar! Despite Ye Suifeng's praise, Ye Xiaoxiao appeared unappreciative, sulkingly turning her head away. Ye Suifeng chuckled at her. After spending a month here, Ye Xiaoxiao had undergone changes as well. Her twin ponytails had transformed into a cascade of lush blue-purple hair, nearly as long as her body, gently curling and swaying as she swung, that a hint of gemstone blue graced her lips, giving her an enchanting yet mischievous appearance. "Very well. Once we step outside, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. This girl, undoubtedly, was still fixated on the spirit stones. However, having made a promise to her, he had no intention of retracting it. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoxiao tumbled down from the swing, looking up at Ye Suifeng and inquiring, "How much?" 100 million. With a leap, Ye Xiaoxiao sprang up and embraced Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, you are truly handsome. I adore you." Ye Suifeng, devoid of emotion, pushed her away. "Enough of that. Just moments ago, you were contemplating striking me with a brick." "I was merely jesting. It was all in good fun, made of candy." Ye Xiaoxiao giggled. "All right then," Ye Suifeng replied, rolling his eyes. "The battle of Yunshao City is about to commence. Muster some spirit, for I have rewards to give." "No problem. Upon my return, I shall secretly raid the Li family's storeroom and see what they have left for combat. And that insufferable Tang Ying from the Tang family, should I encounter her, I will strip her of her trousers and see how she maintains her arrogance." And Ye Xiaoxiao rattled off a plethora of her grand plans. Ye Suifeng, resting his forehead in his palm, suddenly regretted allowing her into the dream void realm. It seemed he had inadvertently nurtured a little troublemaker. Upon returning home, Ye Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had transformed into something akin to a scholarly instructor. Naturally, the Shanhai Tu Lu, penned by Ye Suifeng himself, had brought about a qualitative change in Yi Qian's abilities. His cultivation had already broken through to the 6th layer of qi transformation. As for the other four, Yi Huang stood at the 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long at the 8th, Yi Qiniao at the 12th layer of Qi transformation, achieving great perfection, and Yi Xiaoxiao at the 7th layer of Qi transformation. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion that a storm was imminent. Chapter 45. The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden is a vast amusement park constructed by Drunken Dream Tower. Situated right at the heart of Yinxiao City, that on ordinary days, everyone who traverses the Drunken Dream Garden is of notable status and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a wider audience. Take, for instance, the biennial battle of Yinxiao City. 3 days prior to the battle, countless young prodigies are permitted entry to the Drunken Dream Garden, and over time, this has evolved into a tradition, acquiring the name, the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering that a multitude of young cultivators surged in, eager to glimpse the core descendants of the 3 prominent families, whom they seldom encounter. Naturally, forging connections with them would be most advantageous. Nevertheless, the organizers had anticipated this scenario long ago to prevent their esteemed guests from being disturbed. They divided the Drunken Dream Garden into 2 sections. The outer layer was designated for ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer housed those of noble lineage or young cultivators of some renown, alongside exceptional talents who had journeyed from afar. For instance, the dusky youth from Haishi City and the haughty maiden from Huangye City were among them. They, accompanied by friends and attendants, occupied separate pavilions, each at ease. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. The Li family has arrived. The crowd turned their gaze, witnessing several young cultivators strolling leisurely. The leading figure exuded an air of nobility. Unmistakably not an ordinary individual. That is Li Qi, and there is Li Ran, Li Ming, Li Suifeng. Aside from Li Xinge, all 4 of the Li family's combatants are present. Recognizing them, some murmured. Days earlier, the 3 prominent families had released their respective lists of combatants. This was customary, serving to build anticipation and showcase their familial influence. The 15 participants had long been familiar to the public. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Li family members strolled to their prepared pavilion. Heavens! Li Qi's presence is overwhelming. He must have acquired some fortuitous opportunity, someone exclaimed loudly. The youth from Haishi City nodded gravely. He indeed felt considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. However, the maiden from Huangye City merely cast a fleeting glance before turning her head away in disdain. Far from it, she stated without reservation. This incited anger among some cultivators from Yinxiao City, yet they found themselves unable to retort. After all, Huangye City was simply superior to Yinxiao City. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That must be Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice rang out, seemingly aimed at provoking the maiden from Huangye City. Yet, it indeed captured her attention. The Tang family, all 5 combatants present, were led by a round-faced youth who was not particularly tall but held a folding fan, wearing a gentle smile. The other 4 included Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females in total. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a young genius of the 10th layer of Qi transformation, someone deliberately remarked toward the maiden from Huangye City. Humph. Just mediocre, she retorted dismissively. Still, such cultivation prowess failed to impress her. Yet, no one anticipated that after settling down, Tang Xiaoqing would stride directly toward the maiden. The young male cultivators beside her quickly stepped forward, interposing themselves between the two. No misunderstandings. I merely wish to exchange pleasantries, Tang Xiaoqing said calmly, smiling. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nye family from Huangye City. Nye Xiaoyin? You know me? Nye Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. I have merely heard of you, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a smile. 6 months ago, I had the fortune of a chance encounter with your sister, Nye Fangfei, and I have long been anticipating another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nye Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. Are you interested in pursuing my sister? No, I'm merely... Don't get ahead of yourself. Nye Xiaoyin's face bore a mocking smile. Do you have any idea how many people in Huangye City are lined up to pursue her? Among them are exceptional geniuses who broke through to foundational establishment before the age of 18. What do you think you are? Face initialis blatant ridicule. Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth, but ultimately just shook his head and smiled. We are merely friends. When you return, do remind her that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing clasped his hands and took his leave. Ye Suifeng huffed twice, her expression brimming with pride. This scene further incensed the cultivators from Yunshao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not garner the respect of this little girl from Huangye City? Who else could? Where are the Ye family members? Why have they not yet arrived? What use would it be if they did? If the Li and Tang families are lacking, can the Ye family restore honor? Indeed, perhaps the rumors are true. The Ye family intends to forfeit this battle of Yunshao City. The crowd debated heatedly. Just then, a group slowly made their entrance. They have arrived. They are here. But why are there only two of them? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of their own followers. The group casually chose a pavilion and seated themselves. Others began to murmur among themselves. This is the drunken dream gathering, a stage for the families to vie for influence. Why has the Yi family sent only 2 representatives? Where is Fairy Qinyao? I came today specifically to see her. Alas, I had hoped to rely on the Yi family to reclaim our honor, but now it seems all hope is lost. Nie Xiaoyin wore a face of disappointment as well. She had come today specifically to assess the 3 maidens of the Yi family to determine if they were worthy of becoming her attendants. Yet, only one had appeared, and aside from her beauty, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. Truly disheartening. The reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and said, Qinyao is indeed wise. She avoided such a scene long ago. Why do I feel as if I have become a rare beast, on display for others to gawk at? Yi Long chuckled. You will grow accustomed to it. People like us will frequently encounter similar situations. The title of young prodigy is both an honor and a shackle. Yi Huang nodded. As the Tianluan Palace gained prominence, she too had begun to understand this sentiment, though she was still not quite accustomed to it. Sister Qinyao has changed remarkably, as if she has suddenly transformed into an elder sister. Xiao Xiao too. When I saw her yesterday, I was taken aback. She resembled a little sprite. Ye Huang remarque it. Is she planning to steal your sword? Yi Long laughed. I experienced something similar. She attempted to pilfer the spear that uncle had just gifted me. But I caught her in the act. A month of special training has led to significant changes in everyone, such as yourself. I find you increasingly inscrutable. Ye Huang similet likishise. The two shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups together. Suddenly, Yi Long was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. In the Yi family, especially among core disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and hedonism among the family elite. Cousin, what is this? It was a gift from my father, Yi Huang replied, taking a delicate sip, savoring the lingering aroma. He said, I have grown up. I truly envy you. Yi Long sighed, glancing at his cup of tea, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. However, a beautifully crafted wine jug was pushed toward him. Father said we have both grown up. Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long exchanged a knowing smile, emptied his tea, and filled his cup with wine. Clinking it once more with Yi Huang's, the exquisite wine flowed smoothly down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. This was top-tier spirit wine. Yi Long felt a jolt of realization, but quickly understood. The gifts from uncle could hardly be mundane. By the way, Brother Long, after finishing her drink, Yi Huang inquired, what precisely is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit idly? Yi Long let out a belch, reluctantly placing his wine cup down. Of course not. Every drunken revelry merely serves to showcase the influence of various families. How is it showcased? It varies each time. Yi Long pondered before responding. Sometimes it's a display of wealth. At other times a competition of treasures. And sometimes it's about the capabilities of one's followers. We'll see what they have to say. Yi Huang scoffed. How utterly boring. It sounds like a child's game. Yi Long chuckled. Who says otherwise? Yet everyone seems to revel in this charade. There's no helping it. We shall simply wait. At that moment, a young cultivator abruptly approached the pavilion of the Yi family. Fengji dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Fengji inquired. However, the young man, with an air of arrogance, completely disregarded Fengji gazing upward as he proclaimed, "You must be Ye Huang of the Ye family. That my lady requests your presence for a meeting." Ye Long furrowed his brow slightly and addressed him. "May I inquire about your family?" Yet before he could finish, bang! Ye Huang slammed her palm on the table. Without turning around, her voice was icy. "This is Yunshao City. You wish to see me? Then let her come in person." Chapter 46. I am reckless. In the dreamy garden of revelry, as one of Ye Xiaoyin's followers strode towards the Yi family, nearly all eyes turned to him. They were oblivious to Ye Xiaoyin's intentions and equally unaware of how the Yi family would respond. When that follower invited Ye Huang to join him, everyone's hearts raced. Would this encounter mirror the previous humiliations inflicted by the Li and Tang families on this proud young lady? Yet, Ye Huang's response took everyone by surprise. "This is Yunshao City. If you wish to see me, you must come personally." Such audacity. The cultivators of Yunshao City felt a surge of warmth in their chests. This was the true spirit of our Yunshao City prodigies. However, some harbored deeper concerns that if they angered Ye Xiaoyin, calamity would surely follow. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding situation. After being rebuffed by Ye Huang, the young follower stood there momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process what had just occurred. "What did you say?" He could hardly believe it. Ever since entering Yunshao City, they had been like conquerors, with no one daring to challenge their authority. Yet now, they had been publicly disregarded. Was my message unclear? Ye Huang replied coolly, still not casting a glance his way. Clang. Fengji stepped forward at the opportune moment, drawing his sword slightly, unleashing a powerful aura. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, the cultivation level of the four guardians had reached the 6th layer of the Pill Mansion realm, equivalent to the 9th layer of the Qi transformation realm. Yet, they aimed to grow even stronger. The follower of Ye Xiaoyin had only just entered the Qi transformation realm. How could he withstand such pressure? He stumbled back several steps in an instant. So powerful. Ah! Looks like he's hit a brick wall. Let's see how he maintains his arrogance now. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The young cultivator's face was a mix of green and red, utterly mortified. "I hope you understand that my lady is the little princess of the Nye family in Huangye City." He attempted to intimidate Ye Huang with Ye Xiaoyin's name. At that moment, Ye Huang finally turned around, her gaze sweeping towards him that he puffed out his chest, his expression haughty, believing the name Ye Xiaoyin would work its magic once more. "I also hope your lady understands that this is not Huangye City. Her status here is worth nothing to me." Having said that, Ye Huang turned her back again, resuming her drinking. The young cultivator's expression grew dark enough to squeeze water from it. "I hope you won't regret this." After throwing down that parting remark, he angrily stormed off. Ye Long observed Ye Huang's calm demeanor with a complex expression, saying, "Cousin, aren't we being a bit arrogant?" Ye Huang chuckled at why Ye Long nodded, but he had long been renowned and had witnessed many similar scenes. Generally, in such occasions, everyone was tacitly aware, and even if there were grudges, they wouldn't be too extreme outwardly. Rarely did someone like Ye Huang, who would tear the mask off so directly and act on her displeasure. Occurred, he thought she must be somewhat inexperienced. "I've heard of the Nye family from Huangye City. It's a formidable clan. We need not make enemies over trivial matters," Ye Long explained. Yet Ye Huang merely shook her head gently. "Cousin, times have changed. Haven't you noticed the recent movements in our family? Father's intent is to strengthen our power to the utmost, expand our influence, and broaden our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient?" Ye Huang gasertet. Ye Long fell silent, realizing the family's recent changes had indeed been rapid, leaving him struggling to keep up. But the Nye family, he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable foe. Ye Huang sighed softly. "Cousin, do you not recall what father has said? Our Yi family no longer fears anyone. Do you not trust him? Or is it that you only wish to live a stable life, avoiding swift retribution?" Ye Long was momentarily taken aback. Who wouldn't desire swift retribution? Yet reality often did not permit recklessness that a slight misstep could plunge one and their kin into an endless abyss, unless one had an unyielding and powerful backing. As Ye Long pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. His uncle was precisely that. His strength was beyond comprehension. Even someone as formidable as Bufei Xue was merely a tool in his uncle's hands. What was there to fear? A long-dormant aura, the spirit of youth, began to emanate from Ye Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a lifestyle. Thank you for awakening me. Ye Long smiled. Raising a cup in toast to Ye Huang, Ye Huang replied with a grin. Regardless of who Ye Suifeng is, we have no reason to fear. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing for father. The two of them drank down their fine wine, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a voice of reprimand came from nearby. What a useless fool! Ye Suifeng slapped her follower across the face, leaving him dazed and confused. Miss, the Ye Huang is simply too arrogant. I invoked your name, and she didn't even acknowledge it. The young cultivator spoke with a quaver in his voice that a glint of coldness flickered in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Are you implying that my prestige is insufficient, resulting in your humiliation? The young cultivator trembled, hastily kneeling on the ground, repeatedly stating, No, 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 it is my incompetence, my incompetence. Ye Suifeng snorted coldly, rising to her feet. She looked at the kneeling follower with a face full of disdain. She raised her hand, and two other followers helped him to his feet. Let us go. I am curious to see just how brazen a mere Ye family can be. Having said that, they all made their way toward the Ye family's direction. The gathered crowd immediately surged forward, eager to witness the clash between the two parties and the outcome. Ye Suifeng's group soon arrived at the Ye family's side, and both Ye Huang and Ye Long took note of their presence. As they came to a halt, Ye Suifeng suddenly struck the back of her follower's heart with a heavy palm. The blow was so powerful that he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Hey, you Ye person, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve? Ye Suifeng shouted loudly. Kropka. The onlookers erupted in outrage. To frame someone to their face, this is too much. Having a background makes one so arrogant. How infuriating. I've never seen anything like this. The crowd buzzed with indignation, their anger palpable. They couldn't help but glance at Ye Huang, wondering how she would handle this blatant provocation. See, this is how the offspring of powerful families behave with impunity. Ye Huang smiled at Ye Long, rising to her feet. She looked down from above at the diminutive figure before her, merely at the second layer of the Qi transformation realm, yet able to command the respect of those stronger than herself. Having a background truly allows one to act with abandon. Is he your servant? Ye Huang inquired. Ye Suifeng narrowed her eyes at the composed Ye Huang and replied, Indeed, you may say what you wish. Ye Huang chuckled lightly, since you admit it. Very well. She slowly descended and stated, Your subordinate is arrogant and disrespectful, his every word and action utterly repulsive, so much so that all the cultivators of Yunshao City present here are left without an appetite. Therefore, since he is your man, you shall compensate for him. 100,000 spirit stones as a form of emotional damages. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. With that, Ye Huang waved her hand, and Feng Zhi and the others immediately surged forward, encircling Ye Suifeng and her group, their swords drawn and killing intent palpable. Ye Huang stood with her hands behind her back. This move was a retaliation in kind. You dare to frame me publicly? Then I shall extort you in return. I am reckless. What can you do about it? Chapter 47. The Divergence. Surrounded by a group of fierce and intimidating figures, Ye Suifeng momentarily found herself at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always ensured that those she deemed guilty were punished, never having encountered someone who would so audaciously extort her. This left her feeling utterly incredulous. Ye Huang, how dare you accuse me? Exclamation point. Ye Suifeng shouted. What accusation? Ye Huang shrugged. I believe everyone present can attest that your subordinate has spoken arrogantly, showing utter disregard and wantonly insulting the cultivators of Yunshao City. What do you all say? Ye Huang turned to the surrounding cultivators. Indeed. Absolutely. It's simply revolting. Indeed, we can all attest to that. How audacious, daring to act recklessly before the prodigy of Yunshao City. They're not worth mourning. The gathered cultivators echoed in agreement. Ye Suifeng's recent actions had long filled them with a simmering fury, which they had previously lacked the opportunity to express. Now, emboldened by Ye Huang's presence, they shouted at Ye Suifeng without fear. Ye Huang smiled slightly. You see, this is public resentment. Therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. As Ye Suifeng listened to the clamor of the crowd, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment that in all her years, she had never encountered someone so brazen. 100,000 spirit stones were not a significant sum for her, but to capitulate here would be a blow to her pride. Yi Huang, are you serious? Ye Suifeng said in a low voice. What do you think? Yi Huang replied, drawing her sword and pointing it menacingly at Ye Suifeng. The cold gleam emanating from the blade flickered in her eyes. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure that your Yi family is forever erased from this world, Ye Suifeng declared loudly. Then let us see, Yi Huang retorted, her smile fading as she stepped closer to Ye Suifeng. With each step, her imposing aura grew stronger, an almost tangible sword intent pressing down upon Ye Suifeng. Instantly, Ye Suifeng was filled with dread. This person truly intended to act. Panic surged within her as she produced a delicate jade talisman and crushed it with force. Elder Wu, come quickly, Ye Suifeng screamed, in an elegant chamber on the upper floor of the dreaming drunk pavilion. An elderly man with kind eyes was leisurely sipping wine, enjoying the graceful dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, a flicker of concern crossed his heart, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Who dares to harm my lady? With that, he leapt into the air, soaring upward. However, just as he was about to disappear from view, he slowly descended again. Alongside him came another figure, whose hand rested lightly on the elder's shoulder, seemingly weightless, yet filling the elder's gaze with profound terror. Let them handle their own affairs. The newcomer was Ye Suifeng. The elder was astonished. He could hardly fathom that such a terrifyingly powerful cultivator existed within the humble Yunshao city. His out-of-body strength left him with no room for resistance in the face of this individual. The two returned to their vantage point, and Ye Suifeng casually picked up a spirit fruit from the table, watching the dancers below. Sani, senior, the elder stammered, swallowing hard. This seemingly youthful individual was utterly unfathomable. He could not discern his origins or affiliations. Those are the four renowned courtesans of the dreaming drunk pavilion. They seldom perform together. Do enjoy the show, Ye Suifeng pointed out to the beauties below. The elder was impatient. He had no mind to appreciate such sights. Ye Suifeng had shattered her protective talisman, which undoubtedly indicated she was facing a formidable foe. If anything happened to her, he would be equally implicated. Senior, I must go. I am her protector, the elder finally said, steeling himself to Ye Suifeng glanced at him and smiled. I advise against it. The presence behind that person is charming and dignified, yet unfathomably deep, with a temper that can be quite volatile. To approach would mean certain death. So, it would be best for you to obediently remain here and enjoy the dance. The elder looked at Ye Suifeng with suspicion, wondering if he was perhaps referring to himself. Regardless, he dared not move. What if the temper truly was volatile? Meanwhile, after crushing her protective talisman, Ye Suifeng awaited the arrival of her protector, yet nothing came. As she watched Yi Huang approach step by step, the intensity of her aura had reached its zenith, suffocating her breath. This person radiated murderous intent. For the first time, Ye Suifeng felt genuine fear, trembling uncontrollably. When Yi Huang was merely 3 steps away, Ye Suifeng finally broke down, her body swaying as she collapsed to the ground. Oh, you are bullying me, she unexpectedly began to cry in public. Yi Huang was taken aback, instinctively touching her nose in embarrassment. Where had that earlier bravado gone? If she were to strike now, would it not seem like bullying a young girl? Yet, she herself was only 15. Yi Huang shook her head and sheathed her sword. This Ye Suifeng was merely a spoiled child. I shall not bully you. Produce 100,000 spirit stones, and I will let you go. With tear-stained cheeks, Ye Suifeng fumbled through a storage bag and handed it over. This is all my pocket money. Yi Huang opened it to find over 100,000 spirit stones inside. Truly, a wealthy family. With such generous pocket money, no wonder she acted so recklessly every day. Somewhere, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times that Yi Huang retrieved 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. Well, since you have compensated for the emotional distress, I shall not make it difficult for you. You may leave. With her head bowed, Ye Suifeng stood up from the ground, not daring to say more, and squeezed through the crowd, disappearing from view. Her followers, too, bore expressions of humiliation as they fled. Ah, such a relief. Quickly return to Huangye City. Yunshao City is not a place for you to flaunt your power. Is this the prodigy of the Ye family? Truly exceptional. Other cultivators cheered in delight. Many praised Yi Huang, who had risen up against the humiliation from the Li and Tang families, reclaiming the honor of Yunshao City with her thunderous resolve. This was the true young talent in their eyes for a time. Praises flowed endlessly. Seeing this, Yi Huang waved her hand. This 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you. Thus, all expenses for today will be charged to me. Yi Huang. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. They marveled at the remarkable nature of the Yi family's core disciples that in stark contrast. The Li and Tang families appeared rather pitiful, with only a handful of acquaintances remaining. Having completed these proceedings, Yi Huang returned to her pavilion. Watching the lively scene around her, Yi Long smiled and remarked, "It seems this year's Dreaming Drunk gathering will conclude ahead of schedule." "How so?" Yi Long pointed to the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. "Did I not say that the Dreaming Drunk gathering is a contest of familial influence? Now, the victor is clear. I must say, your handling of the situation was truly formidable. Cousin, you flatter me. I merely relied on my father. Ultimately, I am not so different from that Nieshaoyin." Yi Huang shook her head. "Not at all." Yi Long gestured toward the injured followers of Nieshaoyin, then glanced at those standing beside Yi Huang. "This is the distinction between you." Chapter 48. He is so handsome in the Dreaming Drunk Pavilion. As the performance concluded, the hall erupted in applause. Ye Suifeng joined in, acknowledging the brilliance of the dance. Indeed, the dances in this world were remarkable, that a few naturally beautiful maidens moved gracefully, each gesture captivating the audience's hearts. Their performances were unpretentious, yet utterly enthralling. Subtle, yet undeniably enchanting. "What do you think?" "I told you, their dancing is splendid," Ye Suifeng remarked. The elder beside him hurriedly agreed, yet he was already sweating profusely, restless, utterly unable to appreciate the beauty before him. "Boring fellow." Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Enough. You may take your leave." The elder felt as though a great weight had been lifted and hastily fled the Dreaming Drunk Pavilion. Soaring toward Nieshen's position, Ye Suifeng shifted into a more comfortable posture, continuing to enjoy the next dance. With him present, no one could harm his daughter. In the Dreaming Drunk Garden, due to Nye Xiaoyin's appearance, this year's gathering had nearly become a showcase for the Yi family. The vast majority of cultivators from Yunshao City stood on the side of the Yi family. This was not only a gesture of goodwill, but also a sign of approval. The core disciples of the Yi family were so formidable that their future prospects seemed promising. Meanwhile, the other two families faced a dismal situation. With only their own members left to drink and entertain themselves, that it was exceedingly dull. After all, they had no means to deal with Nye Xiaoyin. They lacked the strength and the resolve to contend with the Nye family from Huangye City. A day swiftly passed. However, as the gathering neared its conclusion, a small incident arose. Tang family's Tang Yingying, 18 years of age, was voluptuous and alluring. Typically, she was quite unreserved, wearing outfits that left little to the imagination, showcasing her most alluring features. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the cultivators, pointing and whispering, with some brave souls even whistling. Tang Ying looked down to discover that the delicate undergarment she wore beneath had mysteriously vanished, nearly leaving her exposed. After the shock and embarrassment subsided, an inferno of rage ignited within her, vowing to catch the pervert who had stolen her undergarment. However, after searching high and low, she found nothing. As dusk approached and everyone prepared to leave, Li Qi stood up, and a brightly colored undergarment tumbled from his embrace. That it was none other than Tang Yingying's. In that moment, the thief was revealed. Tang Yingying's fury erupted, and she nearly engaged Li Qi in a battle, almost igniting a war in Yunshao City. But thankfully, she was restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. That Li Qi, bewildered, vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Yi family, a girl with long, purple-red hair laughed heartily. "You've been missing all day, and this is what you've been up to," Yi Huang remarked, speechless. "Indeed, it's quite entertaining." Xiao Xiao blew a massive bubble with the candy in her mouth. unabashedly admitting her actions, her gaze mischievously drifting towards Yi Huang's burgeoning bosom. You can give it a try. Yi Huang's expression darkened instantly. Pop! The bubble burst and Xiao Xiao giggled. No, no, we are united in purpose, standing together against external challenges. Beside them, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. This cousin of theirs was now frighteningly uncanny, her abilities so elusive that one could only wonder what their uncle had imparted to her. The dream indulgence event had essentially concluded after the first day. The core disciples of the three major families had not returned thereafter. Only other cultivators congregated to discuss the events of the first day and the impending battle for Yinshao City. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the battle for Yinshao City finally commenced. The city was teeming with cultivators, with many from nearby towns arriving in hopes of witnessing a clash of the prodigies from the prominent families. Must it be this way? Ye Suifeng gazed at the pile of extravagant garments before him. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Sui Yun and Yi Huang stood beside him. Elder brother, this is a grand occasion. Everyone is watching. Just bear with it, Sui Yun advised. The battle for Yinshao City would see the heads of the three major families make an appearance. Ye Suifeng had always donned simple attire, and should he present himself in such a manner, he would inevitably become the subject of scrutiny. While some might view him as carefree, most would indeed judge a person's first impression based on appearance. Very well, very well, Ye Suifeng conceded, opting to conform to the local customs. It was hardly a monumental issue. There was no need to appear disheveled or engage in any antics that might undermine him. Moments later, Ye Suifeng emerged, having changed into his new attire to why Yi Huang and the others stared, wide-eyed. Typically, Ye Suifeng embodied a relaxed demeanor, standing out only for his handsomeness, with little else to distinguish him. Yet after donning meticulously chosen garments, he appeared almost transformed. Coupled with his increasingly youthful appearance, even the title of the most handsome man in Yinshao City would have to step aside for him. If you continue to gaze at me in that manner, I shall stride over bare-chested, gnawing on corn, Ye Suifeng warned darkly. The crowd quickly diverted their gazes. Their ancestor was known to follow through on his threats. The thought of him actually was too much to bear. As the sun reached its zenith, 5 splendidly adorned carriages set off slowly. The battleground for the Yinshao City contest lay at the Tingyun Arena, centrally located within the city that in truth, it was only a brief walk from the Yi family estate. The carriage ride was purely for show. Upon the Yi family convoy's arrival at the arena, the spectators above were already overflowing. Their entrance instantly captured everyone's attention. As always, the Yi family is the first to arrive. Heh! The Yi family is the weakest. Waiting for the other 2 families is only courteous. Otherwise, they might feel slighted and retaliate severely. An elderly, long-faced cultivator stroked his beard as he spoke. Silence. Who do you call weak? Say that again. Suddenly, several voices of admonition rang out from around him. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback, scanning his surroundings that he saw numerous young cultivators rising, their eyes ablaze with indignation, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. He was startled. What was happening? It had always been customary to jest at the Yi family. Why had it suddenly become taboo today? Faced with the angry crowd, he fell silent, bowing repeatedly and refraining from further comment. Look, that is the new head of the Yi family, Ye Suifeng, someone shouted loudly, prompting the crowd to turn their attention that a young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the arena's platform, that he appeared effortlessly suave, as if descending from a celestial realm. He is so handsome. Is this truly the head of the Yi family? He seems far too young. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome individual from Chidong Town, Haida Ditch, is to be relinquished. In one corner of the audience, several young men clad in simple blue garments observed the bustling arena with astonishment. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. You cannot deny it. Ye Suifeng does indeed possess an impressive demeanor and extraordinary poise. We should keep an eye on their prodigies. Perhaps we can recruit 1 or 2 for our academy. I doubt it. The chances of encountering true talent here are slim. We must not let our guard down and bring back someone mediocre. Rest assured, with Senior Zhang Dong present, we shall not overlook any gems. In front of them stood a young man in deep blue attire, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Ye Huang takes the stage at the highest tier of the Tingyun Arena. There stood an elevated viewing platform, offering an expansive vista, an ideal spot for observing the battle. 3 plush chairs were arranged side by side, with a table beside them already set with fruits and fragrant tea. This was the exclusive area for the 3 family heads that Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. He did not wish to be positioned so closely to the other 2 individuals. With a gentle flick, the 2 adjacent chairs shifted several meters away, and he leisurely took his seat in the central position that asked for whether the other 2 family heads would have any objections. He cared little that as the sun reached its zenith, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally entered the arena. Their display was far grander than that of the Yi family, complete with a ceremonial escort adorned in extravagant finery. Amidst the din of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Lushu made their entrance together. Upon noticing Ye Suifeng seated in the center, they momentarily froze. Tang Zheng's displeasure was evident, as this position had always been his. However, with so many people present, they would not let such trifles escalate into public disputes, lest they become a spectacle for others to mock. Li Lushu greeted Ye Suifeng with a smile, allowing Tang Zheng to choose his position first before finally seating herself. With a resounding chime of ceremonial bells, the battle for Yunshao City officially commenced. Naturally, such a grand event would feature an opening ceremony, providing a splendid opportunity for certain individuals to make a name for themselves. Notable powers of Yunshao City, such as the Dream Indulgence Pavilion, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and the Honey Fragrance Garden, showcased their unique performances that Ye Suifeng was somewhat taken aback to discover that Gu Wanxin was the host for this battle. Facing an audience of thousands, she exhibited no signs of trepidation, engaging in lively banter, and her striking beauty and graceful figure ignited tremendous enthusiasm among the spectators. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the event shifted to its main focus. Gu Wanxin began to announce the rules of the Yunshao City battle, which were meticulously detailed to ensure fairness, ultimately determining the family rankings based on performance. However, Ye Suifeng found little interest in the regulations, as the offspring of the other 2 families were no match for Ye Huang and her companions. After reading through the rules, Gu Wanxin proclaimed in a fervent voice, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contestant from the Yi family, Ye Huang." Thunderous applause erupted, a wave of cheers flooding the arena that a figure clad in purple robes ascended the platform slowly. Though still young, she could confidently face the collective gaze of thousands. "Huang Fairy, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We met at the Dream Indulgence. Go for it, crush them." The crowd's enthusiasm surged, and after the events at the Dream Indulgence, Ye Huang's name had become the most celebrated among all contestants. Ye Huang smiled gently, raising her right hand. The entire arena swiftly fell silent, captivated by her gesture. Then she clenched her fist, a surge of battle spirit erupting. The crowd erupted, the chorus of her name nearly scattering the clouds above. "Heh! Little brother Yi, your daughter possesses quite an imposing presence," Li Lushu remarked with a grin that belied his amusement. Even he was taken aback by the scene. He had never witnessed a young person exude such a powerful aura and commanding presence. "Indeed, I am quite pleased," Ye Suifeng replied cheerfully. That Li Lushu's facial muscles twitched. According to convention, was he not supposed to be modest? Why was he so openly proud? Overconfidence can lead to downfall, Tang Zheng interjected. Indeed, but I am unconcerned," Ye Suifeng shrugged, indifferent. The 2 families had found their grievances, each feeling somewhat disheartened, and fell into silence. "When uncle, she is Ye Huang," a dark-skinned youth remarked to a middle-aged man beside him in the audience. "Truly remarkable," the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered." The dark-skinned youth gazed at Ye Huang in the center of the platform, his eyes filled with infatuation. "Mi Feng, you finally see the light," the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but soon wore a melancholic expression. "But she is truly exceptional. When uncle, I am unworthy of her." "What is there to fear?" The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. "You are the son of the Blackstone City Lord, and you have already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement after only 3 years of cultivation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Ye Huang." But Mi Feng attempted to voice his concerns. only to be interrupted by the middle-aged man. Enough. After this grand event concludes, I will speak with the head of the Ye family. The middle-aged man stated that Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure on the platform, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor of the arena persisted for quite some time. Once the commotion subsided, Gu Wanxin, with a smile gracing her face, continued, "Next, it shall be the Li family, who ranked second last time, to decide who will face Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat." "No need," Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one among them. "I choose to challenge Li Qi of the Li family." Below, Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. They had originally intended to send out the weakest, Li Suifeng, to test Yi Huang's capabilities. However, they did not anticipate that Yi Huang would take the initiative to challenge. Gu Wanxin was slightly surprised as well, stating, "Are you certain? According to the rules, if one challenges proactively, they must engage in the next battle regardless of victory or defeat." "It matters not," Yi Huang replied with a confident smile. "Today, I aim to demonstrate that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The clamor erupted once more. To choose a series of battles requires more than mere courage. It is crucial to understand that this battle pertains to the future development of one's family for the next 2 years. Being overly cautious is not an exaggeration. Observing Yi Huang's resolute demeanor, Gu Wanxin sighed softly. "Very well then. Let us welcome the prodigy of the Li family, Li Qi." Below, Li Qi's expression shifted. Just a few days ago at the Dreaming Garden, although he only caught a distant glimpse, he could sense that Yi Huang was indeed extraordinary, leaving him unable to gauge her true strength. Yet, recalling his own progress in recent days, Li Qi tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go! Brother Li Qi, defeat this arrogant individual," Li Qing'er shouted loudly, as she had suffered quite a loss at the hands of Yi Huang during their last encounter at the Qinggu Heights. She had vowed then to let Li Qi handle Yi Huang. Today, her wish was finally realized. She held complete confidence in Li Qi. Drawing strength from the encouragement behind him, Li Qi steadied his mind and stepped forward. Then, let the battle commence. The first match of the Yunshao City battle unfolded. Yi Huang and Li Qi faced each other, their energies rising rapidly amidst a thunderous roar from the crowd, and why Yi Huang ultimately stabilized at the 8th layer of Qi transformation, while Li Qi surpassed the rumored realm. Soaring straight to the 10th layer of Qi transformation, gasps of astonishment echoed around. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation. This is bad. The Phoenix Fairy is in for a challenge. Concern swept through the audience for Yi Huang. Yet, standing opposite Li Qi, Yi Huang remained composed. "You have offended me," Li Qi declared, and in an instant his sword was drawn. His body flickered across the arena, creating numerous phantoms that dazzled the eyes. That is the flickering shadow step, a mid-tier technique of the Xian level. Think Li Qi would employ such a formidable tactic right from the start. Recognizing the technique, the crowd watched in astonishment as multiple Li Qi figures simultaneously drew their swords, attacking Yi Huang from all directions. That seemed be intended to secure victory with his first strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The phantoms of Li Qi gradually dissipated, leaving only his true form. However, his attack was firmly blocked by Yi Huang, who had yet to draw her sword. "Such flamboyance," Yi Huang remarked coldly with a smile. "It's not over yet," Li Qi shouted, suddenly unleashing a violent blaze from his sword. 3 fire dragons soaring into the air, roaring towards Yi Huang. This scene reminded Yi Huang of her time training in the 9 heavens. The purple celestial light, seemingly gentle, was composed of countless minute divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when placed alongside those divine dragons, were akin to the disparity between a flea and a kunping. She slowly extended a palm. Boom! A tremendous shockwave resonated throughout the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly, yet in Yi Huang's palm appeared a thin veil of light mist, completely blocking the flames, as steady as a mountain. The searing fire quickly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He hurriedly retreated. The flames soon subsided, leaving several large holes burned into his clothes, and his handsome face marred with darkened streaks. That Li Qi's complexion darkened, his eyes betraying fear. How could this person be so powerful? It seems you have yet to fully master that sword, Ye Huang remarked indifferently. The earlier fire dragons had erupted from Li Qi's sword, a manifestation of its innate abilities. This spirit sword was of at least high-tier Xian level. Ye Huang glanced at her own sword. Originally a peak-tier Xian level weapon. However, recently, Ye Suifeng had casually refined it, and now it had transformed into a genuine treasure of the heavenly grade. Ye Huang, do not become too complacent. Li Qi wiped the soot from his face. His voice filled with anger. Being pushed back was one thing, but having this younger woman point out flaws in his cultivation was something he could not tolerate. Then you should exert yourself more, Ye Huang replied coolly. Li Qi's anger flared. This is what you suggested. He tightened his grip on the long sword, once again employing the flickering shadow step. This time, the phantoms on the field multiplied, moving in perfect unison, making it exceedingly difficult to discern. Myriad sword forest. All the Li Qi figures shouted in unison that in an instant, countless ominous sword lights surrounded Ye Huang. The density was such that it sent shivers down the spine. Another mid-tier Xian level sword technique. The flickering shadow step combined with the myriad sword forest can manifest hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwining. Clearly, he came prepared. I cannot fathom how Ye Huang will counter this attack. The audience's expressions turned anxious, their concern for Ye Huang palpable. Yet, Ye Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only trained in the Nine Heavens for a mere month, she had encountered the concept of destruction at the heavenly level. The sword lights before her were utterly trivial. With a single hand, she wielded her sword sheath, accurately identifying all the real sword lights and blocking them one by one. Too weak. What my father said was correct. You are truly too weak. While deflecting Li Qi's attacks, Ye Huang spoke calmly to Li Qi's fury intensified as he summoned all his strength, attempting to break through Ye Huang's defenses. Yet, it was all in vain. Enough! Let us end this swiftly. Upon saying this, Ye Huang finally drew her long sword, executing a horizontal slash that in that instant. The myriad sword lights filling the arena vanished without a trace that Li Qi's figure was sent flying as if a kite with its strings severed, blood spilling onto the ground. Brother Li Qi, Li Qing'er cried out in alarm. Kia! On the high platform, Li Liusu finally lost the smile that was ever present on his face to why Ye Huang slowly returned her sword to its sheath that in this battle. She had drawn her sword but once, and throughout, she had not moved an inch from her original position. The momentary defeat of Li Qi left the entire arena in stunned silence. Everyone knew Ye Huang was formidable, but Li Qi was also a prodigy. Not just anyone, moreover, he possessed a mid-tier Xian level technique. Practiced a mid-tier Xian level sword technique, and these two skills could enhance each other, all while wielding a high-tier Xian level spirit sword. In Yinshao City, this was considered the pinnacle of luxury. No other force, apart from the three major families, could produce such a terrifying individual. Yet before Ye Huang, he appeared as a feeble insect, ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. How could Ye Huang be so powerful? The Phoenix Fairy is awe-inspiring. A voice, cracking with emotion, rang out in the arena, followed by a thunderous roar of applause. They shouted Ye Huang's name, as though sharing in her glory. Then on the Ye family side, the atmosphere erupted. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui, who, the key figures of the Ye family, were nearly brought to tears. Look, this is our Ye family's prodigy. This is our future. Passion and fervor blazed like an unquenchable fire. However, the scene on the Li family side was starkly different. That Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the arena, with Li Qing'er collapsed beside him, tears streaming down her face. Several clan elders hurried over to examine Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Liusu was barely able to restrain himself from jumping into the arena. That was his son. Yet, he forced himself to hold back. In such a setting, a family head losing composure would be a significant blow to the family's reputation. Soon, someone approached the platform and whispered to Li Liusu, gradually easing his anxious heart. Ye Suifeng, your daughter is truly ruthless. Li Liusu spoke in a deep voice, this moment. He had fully shed his mask of pretense. Not at all, Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead, merely a few dozen broken bones. You, Li Liuzhu, consumed by rage, nearly lunged to strike Ye Suifeng. Yet he restrained himself. Having been the head of the Li family for so many years, he was not so easily provoked. A talent that has not yet matured is merely a talent. I advise you to keep her in check, lest she brings calamity upon herself one day. Li Liusu warned coldly, a thinly veiled threat that Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Some individuals, it seemed, preferred to narrow their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave that Yi Huang was indeed unfathomable, that it was uncertain whether their own descendants could once again rise above the rest. That moment, Gu Wanxin ascended the arena once more. She regarded Yi Huang with a complex expression. This girl had truly exceeded her expectations. But what astonished her most was what Ye Suifeng had done to her. Ji Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's remarkable prowess must be inextricably linked to Ye Suifeng. Ye Huang, do you wish to challenge once more? Gu Wanxin inquired. Certainly, Yi Huang replied with a smile, casting her gaze towards the Tang family's preparation area. Upon being scrutinized by her piercing stare, the 5 individuals felt an immediate surge of tension. After the preceding battle, none could afford to underestimate this formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Just as Yi Huang was about to declare her opponent, she abruptly halted, glancing at her father on the elevated platform. She resignedly stated, "Forget it. Let them choose their own combatants." The crowd was taken aback. Given Yi Huang's assertive demeanor, she could undoubtedly select one of the Tang family's strongest fighters, vanquish them, and pave the way for the remaining 4 Yi family combatants. Instead, she opted for an alternative strategy, granting the Tang family greater choices, which they would undoubtedly exploit. That a moment later, as anticipated, the Tang family dispatched their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, a mere 6th-level Qi transformation, having previously suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Li Qi. He stood no chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended to use their lesser warrior to stall the Yi family's elite. This maneuver was entirely predictable. However, the audience cared little for the intricacies. Quickly recognizing the Tang family's cowardice, resulting in a chorus of boos. Amidst the jeers, Tang Wuhua ascended the stage, his expression one of dejection. The battle begins. Tang Wuhua clasped his fists towards Yi Huang. I hope you can show some mercy. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than her foot connected with his chest, sending Tang Wuhua flying from the arena, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth as he lost consciousness. That a swift defeat. After this decisive action, Yi Huang did not await the official result. She turned elegantly towards the Yi family's preparation area and departed with poise. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, finally announced, Yi Huang versus Tang Wuhua. Yi Huang wins. Let us welcome the second combatant from the Yi family, Yi Long. A resounding cheer erupted once more. Although Yi Long did not possess the same illustrious reputation as Yi Huang in Yunshao City, his title as the head of the True Dragon Pavilion still commanded significant respect. As Yi Long ascended the stage, he brushed past Yi Huang. It was Uncle who instructed you to do this, wasn't it? Yi Long remarked. Yi Huang shrugged. He suggested you all should have some fun. Yi Long felt a flush of embarrassment that his uncle. Was this battle merely a game? Very well. Let the games commence. An overwhelming battle spirit suddenly erupted from Yi Long in the ancient arena. He had faced countless defeats, yet his indomitable will had been forged into something as fervent as the sun. I challenged Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family. Before Gu Wanxin could respond, Yi Long declared his target, that he too sought a series of consecutive battles, aiming to challenge the strongest young warrior of Yunshao City. The audience was nearly hoarse from cheering. The Yi family's descendants were undeniably commanding. It was a spectacle that stirred the blood. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing stepped onto the stage. I have long admired your reputation. Likewise, the two exchanged cordial greetings. Yet in an instant, they were engaged in fierce combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiosity, exuding immense power, while Tang Xiaoqing, living up to his esteemed name, had achieved the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true strength. With a fan in one hand, he moved with ethereal grace. The two showcased their formidable skills, creating a perilous clash that rendered the outcome indecipherable. The audience roared with exhilaration. This was the true battle they had yearned to witness. Though Ye Huang's earlier fight was thrilling, it had concluded far too swiftly to be truly satisfying. That Wei Long and Tang Xiaoqing, both the finest of their respective families and well-known figures, were locking horns in a contest many had long anticipated. As time wore on, Ye Long bore several blood-stained wounds. Yet his fighting spirit intensified. His spear, akin to a true dragon, instilled fear across the battlefield. Ultimately, under Ye Long's relentless assault, Tang Xiaoqing was caught off guard and struck hard, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered to the ground. Yet, Ye Long's attack surged forth once more. "I concede!" Tang Xiaoqing shouted loudly. The sharp tip of the spear hovered dangerously close to his throat. Bang! Ye Long withdrew his spear, planting it firmly on the ground. That a gust of wind erupted from his position, scattering dust in all directions. The crowd's pupils dilated. The once solid arena bore deep, shocking fissures. Ye Long versus Tang Xiaoqing. Ye Long wins. Gu Wanxin declared the outcome of the battle with a booming voice. Following this, Ye Long, like Ye Huang, chose to allow the Li family to select their combatant. Unsurprisingly, the Li family opted for their weakest member, Ye Suifeng, as mere fodder. Without any unexpected developments, Ye Long swiftly defeated Ye Suifeng in just a few moves and returned to the Ye family's preparation area. Thus far, the Ye family, with both Ye Huang and Ye Long, had secured 4 victories. The path ahead appeared resplendent. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng's expressions had darkened considerably. After all, their family's strongest warriors had both fallen. "Brother Tang, Xiaoqing has also been defeated," Li Liusu suddenly remarked. The two exchanged glances, a glint of determination flashing in Li Liusu's eyes. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Ye Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance that a conspiracy. Let them scheme as they wish.